ギャルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？
단테 봤어?
Is this where I put the carouse?
「ギャルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？」ギャルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？ ゲルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？ゲルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？
My intestines
ゲルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？
I don't know, like start protesting something. I just went to like quickly brush my teeth just a little bit and then my intestines were like, We have complaints. And now I clean my glasses. At least you had a lone trail to listen to. And every now and then, monster just yapping. The stallest of stream. And thank you for the tier 1 earlier, alumni. Just as I left. Just as I left. John Finland.
ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか？
Game! No way! The thing is, though, okay, there is a thing called Tom of Finland. That's a thing. But that's like a brand of leather-bound, very muscly gay men. So... I'm not quite the build yet for a Tom of Finland, you know? I don't think I even want to show it on stream necessarily. If I Google Tom of Finland. This is an insane tangent. What does images show me? Is this safe? Debatable. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe don't need to. Maybe a bit too much of a distraction. We'll get into some kind of quagmire. No, and why would I, Luffy? I don't have a reason to concern myself with his opinion. It's our culture? Well, it's one very niche portion of our culture. Okay? I wouldn't maybe... It's not maybe fully encompassing of Finland. I love how you know, you go into base, you check something, you claim your stuff, you go out of base, and then there's another fucking notification on it. I think... Is today last or is tomorrow last? There's one more freebie. Tomorrow is last day. There's one more freebie. No, I'm at 23 and I haven't used any, so... There's one more daily free as well. Because, yeah, it started on Thursday, yeah. Also on Thursday... Is it Thursday? Yeah, on Thursday we also get fucking Vector Breakthrough. Yeah, Vector Breakthrough also overlaps for the last week. Wow, okay, also it really has almost been 2 weeks since the event started. Address the elephant in the room. Why is the title Wang reading and not IS6 ending 451 to 5? Haven't used any, he says, with pot 2 Chen. What can I look? It's not my fault if my free 10 ticket gives me 2 Chens. Like, come on. If they give me 2 Chens, I look, who am I to complain, okay? Probably Talos, yes. I would imagine that the precursors did probably dabble in ether stuff, yes. I would imagine. It seems to be. There's some aspects, some bits and pieces that... I mean, the portals seem to function based off of it or something. That's one thing. Very possibly the star pod might also be like derived from some kind of ether stuff. Possibly even something to do with like... Well, that maybe not. I'm mainly wondering if the law has any derivation from it. Question would be why they need a Virginia in them. Personally, didn't have Virginia before Terrence came. Well, yeah, I'm not sure if the ether would be like an energy source situation. And more so just another thing that they were dabbling in. Because, you know, they had a lot of different projects going on in parallel at the same time, trying to do different things. So ether could just be one of them. And rather than like a thing that they invented, like Originium, which is like a fully kind of invented thing, ether seems to like be around as a thing. And they were just maybe harnessing it for something. Yeah, my free ticket did give me 2 chens, which is also all I wanted. I just wanted 1 chen. So, can't complain. Can't complain. My dailies have been absolutely nothing. It's been almost like nothing but fucking white bags. Remember that sarcophagi and flowing unknown energy? I feel like, well, okay, the energy probably flowing through sarcophagi is still somewhat unknown. But I think, well, I mean, it could be, but maybe it could be something ether related. I wouldn't put it past them for it to be somehow ether related. And I think Mephisto's case with the sarcophagus is, well, wait a minute. So, because when Mephisto goes into the sarcophagus, and then he turns into, you know, like a bird monster. And then we have Neferith, who, like, you know, uses more and more ether and turns into, like, a dragon monster. She's a lizard, turns into dragon monster. Mephisto is bird, turns into bird monster. Oh. Interesting. Also with ether, like, fucking around with, I guess, like, time and shit? Right? Then, you know, sarcophagus? Cryosleep? Well, it's not cryosleep, but, like, you know, suspended animation? The red lines on the cork board with the pictures, they're increasing. Interesting. No, the sarcophaguses don't use Originium as the power source. That's one thing that specifically makes them so, like, what the fuck? And also, like, good. Is that they're not using Originium as an energy source. Yeah, and probably Witch King's little space realm is, like, also something to do with ether, or, like, the gap between real world and ether. Yeah, they use precursor bullshit for energy, but I guess there's an actual possibility that that energy is derived from some kind of ether shenanigans. So, Originium is also precursor BS, but it's been co-opted and, you know, sort of claimed by current civilization to some extent, you know? Hey there, listen alive. I need to fill my water bottle. Also, so, okay, plan is, we're reading today and tomorrow. Because it's a long enough event that with 2 reads. And I think what we actually might indeed start with today is actually just doing a real quick little speed read of the IS6 endings. I have endings 1 to 3 actually unlocked, but not 4 and 5. Or the little bonus bits, I guess. speedrun timer. That we maybe don't need, okay? We don't actually need to speedrun, but like, you know, we might start with those real quick. Even though it probably will take a bit. They're not like super short. Let me just refill my water bottle. Ending lore files don't add much for the event, only the somewhat relevant, actually the small cutscenes. Okay, I guess in that case, we'll save the lore files for later, and we'll just check or rather, I'll reread 1 to 3 of the endings and check 4 and 5. Then it won't take like at any time all. Those are like 4-minute cutscenes. Ether is just originally infused with Seaborn. Why? Because it's blue. I don't think so. I think Ether is unique specifically because it doesn't seem to actually be something that the precursors made. It's like a thing that exists out there, and they were just making use of it, while the Seaborn and Originium and maybe the law, possibly, and other things are like fully constructed by precursors. How much they implement IS into EF? You mean just the IS4 specifically, or just IS in general, as in like fully gameplay-wise or lore-wise? Oh, a portion of the players don't play IS, don't care about IS story. You're just talking about IS for the event. Okay. We were on mixed signals. I was reading the 2 different messages from 2 different people. So let me just quickly pull up the wiki. For obviously 1, 2, and 3 we can read in game. That's okay, exactly. IS6. Can actually like open up the full. I can actually find like the full cutscene for it, or like the actual like reading of it. Where is that in nodes? Prophecy. This is just like synopsis. This is synopsis. I don't really need synopsis. I want the actual like cutscene. Is it on the reader start page and then go to endings? Is it just from there? I was there just now. But yeah, you have these, obviously. Alright, do I just click on the... Oh, yeah, I click on the image. Yeah, okay. Now we found it. Click on image. That's how. And yeah, I do think probably yes. They don't expect actual like the IS story reading to understand stories, which makes sense. I feel like usually pretty much always the IS stuff is like little bonus stuff, or indeed, of course in some cases just straight up alternate timeline shenanigans. For these we won't have OST. 1 to 3 week I can remind myself actually in game. Because they're in here. And yeah, I don't even have all the like lore bits here for 1 and 3 because you have to clear the endings after 5. Which is kind of a nice or cool little thing, but also somewhat of a chore maybe. Viewing gallery, not timeless tunes, not garden interviews. I also have not gone through and read all these either. Okay, yeah, because IS6, yeah, apparently is indeed just fully canon. Even though obviously, you still have like multiple endings, which is a little funky, because some of them seemingly like, it's like the same thing, but it ends differently. But what am I looking for? Garden fucking intricacies, isn't it? Yeah. Because yeah, this is you need to do this after ending 5. Gotta do it again. okay, yeah, these are fairly lengthy. Well, okay, apparently we won't read these. If these aren't that important, and it's more so just reminding ourselves of the, like, little ending thingies. I actually haven't indeed seen ending 1 in a while. We saw ending 2 and ending 3 recently. With the picker of a hierarchy, the Candlehold and the Chansha have reached a sort of tacit understanding after slaying so many guys together. When Liang shows a sliver of a weak spot, Zola thrusts his sword forward while Ling Qingyang has already prepared her final blow without much talking between the two. Now, there's going to be so many Chinese mispronunciations today. And tomorrow. Pardon me? Calling her on so rude. Were any ordinary mortal, that swing would have easily taken their life. Ling Qingyang's Canton blade is suddenly wrapped in mist as cloud merges with thunder, stopping strike's momentum. I find anyone didn't really have anything too special. It was just kind of like yep, okay, we're done. Thank you. Zero blade Tanshilin. Luis Chi has scattered. Your mission has been considered completed, flawlessly even. Your hard work is appreciated. Yeah, this was just like a... Only now that the true appearance of the Master of the Garden grotesqueries is clear for all to see. Oh yeah, of course. Yi appears. Yinshan hesitantly sheathes her blade and looks around as the Master of the Garden said, the pink and mint green shade pervading the landscape is slowly fading away, revealing nature's original visage. Liang, I'll leave these guests to you. Alright. Funny ball head. First, allow me to congratulate everyone on this successful ride. That's it? But you didn't do... you didn't do anything! Of course, Candleholder. The ceremony is no battle of life and death. I believe this vantage point will provide a good view. Tensions everywhere are withdrawing. The free-roaming geist retreat into the scenery while lamp holders and candle wielders clean up. This rite conducted on Yan's behalf has come to a close. Was this the guy was Yun? I didn't remember him as the archivist or whatever, the storyteller. Maybe the Zula here was looking forward to picking up an ancient artifact and stepping atop clouds to battle against the Firmwood Shadow with their lives on the line. I was not. Maybe he was. Yeah, Wang is apparently like right after. Like IS6 is right after U event, and then what? Wang is right after IS6. It's the easily the most connected IS to like actually the main story stuff, or like the main plot line that it's a part of. Simply thought the ride would end inside the mountain shrine. The ride has always ended here. The memorial hall makes it look more official, and it also assures the mandarins in Baizhou that all is well. Once you take the seal, you may descend the mountain for your mission report. But who should I give it to? There's a candle holder's right, so a candle holder should take it. I'm just a temporary candle holder, so you two should decide. Deputy Minister Lin is the most senior official here, so she ought to have it. No need to hem and haw over mere token, Tanshilin. Please take it. Very well. Wang respectfully hands Yi's jade rule to the Chansha and slowly floats back to Yi after she receives it with equal decorum. Yi. The vignette event? Well, the vignette event is really just the introduction to IS6. That's how I see it. It's like a part of IS6. The last couple of vignettes have like, you know, the IS... Since what, IS4? There's always been a vignette that is just directly connected to the IS. It's like the intro to it. Mr. Lang and Minister Yi will forgive us for many transgressions this time. Forgive me for my transgressions? Alekaros? No way. Minister Yi? You know, if you would address me by that title. Lang handles most things at the Ministry of Works, I contribute little. Before we descend, Mr. Yi, there's a question that perhaps you could answer. You mean to ask how the garden came about, how many rules I still have with me? Must I send them to the Imperial Court every year, or does the Ministry of Works want me to work? I'm working on something similar. Well, forget about that. The yapper. Lost. I do like the parentheses. Lost. Court has its own reasons for coming up this seal handover ceremony, but I was simply curious. Why were the garden gates open to the general public, with its myriad dangers within? An excellent question. With your Chansha knowledge, no doubt you're aware of the feng shui here, and know that what lies beneath the garden. The Sui Chi oozes from below when the geist ran rampant, but we conducted an annual ceremony, keeping both the Sui regular and the Chansha burrows busy. The nature here meant only the most elite Chanshas will come. Just as your ancestors wanted, Tanshilin. My grandfather has certainly mentioned the place. 3 centuries ago, someone came up with a new idea. Keeping the Sui in check has never been a responsibility borne only by the Chansha Barrow, the Imperial Guard and the Ministry of War. In the past, slaying the Sui was a public endeavor, so why not continue the practice now? You and I thought it was a joke at first, suppressing the Sui's chi with mortal effort? Absurd. But now, as the Garden Grotesqueries opens up, the rites get easier year by year. Perhaps there will become a day whenever even ordinary mortals can stand here at the summit and enjoy a panoramic view of Baizhou. I guess these guys don't count as ordinary mortals. This has been most enlightening. Shall I have Young see you down the mountain? Thank you, but that will be unnecessary. Oh, right. Just a moment, Tryzyn. There's one more thing I've been needing to ask. Go on. The blade in your hand must be a Kong Tong passed down in the Lin family. Indeed. I don't know how attached you are to it, but I was just thinking my weapon collection could use a legendary armament like... I shall take my leave now, so please excuse us. Tried to fucking steal it. Hoarder. Wait, we haven't even discussed the price. I could have made a good offer. Would it have hurt to hear me out? Candleholder Zula's blade was also passed down in his family for generations. Are you not interested in that one? Or I want to display a blade of tyranny in my home. Damn, but Lin's not. What, is the Ministry of Works already looking for you to verify their records? Understood. Go then. Then I shall get going as well. And this OST has been in for a while as well, since at least... Chongyue? If not longer. If not from, like, dusk. His gaze is a little lost, and the name he fails to call out finally turns into a sister. He turns around to look at the memorial hall bereft of even a single word. The suggestion from 3 centuries ago has proven quite fruitful. Gee, no way. Hope this garden's vibrant life brings you joy. Wouldn't forget you so easily. Indeed, setting up our revival plotline. Then 2, which we actually did see not that long ago, so. Zula has never in his life managed he would manage to challenge a Pheromouth. Because now they're doing the thing that they actually mentioned to Zola earlier. Like, oh, would you like to ride on a Pheromouth and slay it? But now it seems to be his reality. The Bistro Sui leaves the summit where they were, rolling and twisting in the sky. He remembers how ancient texts he read spoke of how when gods died, heaven and earth restored, flooding the realm with calamity as the land mourns. But now the Pheromouth is turning into a scroll? His eyes open wide. The Bistro Sui's fins turns into scraps of paper as they fall, exposing flesh and blood like a thick tome opened. Pages helplessly cling onto the beast until the words written upon are flung into the air, vanishing into the wind. Fatal Moon, now devoid of cover, now stands starkly for all to see. Oh, funny when there's multiple nows. That is its heart. Turns out the Bistro Sui has a beating heart just like we do. The heart glows like the sun, emanating warmth. It beats slowly, calmly, compared to the bestial body struggling about. Like a woman deep in slumber, silently waiting for her end. What? A woman? Wait. Zola rubs his eyes and looks carefully at the heart. He is sure of what he sees. A young lady curled up within, horns above and tail below, her hands patterned in brown. Her mouth is moving. What is she saying? What does she want to tell us? Characters, words that were forgotten? The truth from a century ago? Or the original end of this bestial Sui? No, that's not it. This is not Sui. Those eyes, horns and tail. This is woman. Cause it's just like at what point, like, you know, like, does this bit happen then in like, because if like the kind of stuff is canon, but there's kind of like multiple endings still. Are you alright, Lodzo? Huh? We're out? The ride has concluded nicely this year without any issues. Please take this token rule before you return to report. Unless the idea is that it's been multiple years and they come here every year. Or like they do multiple cycles, they're getting their fucking minds wiped, and they're actually doing 4 years, 5 years of rites in 2 days. Or however long it's been. Any thanks? If I may ask, what did we just see inside the memorial hall? What did you see? I think I saw... Strange, I can't put it into words. Zola is stuck in a daze. The scene from earlier seemed like a dream, leaving fragments impossible to piece together into a complete memory. Should I escort you down the mountain? No need, please excuse us. Alright, I forgot that I have my little keybind to go forward in text. Zola turns around to look at the memorial hall with its open doors. He looks past the Sui proxy, fiddling with the jade rule from his sleeve, and seems to spot the instinct received from the visitors, now placed on an altar. Above the altar appears to be an indistinct portrait. Okay, they do explain it, I guess. If I'll see later. Who knew they'd actually find her? After the guests are gone, far gone, Yi lets out an almost inaudible sigh, tapping a jade rule on his palm. First in a century to walk past those doors. Remarkable and rare event. Inkstick has been found, but if we don't find a way to write it down, all will have been for naught. Actually, rereading this is kind of useful because it's like, you know, you kind of go in with a little bit more hindsight knowledge or whatever, and you're like, oh, they went and found the Inkstink, which is Jie. Liang shut the doors. They had to, you know, trick people into exploring the garden to find Jie's Inkstick. The name of Wang. There he is, funny guy. As the visitors ascend into the sky and enter the tomb of Sui, they seem to have forgotten something while rejoicing in their unprecedented achievement. One can enter the depths of the Garden of Grotesqueries by substituting heaven and earth with material objects to scale the mountain and conduct a placation. But the visitors cannot answer why the mausoleum is opened with a giant Weiqi board and painted blocks of type. Just like in the event. Blocks of type. Perhaps it is this recklessness and ignorance that angers the Sui proxy. And so, through every carefully calculated sword strike and thunderclap by the visitors, the proxy known for strategy nonetheless shakes up this false realm. Weiqi stones fall from the sky as type blocks rise from the ground, as if to sandwich all beings in between to find us. Okay, that's a little funny. Indeed, yeah, it really is the fucking type of blocks. The moment heaven and earth coalesce, a cyan scroll whisks the visitors away. Saved. Before Wang fucking squished them. Liang gently places the frightened and confused crowd in the open space before the memorial hall. After calming them and handing over the seal, Liang gestures to Yi, then escorts the group down the mountain, answering their incessant questions as they go. I thought they didn't get escorted down. Yi waits for the all too curious visitors to vanish from his sight before he looks towards the memorial hall. Or maybe all these things actually did kind of happen at the same time and we're just getting different POVs and bits of the scene. Every ending. The guests have just left, but a rare guest has arrived. Spooky chess man. Who could that be in the picture? Inside, another Sui proxy stands alone. Is that him in the flesh or one of his clones? Doesn't even matter anymore. Wang needs a little time to process this reunion after 120 years. So little time. You've been alive for like 1,000. Her name is faded from her portrait, but her expression remains serene as ever. Be it the face in his memories or the presence felt inside the tomb of Sui, they impart the same hope. Educate and expound, a life's work to last for a millennium. It has always been brimming with expectations for this great land. It was Wang's first visit to the memorial hall. The past 120 years, he has been repeatedly chewing on his guilt, regret, and rancor. He hates everything that buried her here, himself included. He never dared to enter this place. Until today, when that group of hot-headed visitors spread out the Weiqi pieces and the characters before him. He believed they could bring her back, so why drive them away? I should have left them there to rot for their reckless behavior. But Wang does not speak, and there's no need for him to. The first time in all these years, someone has brought back that Inkstink from their boundless history. All he needs is to find that trace of ink within the Firmut's memories. With ink, words can form, and they can restore her. Like those? Can I go for that? Should he believe in it? He extends his hand in an asking gesture. He smiles with optimism under his elder brother's stern gaze. Wang falls silent again for a long time. The past drifts in like clouds and he finally decides. The Weiqi board and character blocks merge into a wordless scroll in his hands and he turns around sharply. Wait, we didn't have his face yet at this point. The empty scroll floats onto Wang's back like a pair of open arms. Within the painting remains a gentle smile. Wang hands the scroll over to Yi. I'll leave it to you. I'll do all I can. Paper carries ink, ink turns into words. After years apart, perhaps they can meet again. Okay, maybe it is like all the ending bits are actually happening essentially at the same time. It is all the same scene, we're just getting the bits and pieces of it as we go along. Okay, now we must consult the wiki instead. For 4 and 5, just so we know somewhat of what happens. This will be our backing music, I guess, just the lobby music. Above a vermilion sky, below earth stained crimson, to the sides, mountains dyed scarlet. The brutality of this battle is beyond the power of language to describe. Bestial Jew's body lies scattered to the four winds. I think I have seen the boss for Ending 4 at least. This Pheromone who fought to stop the fighting ultimately became a sacrifice to it. The bestial whole lies prone, the great forest upon its back withered away. The final act of resistance is birthed from its body. A band of light shaped like a chain of butterflies flies off into the distance after piercing the stunned Sui, forfeiting from all recorded history. Butterflies? As for the one who started it all, the victor of this desperate bloody struggle, it too falls to the ground, its body covered in gashes and lacerations. Liang gently places the frightened and confused crowd in the open space before the memory hall. After calming them and handing over the seal, Liang gestures to Yi, then escorts the group down the mountain, answering their incessant questions as they go. Okay, this is the exact same line as the start of Ending 3. Okay, yeah, it was this guy, yeah. Yingqing Yang and Zola charge to the forefront, leaving Yingqing Ping in the rear, alone. He records everything that happens here in minute detail, despite the fact that once this is all over, both the paper and their memory shall be as blank as the writings in Junshi's shrine, he records. This is duty. Okay, right, yes. So they are like getting... They are doing multiple cycles. They're getting fucking... they're getting men in black. Like, please look, beep. As for what comes next, it is as the annals of history have always said. Yan ennobles the gods, the bestial Sui falls into slumber, Baizao is constructed, and an age of peace and prosperity begins. Not long after, the true Lung leaves his encampment, accompanied by the Imperial Guard walking towards Sui's head. Yingqing Ping arrives at the front and finds Lingqing Yang and Zuo Le. Through this scroll, they view the memories in the depths of Sui's consciousness. Perhaps the entire meaning of the ceremony had changed the moment they stepped into it. Stopped? I think this should probably be stepped into its tomb, not stopped into its tomb. But even now, humanity is unsure how that scroll could alter their current predicament. The true Lung stands before Sui, his eyes trained upon the Colossus. Where he stands, he needs not look up toward it as a god, nor does he need to look down upon it as the quelled loser of the war. He chooses equality as he faces his ally. After some thinking, the true Lung opens his mouth to proclaim the end of the gods, and then the scroll is rolled up and placed back into the box. The candle holder and the Chunshis who took part in the ceremony hand the scroll over to the Sui regulator, while the Chunshis in charge of the tomb of Sui send their data back to Baizao. The awakening of Sui is still unavoidable, but its ability to transcend cause and effect seems to have changed a little. The alterations history humanity made as they stepped into Sui's memories have branded themselves deep into its mind thanks to the creation of the Sui proxy. Image fades out. Oh. Perhaps now Yon has a new way to settle the question of the bestial Sui. Within the treasure room with the Garden of Grotesqueries, Yi slowly unfolds her scroll. Oh, so they're like... They're doing an inception on the Sui? That's what they're doing? They're inceptioning the Sui? Where over time, over multiple, like... experiences of history, they're like slowly overriding it and changing like the memories of Sui to then set up for like, I don't know, I guess beating it fully. Okay, that's funky. That's funky. To curb his bullshit abilities, which we don't even know that directly, do we? I mean, other than I guess obviously the quick mention here of where is it? Ability to transcend cause and effect. I must have just forgot that we've like heard all the shit that it can do other than just being like, yeah, that guy's crazy. Like, yeah, the Sui was kind of crazy. And obviously, I mean, transcending cause and effect obviously is kind of broken. It's just kind of busted, isn't it? It's reality warping. Of course, this is one of the bosses. I have seen the boss here. Actually, I haven't seen the boss 5 at all, I think. But I did see a quick... Somewhere I saw a bit of boss 4. I think I happened to tune into like a Cookie stream or something when he was doing boss 4 or some shit. In both size and shape, it's a perfect copy of the one in the custody of the Sui regulator. But as it unfurls, the space that should be blank is instead a recreation of the end of the Great Wild Hunt. Pheromone, who once forded the land with ease, retains its lofty stature in drone form, but lacks its former unapproachable grandiosity. Under the encirclement of humanity, it cannot escape its fated extermination. Then comes the transformation of whole into butterflies and the fall of Sui, all as according to history, but then, at the point where the god should have been ennobled, the true Lung instead promises to grant to Sui the guise of man, Jan once feared the gods, feared the reality warping power they wielded. Okay, well, I did that. Okay, fair enough. It actually, they do just straight up refer to it as reality warping. And so, by the will of the Emperor, they slaughtered them, drove them away, and barred them from these lands. But now, by bestowing onto the past millennia worth of knowledge and emotion through the power of the scroll, Great Jan has a new choice. From fear came the desire for eradication, but if man were proven to have long been the master of nature, then could there not be pardons and tolerance instead? He continues to unfurl the scroll. Where there should have been a drawing of Sui, there is now only a single smudged drop of ink. But this drop is on the scroll in reality, unlike the many illusions before it. No matter if it represents the Sui's memories, doubts, or its incomplete humanity, there's one thing he is sure of. With this one dot, words can be written, books can be scried, fields of study can be established, and men can be made. Thus, he ponders for a moment before taking the scroll to the Genshi shrine. Before the door of the memorial hall, he wets his finger with cloud and rain and dabs at the spot of ink on the scroll. He tentatively presses his finger against the plaque, and so, for the first time in 120 years, words are written upon this hall. Back in time telling them, hey, this is a bad idea. Is that it? Or is it more like, hey, so after all this time, we can now, like, try a different option, I feel. I feel like it's more of like, okay, well, after millennia, we have now unlocked other possibilities. Rather than just like, hey, let's just do it. It's not like, let's redo this whole thing. It's like these prior options wouldn't have probably appeared without the millennia that already happened. And it's like a one-way road in that sense, where like these new options relied on the happening of the past. Because yeah, then what in the original, it's like. You have to start, I guess. Flies off to the distance after piercing the stunned Sui before fading from all recorded history. Falls to ground, body cutting gashes. It is the annals of history I've always said, which is like essentially, like. History is written by the victors. Jan ennobles the gods, the beast of Sui falls into slumber, by Zars construct an age of peace and prosperity begins. Let me check the meaning of ennobles. Okay, at least it just make noble, to confer nobility upon. Yes, okay. That is all it is. Yeah, because this is the part that it maybe indeed was not actually what happened. Because in reality, what happened was this part here. I think. Well, number 5, no regrets. We have Wang and Lizzie. How long has one been rubbing his Wei Chi stone between his fingers? Oh, this image. The actual ending 1 image. From summit to tomb, from brilliant play to orthodox proper move. With the right takers as pieces, Black strives for victory in the game's parlor that is devoid of linearity. Stretching out to piece together layers of time, tying together unmet cause and effect. The placation in the garden, the seeking of memories past, the descent into the tomb, the blot of ink on the open scroll. Oh, it's all the other endings. Finally, after prevailing over countless trials, after forsaking the endgame, he places his final stone, so reliant on humanity. This may be the most dangerous of the bestial Sui's many absurd delusions. If it abandons its body in the wake of its awakening, swallows up the proxies, steals Chongyue's body for its own, and hides in the shadow of the earth, no one will know how it will construct its fortress of vengeance over the years. But now this delusion has reached its end. Wang and Chongyue fell to the ground, thud. Wang supports the fallen puppet, steadily placing it upon the ground. The empty body's eyes stare straight ahead, but Wang knows that after defeat of Sui's consciousness, all those eyes can see is the darkness of the void. With a flick of his sleeve, the body dissipates, leaving only a few motes of light. This was a battle where Wang relied upon the power of his siblings and the stalemate between humanity and Chongyue, skillfully peeling away emotion, memory, consciousness, and cognition from the delusion. When imagination goes where it cannot go, willpower cannot bring itself fully to bear, and that's all that is left is what Wang planned for. Purity, perfection, just like those 12 obsessions born from Dream and then this little funky guy. Little Moji flies out from this team of right-takers, inquisitively pacing back and forth by the moats. As an infant born from ink to seek memories, searching for imagination in its nature, and it's the very nature that allows it to lead the group in finding Sui's most dangerous ideas. But the future it deserves as a living creature does not lie here. After it has eaten and drunk its fill, the little thing lies down to sleep, leaving only one of its creators cradling it in his arms, with a care he has never before shown humanity. Yeah, because I thought it looked familiar. I thought like it was a relic or something. Funny little guy. Which of you shall receive the seal? Zola and Lazy walk toward Wang. What do you send us to do? Sights we saw while... Okay, now they're just talking to Wang, huh? The sights we saw while searching for that seal, the flames, the devastation, and the suffering. Even after defeating the Grandmaster's body, nothing has changed. Wang does not answer her. He simply holds up little Moji, hinting at Lazy to accept it. After some hesitation, Lazy reaches to take the sleeping seal and hands it to the candle holder behind her. Now, can you give us an... Lazy has barely even thought of asking for an explanation when Wang sends her out of the tomb of Sui alongside her entire cohort. Even if it answered them, those leaving the Garden of Grotesqueries would not be able to remember it. That much Wang knows for sure. He's always been stingy with his words, unwilling to do anything without reason. This is as far as humanity can go on this board. Outside the tomb in the nation of Great Yun, there is still an entire game called life waiting for them. As for the other reason, this one of the 181 must remain in this tomb to continue playing with that unawakened god. Though leaving humanity to deal with fate is a dangerous proposition, they need only abide by common sense and ignore what human morality deems evil. The lack of change merely simplifies the calculation. Only by sending them and little Moji away, only by stripping away all humanity and mercy, can Wang let go and face the Sui's ever-evolving, bone-snapping, marrow-sucking malice. Bones. Before the one move where he grasped life, he has already extinguished his hope. There's a big guy. Oh, it just ends there. Okay, well, yeah, this is like it's literally a cliffhanger. This is from IS6 because it's apparently it's very directly related to the event. Okay, yeah, it literally ends on a cliffhanger. This might be like directly in there somewhere in the event or something. I wouldn't be surprised to see this CG or some shit. Yeah, this truly is like, alright, all the setup has been done. Let me go and talk to the Sui. Or, well, fight against the Sui. Interesting. Okay, so they're inceptioning the Sui and whatnot and trying to like nerf it so that they can get rid of it for good, I guess, or just like change it somehow. And obviously, you know, maybe revive a certain sister. Just maybe, possibly.
Doctor.
I guess we could have also been listening to the lobby music of the event itself. How appropriate to hear Ling of everyone. Doctor. Can I empty some stuff out from here? Sorry. I don't have the because I haven't cleared beyond 7. Because first of all, I needed to farm these anyway. I believe this seems to have a mini boss in it. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll clear these when we actually get to them then, maybe. I think it goes up to, does it go up to 10 this time? Is it 8, 9, 10? Or even more this time? So I think farming obviously starts here. So it's like 7, 8, 9 for farm, and then 10 is probably boss. It goes up to 11? Oh, okay, so we also probably have like a little cinema stage or something. And obviously the story notes, yeah, you know, the usual actual, like, just reading notes, of which there's one... Oh, there's actually only one so far. Usually there's a second one by now. But instead we have this little Chapter 8 style split, like, storyline thing here. So I'm assuming, you know, there actually will be, like, 2 separate, you know, little congruent plot lines going here. Okie dokie. Let me just go to the bathroom. And then we can start reading. And we'll see how far we get today. Because obviously, yeah, we'll finish tomorrow in any case. So we'll probably, I mean, well, we'll see how fast it goes. But we'll probably try and get, like, almost to where I've cleared up to. And then finish it tomorrow. Because usually the last third of an event is usually, like, a longer chunk. Pretty often. So... halfway through the stages is usually not halfway through the story. Nope, still just the stall master. Wah! We'll get Sue in Enfield before we finish. Come on, come on, come on. Shaking my head. 1 hour gone. Okay, but look, a bunch of that was actually reading something, okay? It was preparation for the event. ST1, unfailing recitation, ever in mind. Question mark, question mark. A Fengshi from afar says there's a great mountain on the northern border called Jing, and atop it sits a mystical stone called Wa. Thousands of meters wide and tall, shaped like a jewel, the color of a crystal. Shines with a brilliant blaze and a luster that never wanes. Preparation 2 weeks into the event. Look, we're busy, okay? It cuts both metal and stone, brings forth all things with methods unknowable, with principles unfathomable. Obtain this miraculous object, and perhaps it will help you unface the coming calamity. A rock. I don't get it, sir. We sacrificed so much for this, yet you intend to hand it over to the House of Yan? Wow, the text is so far to the right. Why is it like all the way to the edge? That man started the war in the first place, sent thousands to perish. Why would you aid the despot? It's somewhat weird, text-like. I mean, what's the word? Not kerning. Oh, now it's down there. We wish to free the masses from suffering, not aid a single ruler. Fate shall play its hand in time. No one person controls it. Only pray for an early end to the strife, that the people would no longer suffer its torments. It is very well avoiding the face cam, like, perfectly. Elderly voice. Ah, yes, yes. This is the fate of great Yan. Also, however, 1102 late autumn. It is really the House of Yan, however. I mean, I feel like the House of Yan might have become the ruler when the fucking country is now called Yan. You know, just... little guess. Yo, still working? Madam Oni, I mean Hoshikuma, sir. Our last Mid-Autumn Festival, downtown was flooded with people watching the festival lanterns. Patrol didn't have enough hands to keep everyone off the roads. It almost got hairy out there. Commissioner was fuming over it. Oof, probably shouldn't have done that. Whole squad got punished for it. Double patrol hours for the month. Commissioner even told us to be extra careful now since Chief Wei has been out of town. Oh right, yes indeed. Chief Wei. Totally not, you know, legitimate heir to the Yan throne. Sure, better safe than sorry. Well, good work, boys. I did just happen to bring in some chow, so share it amongst yourselves. You can't possibly take all this. Come on, listen to your stomach growling. Have a bite. Wait, what was that? Came out of nowhere. What kind of thunderclap was that? Wait, am I seeing things? Over there in the sky. What is that? Ominous? New NPC? Boatman, slow us down. Look over there. Do you see something on the river? Beckbeast? But how's it all on the river? And it's carrying a goblet? Just a mirage. What's so special about that? Don't you get those in Kobu City? Break. Did the thing. Huh? What's with the sun and rain? Where'd the Beckbeast go? Autumn rain this year. May well freeze my bones. No, it's summer, sir. Okay, we're going through... Okay, well, like, you know, we're going through the various places that had the Sui event happenings. Funny that they, you know, include Lungmen, because, oh, yeah, sure, I guess Ancient Forge was in Lungmen. Dusk doesn't get to be there, though, because, you know, it's Ink Scroll, fake place. Reporting in, report. The firm has reached the final sentry post. Red alert. Repeat, all units on maximum alert. Oh, that thing doesn't look like a creature at all. It's a damn mountain. This is known about Vermouths. They're often quite large. Excuse me, sir. The Grand Commandant is sick abed and will not see anyone, so please... Ah! Is the Grand Commandant in? Yes? Bring me to him. So I'm not doing all that coughing. Imagine it. In my fevered dreams, it was as if I'd seen the late... I'd thought you were the late Emperor, here to take me away. I often think of the late Emperor, but I fear anxiety has addled your brain if you're thinking about your end already. Your Imperial Majesty, you honor me with your presence. Oh, that was him. That was the old sick guy. Okay, so it's just the Majesty, okay. The shadowy figure. Forgive this servant, I failed to rise for even a salutation. Have you deteriorated so greatly in the few days since our last meeting? Are you taking your medicine? I beg your Majesty's understanding. This consumption is a stubborn, chronic illness. I have no whether this mid-autumn struck with a cold and consumption. I fear this wizened shell may not make it through the winter. You're a trusted servant of Great Yun and should not sell yourself short. I get the same man who once kept countless foreign foes halted at our gates dread him your cold. It's an Asian cold, sir. Be at ease and convalesce. I await your swift recovery, and for you to share my burdens and aid the nation once you are well. Okay, look. Stop being sick so you can help me at work. This adult servant is in truth ill-suited to the task. Great Yun today is rich with talent. Your Imperial Majesty decides all matters, great and small, so I seek counsel from this withered servant. Okay, indeed, so... You know, at the start it was like, oh, you know, the leadership should not be at one person, but it kind of is, huh? Yeah, I see right there. I see. Oh yeah, because we didn't actually ever see the current Majesty as like an NPC. True. We just like they spoke and whatnot, but we didn't actually see them. The Grand Commandant is unsatisfied with my arbitrary actions and wishes to return home due to his illness. This humble servant would never dare. The last 2 weeks, ministers across the bureaucracy and all throughout the land have stacked petitions urging war high on my desk. Everyone is passionate, and a few I wouldn't venture to call desperate. So for the Grand Commandant to claim illness at this hour, is this to compel me to... Your Majesty is indeed aware. All Yanni's share of you on this age-old problem. Your Majesty may not believe me, but ought to have faith in this. The will of the people. I'd be willing to try any other possible solution as long as we can avoid spilling the blood of our troops too readily. I thought you would know best my mind on the matter. Majesty is well versed in our history. Surely you must know. Because the many times the blood that ought be shed, and was it ever avoidable? One ought to act swiftly when necessary. Indecisive efforts for want of perfection will only lead to more bloodshed. I had thought your Majesty understood this long ago. So they're so war-pilled? It's been more than 2 weeks since the Great Offender entered the Tomb of Sui, but his fate remains unknown. Okay, it's been 2 weeks since the very end of U event. All Great Yun is in an uproar, not only due to the 5 firmlets, but the presence of foreign foes as well. Leave him in the tomb for even one more day and the danger of Great Yun will increase tenfold. This is not my opinion alone. Even if I could temporarily suppress public sentiments for your Majesty's sake, it would be no true solution. So how do you want to go about it? I can ask your Majesty to rescind an imperial edict. I can only make an earnest request to set a day. Final deadline until which Great Yun must hold. Whether or not blood should have ever been shed will be determined thousands of years from now by historians and common folk alike. True! But for now, I'm afraid neither the Grand Commandant nor I will get to make that determination. It's a Great Yun that cannot hold, or the collective lust for glory. Imperial Majesty, your request is not without merit. I recall it was the day after the full moon when he went in. The next day of the full moon it is. If the man fails to achieve anything in the Tomb of Sui, then we will proceed as the Grand Commandant proposes. I was kind of saying the commandment instead of commandant. Your Imperial Majesty is wise and just. Let it be so. A cold is no grave illness, Grand Commandant, but convalescence is still important. Danyan snow pears are a great expectorant. I'll send for some expectorant. Finish the pears before you rest for the night, and your illness should be cured in the morning. What? Those are some crazy pears! I will hold court early tomorrow. Do not be late. Also, that's a big tail. I think the actual myth I realized how the Huang Emperor and Yan Emperor were rivals, but Huang Emperor won to start modern China. In this case, it's Yan that won, though. It's funny. Not modern China, but yeah, right, yeah. Sort of modern China, not current actual China. Oh, okay, yeah, we are indeed right outside the ritual. Commandant is old, very old, okay. Big old, much old. Are we outside? Those firm and proxies have quite the mystical prowess. Is placation finally complete? Perhaps. No, just how many times have we tried? Is that complete? Okay, yeah, indeed. They were redoing it a bunch of times. How long have we spent in the Garden of Grotesqueries? Based on the dates on the Chanshu Brothers terminal, it's been more than 2 weeks since we entered the garden. All that in only 2 weeks? It took us months! More than half a month? But I feel as if we spent even longer than that. Never mind, they got me. We don't know if anything's happened in the Tomb of Sui since we've been here. Zua, you asked how many times? Getting the sense this isn't our first time standing on this spot. Concluded the placation, taking the Jade Rule, leaving the garden, going back to town. I feel like we've done it all multiple times, and also... Sometimes it's Mr. Yi who greets us, while other times the Wei Chi player blocks our path. Okay, it's a little funny how in this case it truly is very canon. Even the multiple runs with different bosses is like... Sometimes the bestial horde turns into a butterfly and gravely injures the bestial Sui, but other times we fall into a geist trap and get chased out of the garden for no apparent reason. And this hunch is in a recent realization? It was a faint feeling at first, but it was only just now that I suddenly realized we seem to have been repeating our garden visits. If that is the case, maybe the placation is finally complete? I certainly hope that's the case. Right, who has the token? Seems Mr. Yi hands the rule to a different person each time we complete the rite. I don't have it. Neither do I. Then, small object falls from Zula's pocket. Everyone's surprised, it is no jailed rule, but a tiny doll. It's the funny tiny doll! Okay, yeah, this is very direct. What? Until in. Have we seen this before? Okay, right, and in the ending 5 is like the one that they don't repeat. Ending 5 is like indeed like the final one. Oh, so you made it out alive. Pretty tough, huh? Sushi. Sushi? Sushi. Ooh, her! I like her. Why call me that when you're not even a Tanshi disciple, kiddo? How should I address you then? Who cares about titles? Your Qinggong's good and you move quick, so just get to wherever you need to be. Where do I need to be? What should a candle holder do after getting the token from the garden? Turn to the Sui regular and submit the jailed rule along with a report. Then begone, no more dawdling. But the Jade Rule, a token's a token. Maybe there's a reason you didn't get the Jade Rule this time. Just hurry back to the Sui regulator already. Aren't you scared that Proxy's gonna report you for theft? Changbe, there's not something I'd like to ask about by Zhao. Just be quick, who's the candle holder here? You or me? Won't you know the answer once you see the city yourself anyway? Also right, she's based on Garuda, isn't she? If I remember correctly. Act your age. Sure you know how to adapt to a situation, don't you? Yes. I'll go with Zula. You stay. Does she? Baizao doesn't have much use for a judiciary at the moment, so it'd be a pointless trip for you. You'll be more useful here. Same goes for the Yun kid. Neither of you is a member of Sui Regulator, so stay. It'll make less trouble for all of us. The three exchange glances and silently agree to the Chansey's directive. Zula puts a token back into his pocket and after bidding farewell to the party, leaps off northward. Oh, Changbe, there's something I want to ask. Where's the young lady who claimed to be of the Shanghai Zhong, the one you took away before we entered the tomb? Oh? I didn't think a dimwit like you would concern yourself with that lass. Roasted. What the heck? Also, big smile. Phoenix formed the IS gameplay in one node. Yeah, I think I have seen that indeed. Because wasn't that Phoenix like bird Garuda? Oh no, Garuda. No, sorry, Garuda's a Hinduism Buddhism thing, not the bird. The bird's a separate little thing, but it's like indeed another like it's a funny one. The main reason I just think it's interesting is because when I first saw this character, Old Tiansha, I was like, huh. They really remind me of the Herrscher of Sentience from Honkai Impact 3rd, who has lots of connections to phoenixes and Garuda and stuff like that. I was like, huh. That is maybe not completely coincidence. Yeah, Fuhua. Because she has she has the Herrscher of Sentience energy, and even some visuals a little bit, which is then automatically connected to Fuhua, who is connected to, you know, China and phoenixes and so on, and Garuda and all that. So I was like, huh, interesting. Which automatically makes me like her more, by the way. I love Senti. And yeah, Tenshu is just kind of like some kind of scientist. He's just like a skilled person. Might even be something like the direct translation. Because it's also like engineers and everything. So. I just remembered, she mentioned there was something from the garden that could keep Yan and the Bisho Sui from coming to blows. You granted us permission to enter the garden, but you didn't examine the token Zolo had at all. That mean you believe she spoke the truth? How intriguing. Smarty pants like you are so different from the martial types. Of course, I believe you have your reasons for sending him alone, but I'm worried Zola might come to harm if the token is truly important. Speak of safety. No one's truly safe right now. If that kid really has what it takes to be a candle holder, now's the time to show it. Sure hope we get to learn more about her in this event, because I'm still waiting. I'm like, who is this? Who is this woman? Like, truly, who is this? What's wrong? I rarely ever see you so down. I'm just worried they might not manage to deliver that token. Those who know what the token truly is can only stand and watch, while those helping us don't even know where it should go. That old Chunsha has already done us a grand favor, the rest is up to the family's fate. I think those youths would get involved in this. I'm not sure whether to believe or be relieved or worried. Many have come to this garden over the past century, but this group of youngsters was the first to retrieve that glimmer of hope from our memories left behind and bring it back to this realm. No matter what, we must believe that their fates are somewhat linked to ours. You speak sense, sir? Well, myriad sights abound in the land, but encounters are still up to fate. You could buy a ticket early, do your research, memorize the map, stand outside the garden until it opens, but then a storm comes and you see nothing at all. Or you could enter through a random side gate and roam around aimlessly, but as long as you have a goal in mind, you might be pleasantly surprised by what you find. Visitors come with interest, but it always wanes with time. It's not proper to force this enthusiasm to endure. So let's just relax and wait here, and protect this garden. Beautiful place is honestly quite difficult to abandon. More question mark. Flashbang. Wizened voice. What a bother, getting a sore throat repeating the same argument over and over. We're back to square one, no? Thousands of years have debated, and it seems nothing's getting through that thick head of yours. Sullen voice. You're the stubborn one. Whatever scholarly talents you have are negated by expertise in nonsensical argumentation. The truth is simple, there's no order without rules. To live in this realm, one must be able to tell them right from wrong. If it really is as you say, for everyone to blur boundaries and confuse right and wrong, what sort of chaos will befall this realm? Preposterous. Your insistence on adherence to rules is nothing more than locking yourself in a prison of your own making. Let me ask you then. To build a room, a house, a city, a moat, there are rules to follow, yes. But when we measure merits and errors made in history, or the hearts of the masses, what rules or metrics are we to abide by? Of course, rules are made to fit the situation and for mortal benefit. When have I ever said rules should be set for the sake of having them? Chen! Jump scare. Where are we? And who are you? Suddenly, Chen. Chen, you're barging in on the argument. Shaking my head. Oh, well, first of all, it's freebie guy, and then someone completely else. Plain dressed elder. I guess that's kind of, sure, it's plain, yeah. Fine, let me ask you this. You say we must have rules, but then who should set them in the first place? Oh, the big ass horn, by the way. Oh, wait, but oh, that's fucking Oho. That's the big guy. That's the boss guy. He has the same little thing behind him, and I guess maybe there was also a big horn. But he has the like little floating, I don't know what you'd call it. And then you just have this guy. He's discussing with the human embodiment of a vermouth. Peculiar looking artisan. The virtuous, of course, only they can convince the masses, and rules can only stand when accepted by all. But do you see the problem with that? We have to first find virtuous people to set rules, but what deems one virtuous? Does it mean we have to lay down some rules to find these people? Jew, the 10,000 years of your life have been a waste if you can't even decide if the foul beast or egg came first. Wait, he's that old? The event freebie? Ha! You're just unreasonably putting the cart before the burden beast to suit your foul. Wait, wait. He's Jew? This guy? The freebie? Cart before the burden beast. What the hell? Suddenly out of nowhere. Just a guy. I was like, oh, it's just a guy. No? Okay, sure. You already have rules called righteousness. You think they just appeared from thin air? What? What are you talking about? Oh, look. This one's about to wake up too. Awake or dreaming? You don't have to ask. Just look at her. All lost. Obviously she's dreaming. Awake in a dream, yet not truly woken. Girl is suffering from a headache over the dilemma she faces. If you're stubborn and refuse to see sense, you'll surely run up against barriers, both physical and mental. You're right about that. Her knowing and doing don't match. She's contradicting herself. Wants non-action, yet also wants to act. Now she seeks a tangible form of justice and even wants to pocket it and take it away. I think she's far more obsessed than that good-for-nothing disciple of mine. You have a disciple as well? Yes, how could she indulge such delusional dream if she weren't the most obsessed person walking this realm? They're just roasting Chen now. No need to be so harsh, Jew. Plenty of people out there climb trees to catch fins or strike ice to make fire. What can we even do? You're right about one thing. Is this girl an obsessed one, or what? Who? Flashbang. Two completely normal guys, yeah. And aloof woman. Are you the disciple that was mentioned? Also, I think you're the mini-boss, so like... what's the matter with you? Tell Chen with your new outfit. Chen with her 1 billion outfits. At least this one is a good one. And nothing. Did you not hear any of that? You're so weird. You've been staring into blank space for a while now. Those guys give you a concussion? Don't suppose there's anything I can do about that. Thanks, I'm not quite... I just feel like... I've been here before. Deja vu? I just been in this place before? Okay, well... okay. The random old guy we get as a free operator is like... I don't know, the spirit of Jew or some shit. Sure. Sure. Flash marker. TA1. Surge against rocks. The river tells you to go around the great rock in the water, but you would not listen. Huiche. Your name is Chen Huiche. Remember this family name. The rest has nothing to do with you. Pal is my sister? Oh, Palula. No way. I hate you and I hate them. Should love you, but right now I hate every last one of you. Huiche, grow up soon. When you grow up, you'll change everything. Will she? She's been away for a while, you know? She got removed from stories after chapter 8, and now they're bringing her back finally. Oh. Spooky. At least she has new sprite right at the start, you know? Instead of being in like an old sprite for half the story. thunder. And nothing more. It's late autumn. If you wait till winter, the roads will be hard to traverse. Uchiha, you should go back. Go back? To where, Lungman? I've already told you what you want to know. You should understand, all that lies in front of you is none of your business. Think you've gone old, uncle? If you were 5 years younger, we would have crossed swords already. Your temperament has changed too. We don't have many issues here over the past few days at this post house. Because I still don't trust you. What you said about the Grand Preceptor, about your brother, that other uncle I've never met, the old true Lung. It's not my place to comment, but if I have something to say, I'm just glad you're not the one running Yan. Cannot argue with that. But you do want to know what's going on in your head when you left Baizal. My mother followed you to Lungmen, and why she stayed. At this point, I'm not expecting to hear a fair answer, or an objective account of the past from you. So I'll find the answer myself. I'm not leaving until I do. You have a knack for messing things up when it matters most, especially when it's about you. Stop you from doing anything stupid again, or even just to keep you safe. I'm not leaving until I'm done. Let's both save our breath. Uchiha, these past few years, you... Same as always, nothing worth sharing. She actually has... It's kind of true, though. She hasn't been up to that much, you know, since... since the years since Chapter 8. She's kind of just been traveling the world a little, you know? Perhaps it's better to wait until you're willing. Chen Huichie looks out the window. The lights of the far-off nomadic city have been dimmed for days, leaving Baizal's skyline vague at night like the spine of a firmwood in hiding. She tries to imagine the colossal creatures from ancient fables only recently confirmed as real to her. Fine autumn rain drizzles against the window like pins and needles on glass. She was just kind of running after Reunion. On a holiday, running after Reunion. Oh. Quick reunite with Bagpipe, you know? Still no news. And that's the best news we could ask for. There's no hoping for a positive turn of events at this point. So if anything strange happens in Baizal, human won't hesitate to go to war. This bestial Su you talk of, the unrest it might cause and any battle it might provoke, no one shows how any of it could turn out. Correct? So this is a secret Grey Yan has hidden for over 1,000 years. You two are so alike. There's a strange detail, though. Time is running out, but in the past 10 days there have been no more than 3 messenger parties traveling between Yumen and Baizal. When Yumen is facing war, we would expect far more traffic. Lord Wei, a visitor. At a time like this, send them in. Woo! Was female tourist see. I trust you've been well, Lord Wei. Likewise, Grand Tutor. Them. So you're the Grand Tutor of Yan? Did not know Lady Chen would be here as well. How do you... Chen is certain she has never met this old man before. She cannot tell if it's an austere or kind look in his eyes, but he recognizes her instantly. Swiftly, he turns his same gaze toward Wei Yanwu. That's another matter and a long story. I see. So you did heed my advice to stay at this post house. I have no grounds to distrust the Grand Tutor. It has been messengers, but today the Grand Tutor graces us with a personal visit. Something I must make clear to you, Lord Wei. Uchiha, leave us. No need. Best she stay and hear what I'm about to say. Oh, she's getting in on the tea. She's getting the drama. Fine. The situation in Baizal. After mid-autumn, His Imperial Majesty granted him leave to enter the tomb of Sui to try and quell the threat posed by the Bestial One. But the day of the full moon nears and we've heard nothing from the tomb. And yet at this very moment, 5 firmwoods have lurked around Great Yan with intentions unknown. Oh, okay. Just 5 of them casually, you know, sneaking around the outside. The trenches of the Chamber of Heaven's designs, along with Yan's finest warriors, have stationed themselves near the firmwoods. Great Yan does not fear the coming battle. But the worst outcome we may face is not just fighting 5 firmwoods simultaneously. No way. No way. Intentions unknown, this graybeard sure can talk. Indistinct voice. Oh, is it? The blood feud of the past few millennia, did you think they'd simply show up on your doorstep bearing gifts? Huh? What did you say? She's hearing voices! The voices! They're in her head! I'm sure many are advocating for war at this time. There's no opinion from any party left to consider. If our great Yun is left with no other choice. Court must have drafted plenty of plans for this contingency. Countless plans, and none end with a Pyrrhic victory. But there's still a method yet to be considered. Tell me, Grand Tutor. Tell me my brother has never conceived of activating Bufan himself. He's the true lung of Yun. If the nation's driven to a corner, he's the only one who can do it. It's absurd, Lord Wei. As it stands, there's no longer need to digress. Not a single man knew of the secret letter sent to Lungmen until the Imperial Guard set off, and I come today without any attempt to conceal my identity. I'm sure you understand, Lord Wei. The past, stories from 40 years ago, thousands of years ago, it should not end like this. And he should never be the only one to pay the price. Actually, it's just never be the one to pay the price, isn't it? Never be the one to pay the price. No one wants to see the worst case scenario, but we cannot deceive ourselves. I must remind you, even if merely for Yun's sake or for the good of the realm. A backup plan is called for. Please, just slow down a second. No, you're Chen, you're not part of the conversation. You're just listening, okay? I don't get it. What does the Grand Tutor mean by a backup plan? Everything you're saying, what does any of it have to do with Wei and Wu? You still don't get it? You don't know what a backup plan is? Something you do when things go south. What? What are you talking about? A kingdom cannot be without its king for even a day. Missing true lung must naturally see his seat filled by another. When father dies, son takes over. When elder brother leaves, younger returns. That's how it's been for thousands of years. They're planning to kill the guy! If there's no other choice, this last will have no choice but to become the true lung. What the hell are you talking about? she's so confused. Also, I'm just wondering, what are these pheromones up to? Like, why would they... Is it just out of like they sense that the Sui might be reviving? So they're like, oh shit, it's time to get revenge or something? They were talking about a blood feud, so... Fuche, that voice. Did the two of you not hear any of that? Chen, you need a doctor. Lord Wei, I didn't expect you to have considered all possible angles already. They just ignore Chen. It's like, is this girl okay? What the hell? One must think before one acts, but time is short. Take care, Lord Wei. I'll see you out. No need. The classic, I'll see you out, no need. Dude, Chen is schizoing real hard. Like, bro, I got voices in my head, for real, for real. I didn't get any of what he was saying. Enemy stayed here, but I couldn't make sense of it at all. Chen? Chen is even more confused than I am. All that stuff about Yun probably going to war, but he'll give you time to prepare. Bufan, the pheromones. What does anyone have to do with you? Also, I think it's the first time I at least remember hearing Bufan, whatever it is. Uche. Many mistakes from the past, some I made myself, but others I was powerless to stop. I only insist on ensuring those irrevocable mistakes do not affect the rest of you. Because I've never doubted in your potential to accomplish more than we ever could. It's the worst time you could be saying that. One more thing. Tallulah. Tell me, was she well the last time you met? No way. I'm not telling you about her right now. If you really care, then now is not the time. Aunt Fumizuki doesn't want you to stay a stubborn old man forever, and she's worried about your safety. I don't want to... If you truly care for anyone but yourself, then don't leave them behind. Tell me, Uncle. What exactly are you going to do? Sounds like she's doing fine. Well, not bad, at least. It's not your call to make. You don't know how much she's sacrificing. You have no clue what she's... Enough. If you want to enjoy your pity party here, then have fun. I'm going out for some fresh air. I mean, yes, seemingly the plan is, okay, something might happen to the Emperor. Or maybe even activating whatever Bufan is costs the life of the Emperor, and thus Wei would then have to take the spot. I feel like a couple people probably have some complaints regarding Sui. Not people, pheromones. Fine autumn rain continues unabated, like intermittent thoughts left tangled with no end. I'm sick of you, Wei and you. No way, all the way back here, old sprite. You and your precious city. The farm. Where are you headed? Back up north. There are people in the mines who need our help. Did we see this part? Is this just from here? Was this in chapter 16? I don't remember Chen actually getting all the way. Running out of time. Right now? What about this farm? What about the people left here? Some of our comrades are staying. They'll take care of each other. You join them too if you're so inclined. Can't just let you go. You could follow us instead. I'd like your help if it's on the table. But, Wu-Chen, I believe in your words and your ideals. A place where the infected are judged fairly and can truly live. That place is not here. Not in the past, not in the present. The place we seek lies only in the future. She truly is a philosopher. And must make our way there. But that little bonus bit, I don't remember that being at the end of chapter 16, but maybe it was. Alright, so on we go. And what next? Did my past catch up with me, or did I go looking for it? Guess it's less history and more reality I haven't faced yet. Tallulah, if you were here, what would you think about all these? Overcautious and indecisive. Your courage is for naught. This lass is unlike her ancestors. That first Lung's descendants must number at least tens of thousands over the millennia. How many of them were heroes, and how many were mediocrities? How much can this sliver of that bloodline even accomplish? Okay, so she has a sliver of the true Lung blood. I guess that makes sense. Does it actually end with that? Okay. I did not remember. Because I know it ends, obviously, we see like Tallulah and stuff, but I didn't remember Chen actually meeting Tallulah at the end of chapter 16. That's the part. It's specifically the part where, oh, did we have Chen talk to Tallulah at the end of chapter 16? Was that a thing? With a mind this turbid as if trapped in a dream, can we really trust her with anything? Or is it because those old blockheads refuse to bend? One of the youths are too inept to handle things on their own. She's been on quite the journey, so she must have other special skills beyond her brute swordplay. They're just roasting her. Just who the hell are you? Enough hiding. Come out here and show yourselves. The vague, mysterious voice speaks again, but she hears it clearly this time. Only now is Chen Huiche sure the whispers that have plagued her all night are no mere hallucination. Just look at the girl. Inexperienced yet quick to anger. Glad you want to know, but if you truly seek your answer, why not find it yourself? Taking on a journey, a schizo journey. They'll give a little sneak peek of something. What the? What was that? Oh, the post house? Commotion. Well, yeah, clearly, yes, time-wise, it's at the end of chapter 16. That's not what I meant. I meant, like, actually just straight up in it, like, as a scene. Like, was that just a rereading of a previous scene, or, you know, a new edition? Lady Chen? What are you all standing around for? Did something happen? Fuck, oh, they got him. They fucking got him. When was the last time you saw Lord Wei? Barely an hour ago. So you don't know his whereabouts either. Wait, you mean half an hour ago Lord Wei went to rest and dismissed us? Post house owner just realized the room was empty when delivering the food. We searched the premises and found no trace. Lord Wei is missing. They kidnapped him! They got him! No note left in the room. An empty room as if it never housed a guest. So he actually managed to slip out with all of you watching. Again, yet again, Wei Yanwu. Lord Wei received the letter, personally penned by the True Lung, summoning him to the capital. We tried in vain to dissuade him, we could only follow. Let us tentatively assume he is making his way there. We failed to ensure his safety and our crime is unforgivable. However, I fear entering the capital now would only... Don't worry. Chen interrupts the Shadow Guard. Whatever the case, he left without a word. But this time, I'll find him. That's why? Specific? That's why? Because he left without a word? 2 days before the day of the full moon, hour of Yin. Like, because the day of the full moon is an important deadline here. Screams of terror or, like, party? Okay, probably, maybe terror. Reporting in from the hour of view yesterday to the hour of yin today, we moved more than 80% of the residents from the area around the main street to Nomadic Plate City. No, Nomadic Plate C. Some residents remain due to official duties, property concerns, or other reasons. We urge them to settle their affairs at once and leave material goods behind. Time is almost up. Understood. Also strengthen security inspections at checkpoints. Report any suspicious individuals or situations to your captain immediately. Yes, sir. Any horse guys? So Baizal's already evacuating the population. Wonder if the Sui regulator has any news from the tomb of Sui. It's a lot of sentries. Best not to draw attention to myself. Is that a problem? Like, you're an official person on an official duty. Time for a detour. A detour. Jump over. Very inconspicuous. That's... Zola goes around the checkpoint, but as he turns the corner, he spots someone who should not be there. Masked candle holder. Very cool fucking design. Zola. Are you... Apologies, but may I ask who you are, sir? Sui Regulator is aware of your deeds at Mangshang Town and then in the Garden of Grotesqueries. I was dispatched to meet you here. You've done well. You must be exhausted. Go to rest. Thank you for your concern. But I have to deliver a token to the Sui Regulator and share the details of the placation with the supervisor at once, so I dare not retire for now. Just a proof of the placation. Fret not, just hand it here and I'll take care of it. The music is... aggressive? As a report, you may submit it at a later time. But... Zola subconsciously rubs the token in his pocket with his knuckles. Ultimate. This is a special case, so I must submit the token on my report to the supervisor myself. Still doubting me when I have the approval penned personally by the supervisor for my actions right here? Zola, I know you're very conscientious, but the situation is complicated. You need not be stubborn. I'm sorry, sir, but this is all too sudden, and I don't know where this change is coming from. I didn't doubt the supervisor's orders, but could we at least head over to the Sui Regulator together so I could get a complete grasp of the situation? What are they trying, huh? What are they trying? Sir, what is the meaning of this? Someone obstructing official duties here? Stay your hand for now. I've seen the Sui Regulator cooperate with the patrol battalion before. As I said, things are complicated. This is how affairs are handled in wartime. Zola, tarry any longer and we may hinder our battle plans. I'm acting on orders. If you have any further questions, save them for the supervisor herself later. Acting on orders? Did I ask whose orders these are? That is classified military information that may not be leaked, Lord Zola. I'm sure you understand, seeing as you grew up in the barracks. 300 calendar holders in the Sui Regulator, and none know each other's past. Also, leitmotif? So, how do you know my background? Just who are you? Sees him. Ah, he's got jumps. He's got legs, he's got hops. Oh, it's her! Go. It's the Shanghai Zhong woman that people really want playable. And does have a good design. What? A black sphere suddenly rolls down to the center of their stalemate, spewing out thick black smoke that spreads quickly through the air. An ambush. Assume defensive positions. Just run already. What? Ah. Zola jumps onto the eaves mid-exclamation. After him, footsteps rumble behind the young man as several soldiers rush in his direction. Form a line. There's still time. No need to rush. Think carefully. Did you leave it at your desk? Yeah, probably. What's the matter? Sir, we finished an experiment inside the city and only just the evacuation order. Missing a word. But we left something important in the school laboratory. We'll be back once you fetched it. I promise. Can we go? Time isn't on our side. What could be so important? It's really important data. We spent years just to collect it. If you can iron out the issue, then maybe, just maybe... Show me your student card and then go over there for security inspection. Thank you, sir. Right, once you get the data, evacuate the academy staff. Make sure you leave within 24 hours. Of course. Only 24. Hold it there, girl. Me? Just a girl. Young lady, Baizao is undergoing a mass evacuation. There's no entrance to the city without special permission. May I ask what brings you here? Chen tries to blend in with those entering the city, but the keen-eyed guard spots her immediately and approaches. Yeah, well, yeah, she looks like a main character, okay? It's like, dude, it's like spot the main character, you know, challenge. It's like you have a bunch of NPCs and then Chen. She makes sure Qishao stays unseen behind her. I'm looking for my uncle. He's old, has trouble walking, brought a lot of luggage in this trip, so my aunt asked me to escort him out. When the Ministry of Revenue issued the evacuation order 2 days ago, they brought out every elderly resident. My uncle isn't a local, he's a tourist from Lungmen who came here for mid-autumn. He's kind of a loner and rarely talks to people. He spent the last 2 days waiting for me to come pick him up at the inn. She lies. Your papers, please. Sure, papers, please. The game? Lungmen, Chen Hui Che, former senior superintendent of the LGD. And you're affected? Oh, it's actually in her papers now, huh? I retired from the force because of it, but that was so long ago. It actually has been long ago. Thank you for your service. You may go. If you don't manage to find your uncle, seek the nearest guard for help. Make sure you leave the city within 24 hours. Thanks for the heads up. Right, could I just ask, have you seen a tall lung with red hair and horns pass through here since yesterday? No, the description is somewhat familiar. Don't worry about it, just a passing thought. Dusha, I'll be going now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Infected detected. Purple woman. Wait, miss, where are you headed? A muster signal? They're pulling out all the previous combat tracks and whatnot. This is the human combat track, isn't it? What's happening over there? What? What the? Ghosts. Retreat! Everyone, run. Take cover. Attention all units. Ensure civilians inside the sentry post are safe. Over there. What's that black mass? In the dark of night, as thick clouds shroud the moonlight's glow, an army descends upon the streets. No commands, no war drums, no rattling of weapons against armor. Even their approach makes no sound. A disciplined, formidable, but still indistinct battalion closes in on the checkpoint with a deathly silence. Hey, did you hear about the ghosts in Baizhou before the city moved onto a nomadic plate? A ghost army. Do you believe in folk tales too? Probably a mirage caused by the strange weather lately. Way too realistic to be a mirage. Oh, look at their armor, it's totally different from ours. It's actually not that different. It's no mirage. The army closes in and the guard finally gets a clear look at the moving mass. Silent soldiers bear blurry yet terrifying faces of old blood-stained armor, like evil spirits from thousands of years ago. Okay, it's like an older version of their armor. So in that sense different, yes. The soldier's spear point nears the guard's neck before he can even react. Pull back. Oh, her. Shadow? The Imperial Guard apprentice slashes forward, but merely changes the spear's trajectory, while the immense strength hidden in the soldier's attack startles her. The spear's point sweeps above her head, but the weapon unnaturally whips backwards, heading for her vitals. There's nothing inside. The soldier is destroyed by her slash. Strangely, the other soldiers do not treat her as a foe, and simply advance along the empty road silently with no discernible destination. They're just here to hang out, okay? Captain. Send word to the other barracks. These soldiers are anomalous enemies. Exercise extreme caution against them. They don't seem to be actively hostile, so don't initiate conflict. Evacuate anyone along the way and be on guard for development. Just gonna let them walk forwards, I guess. Captain, where'd they come from? What even are they? Geists. Dispatch some men to update the Sioux regularly at once. They're merely marching forward for now. We can't allow them to endanger civilians or trespass into restricted areas. At once. But this unrest indicates whatever is happening inside the tomb of Sui must be quelled immediately. Could His Majesty's decree actually be? Are they already fighting? Crimson Sword Flash? No, Chen. No, Chen, you were supposed to keep the sword hidden. My goodness, where did this army come from? They're headed our way, help! Her! Obviously, I've seen this design. And she's one of the Sweeblings, but I don't know actually like which one or anything. Script Geists. Still the same old look? Whose ancient dwelling dream is this? It's because it woke up, or because you've returned home? Look out! We got the Qishao noise, no way. Are you alright, madam? Thank you. How can I ever repay you? What? No, there's no need for that. I don't know where these creatures crawled out of, but they're dangerous. Just be careful. Chen notices the woman calmly ignoring the surrounding commotion. Human turns to look at Chen herself. Noticing the woman's scrutinizing gaze, Chen immediately sheaths Shishao in vain. A descendant of the House of Yan. You must have misunderstood, Caught? What say you? What's the difference between forcing one person's will upon the masses and enlightening the masses with the insight of one mind? Meets you, recognizes you're from a bloodline, starts pulling out the philosophy on you, like, instantly. Where's this question coming from? You don't have an answer now? Isn't the best time to discuss it? What a shame. Perhaps we continue our conversation another time. Perhaps. Also, I like how she has, like, a leather jacket that she's, like, you know, just wearing on the shoulders. The woman does not wait for Chen to respond before melting back into the crowd. Strange lady. Actually, the monsters that popped out of nowhere related to the bestial Sui, they seem to be coming from the same direction. Damn those Suiblings. Always so weird. They're all so non-normal. The patrol battalion flashes across his view as Zola hides behind a wall. What's going on inside the city? Whose orders are they following? Why are they so fixated on this token from the garden? The approval letter was indeed written in the supervisor's own hand, but why would she be working with them? First of all, the supervisor is apparently indeed the she. More troops? No, that's... Countless paintings flash through his mind until it stops on a scroll depicting the great hunt in the Sui Regulator's hidden collection. I recall a similar scroll in Father's study. Could they be Geists? As he stays deep in thought, the leading Geist suddenly rushes towards him. Look out! He's fine, he's chill. He's got skills. The black Geist disperses, leaving splotches of black ink on the nearby walls. Sink stain? Script Geist? But how? Don't tell me that vanished proxy. My lord, are you pestering me any longer? I shan't show you mercy. There is a misunderstanding, sir. I saw you getting attacked by the monsters, so I ran here to help. You're not apprehending me? Huh? My lord must be joking. I only just received orders to assist the candle holders in cleansing the monsters. Have you seen any other candle holders? No? City's in turmoil, but the Sui Regular hasn't sent anyone. And the patrol battalion. I see 2 different directives have been issued. What the heck is going on? Must get to the bottom of this once I meet with the supervisor. My apologies, this was my mistake. Please excuse me. It's dangerous here. Keep safe. Okay, there is indeed. Which one is the real orders? Some people want war, so they're like, oh, let's stop this Sui Regulator business so that we get more war. His sword flashes in a spin as Zola dispatches several nearby Geists, and he instantly vanishes into an alley. So fast! Ugh, why the rush? Her. Funny how we don't get to see her face. We know it already. More and more script guys this way. Where exactly did they come from? Come out. Oh, okay, now we get to see her. She does have a nice design still. A little bird. Alright, here I am. Don't get mad now. It's you. You, girl, you're coming with me. With me? You're gonna get along with that candle holder, boy, and you'll just keep fighting in there. Whatever you're looking for, he can find it for you. What is your intention? Having me follow the whole way? What attitude? Shouldn't you be happy reuniting with an acquaintance? An acquaintance. You. I believe the old Tansha has her reasons for letting you go. But I can't trust you, Shanghai Zone. Fine, fine. Oh, righteous and benevolent Lord Zoro of the Sui Regulator. I know you look down upon us a lot. But you're being hunted down by your own people. Well, you can cooperate a little. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I'll go see the supervisor, and from there I will naturally... Hold on. How did the Sui Regulators after me? You numbskull. They would be walking you back right now if I hadn't stepped in when they were surrounding you back there. Wait, that was you? Now, who else would dare get in the Sui Regulators' way? I saved your life, so you could just be a bit nicer, maybe? Fair? There are guys in the vicinity, miss. You should be careful. These blasted things are crawling everywhere. Situation's even worse than I thought. Enough nonsense. Where's the thing you got from the garden? What? You want it too? I'm not telling you. Hey. She turns around, pointing towards the growing mass of script guys accumulating from all directions. Ignore me, and you better have a way to deal with all of that. Huh? You know how to use that token? I do not. Then just zip it and hand it over. She does? She's a knower. After momentary reluctance, Zula finally takes out the doll he took so much care to keep on himself. Goofy little guy. This color really is her. She recognized. She knows. She's truly a knower. Where did you get it? In a study? Or was it a memorial hall? Can't recall. I don't know why, but our memories of the garden are a mess. I have a question though. Is this object, as you say, able to stop Yun and the bestial Sui from going to war? I'll tell you later. For now, we're going to use it to take care of these ugly things. Well, indeed, if it's the Gia-related artifact or whatever, token, can probably deal with the script geists. Mo Yi unceremoniously snatches the token from him. Hey! All to break the stalemate, the only way out. The girl leaped forward, putting distance between her and Zolo. Forbidden arts from that day? The forbidden arts from that day! What a line, classic. Wait, you can't do that inside the city. With ink flowing as years roll on, annals are wrought. Through spring and autumn's turns, the tale of countless lives is told. In the name of the Shanghai Zong, I beseech thee. 5th of the 12, bearing the name Jie. Manifest. Whoa, the name mentioned! She holds a token with a stern expression and recites her chant. But it seems as if nothing is happening? Huh? So that's not how you use it. My guess was off? Never mind, she didn't know. She was guessing. What? Oh well, works for me. Let me borrow this for a bit. I'll get it back once I'm done studying it. This bitch! She tricked me! She tricked us! Wait, you're not going anywhere. Actually tricked, outplayed. Oh, okay, we saw a quick shot of this. 2 days before the day of the full moon, Hour of Chen. Hour of Chen?! Oh, Chen! Where the heck are you, Chen? The guys vanished with the sunrise. They're all coming from here, so this must be the source. Sky Mirror Pavilion? This is the place? Oh, okay, now we get to... Gee, you sure have the same hair color and same eye color as Chen. Huh. Who is it? Stop right there. I think the tail is even similar. Gen 4. Surprise, you know, switching right from Chen to her was like, oh wow, they have some similar look, huh? I wonder. Oh yeah, we go 2. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, interesting. Change a new grammar. But she looks so young. Also, there was some. I glanced every now and then. There was some wacky ideas going on about like Enfield and Arknights timeline or whatever. And yes, Arknights is still probably happening while Enfield is happening. And we know what it's been 150 years minimum. That's the minimum gap is 150 years. Plus minus some amount. Soon the whole of Yuan will just be Chen's. Infinite Chen works. Chen arrives at Hour of Chen. She truly did. Also, I did see they said someone was spouting some wild fucking theories, clearly not knowing anything about Arknights, if they thought that Arknights MC died of old age. That's a crazy thing to say. It's like, huh? They heard like one thing and were like, oh yes, this makes sense. Of course. I shall put normal human logic onto this instead of actually knowing what the story is. Okay, TA2. Slash marker, TA2. The Great Ghost. Sui is a ghost, the moons are phantoms. The passage of time, not a ghost as well. Sure, I'll just take you at face value. Here you are. The same game of Wei Qi, one they have lost countless times over the centuries. trying to fight the whole with its parts. All well-laid plans, no more than child's play in my eyes. Drowning yourself in children's toys, a bad old habit of yours. This challenge is simply a repetition of the thousands of defeats of the past. Huh. You try to mask your fear with arrogance. My mother. Anger, fear, hope. I see clearly in you the things you try to see in me. Join the game if you're not afraid. This time, you will lose. Baiting him? Have I been keeping up on my Mandarin lessons? What do you think? Sure. That's Chong Yue's, like, original name, isn't it? I'm defeated. Year 593! Whoa! We go back. Indeed, yeah. I did not expect this variation of the offset play. Ooh, first time we actually see his face. Outside of, the trailer, but, You had a chance if you did not continue to seed around ground in the center around the 100th move, hoping for a draw. 100th move. I didn't have a clear view of the developments to come, so I picked the safe move. I see I was mistaken. Thought my Wei Chi skills had improved, but it looks like I'm still far beneath you. In this last battle, we were only able to avoid heavy casualties thanks to your strategy of conserving our strength and luring the enemy deep in. Talking about Wei Chi or will? This return to the capital is an opportunity for you to rest, but I expect it will be a long time until our next meeting. Don't seem concerned with victory or defeat. I obsess over such things in a meeting between brothers. Not just Wei Chi, it seems that nothing ever concerns you. You're always content to act the part of the kind benefactor. I don't know why you'd say that. The new Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, together with officials from the Ministry of Rights, accused you in a petition to the throne 2 months ago. Commanding troops to act without authorization. Serious crime. How do you know the Imperial Court's business when you've been with me on the front lines for the past 6 months? I have my ways. You should worry about yourself. If you meant our late return to camp, it was because we had to stop and wait for a catastrophe to pass. General Young knew. Ministry of War hardly has a case. No, you don't need to worry about that. The Assistant Minister was found to have accepted bribes and embezzled supplies. He's in prison now, awaiting trial. He won't spread rumors any longer for now. As whether he makes it out of the prison alive, only heaven knows. You promised to stop meddling in the affairs of the court. I would hardly call it meddling, simply helping Yan rid itself of a corrupt official. You know your own intentions. You see the entire court as a game of Wei Chi, with human lives for stones. Has your lust for honesty and righteousness blinded you to the evil and malice lurking in the hearts of people? No sooner had that man taken office than he started to target you. Do you think there's no one behind the curtain? Do you believe we have only one enemy? Go easy on this one, and we set ourselves up for more trouble to come. Strange things have been happening since the birth of our youngest brother. Oh, you. Hung's patient committed suicide after getting better. Someone has been producing satirical works of falsehood in Dusk's name, imitating her touch. Thieves have stolen treasures from Yee's garden. A long and thorough investigation by the Judicial Review Office turned up nothing more than a gang of fools. And then, your matter. We all know it is not dead. People here have never forgotten its terror. That is why they watch our every move, every meeting. You still think your little achievements will force them to see us as anything more than alien entities, enemies to be feared? And are Fong and Dusk alright? I see that's like an elongated all. Fong was depressed for a while. Dusk has always been how she is, but I don't suppose either would worry too much about it. But what about the future? Think someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Shan Haizhong or someone else with ulterior motives? That's what I truly fear. If a single mastermind is behind all of this, I cannot determine who it might be, nor do I have any inkling of their intentions. I'll confirm all that you've said with the Sui regulator. I know you have good intentions. But don't overstep the boundaries like this again. Since when have we been worried for one another? I simply didn't want to fall into a trap without knowing who dug it. Since when have we been worried for another? When apparently that seems to now be his character, is that he actually cares for the siblings very much. His motivation, seemingly his motivation here was also like, oh, he started targeting Chong Yue, so got rid of him. It's time to go. Journey is far. Be careful on your way. Bring the others my greetings. I may not see them. The proxy bids his sibling farewell and proceeds in the direction of the capital. The journey is far and he's in a hurry. Doesn't have time to stop for small noises along the way. One wrong move, and all is lost. Question mark saying this. Let's begin with the name Yu, shall we? Sure, let me think. Yu ring ralang. Sound lingers upon the beams. Me? You? Me? Liang. What idiom begins with Liang? Her! Don't tell me you're giving up already. Of course not, just busy with the beast meat. Give me some time. Sure, I have many books to copy. Take your time. Shaking my head, get the printing press. Get the printing press. Oh, maybe that's part of it. We have the stamps. So I guess we do get the printing press. I can't believe that's why Jie died. They invented the printing press. No, her job, it was gone. Shit. Another one taken by Gutenberg. Shit. Liang. I feel like I should ask Yi, but he's not here. Henglang crossbeam, Fanglang roof beam, Donglang pillar. I know. Donglang Jikai, pillar of society. Okay, yeah, apparently I would need to know Mandarin, huh? Wait, it has to start with Liang. Say, so she has many bamboo slips of words on them sitting next to her. Maybe if I took a peek. Cheating! What is it? No, nothing. Why are you copying the words from the slips onto these squares? It's called paper, a new invention. She does also just have like a book in it. It's lighter and easy to write on than bamboo. Also doesn't deteriorate easily, which makes it easy to preserve. You can preserve something forever if you write it on paper? Yes and no. Bamboo slips may last for decades, paper for centuries. Be it bamboo or paper, however, there ultimately comes a day when it perishes. One way to put it. No matter what we use to record something, it will only endure forever if people truly commit it to memory. I don't know, human memory is unreliable. Just like how people remember you cooking when they taste it. Your cooking. Not you cooking. You cooking? He listens, but it is unclear if he understands. He scratches his head beside the stock beast that he has just butchered, but he cannot come up with an idiom that starts with Liang. Suddenly, a small piece of bamboo falls in front of him, and he sees the words on it. Liang Zhang Jinji. Man on the roof beam. Not bad. Ji, eh? Let me think. Ji Shu. These mean nothing to me, truly. These idioms. I don't know Chinese idioms. Man on the roof beam? Let's stop here. This word chain game is so hard. Why don't you play with Ling and Dusk next time they're here? I'll watch from the sidelines. Oh, it was just a word chain game? Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook the meat? Sure. Can I have the bamboo slips if you don't need them anymore? You're gonna cook them? For the fire, I suppose, or I guess. Just burn them. Just burn them. The young proxy takes the bamboo slips from his sister and skillfully cuts them down the middle. Oh, never mind. Skewers. Okay, that makes sense. Into long, sharp sticks. What are you making? Meat skewers. The stock beast tenderloin is just the right mix of lean and fat, and the fat on its belly is nice and firm. It'll taste great roasted. Fuel has to be charcoal. These bamboo slips don't burn for long. I already have the charcoal. We can start roasting when I'm done cutting the slips and skewering the meat. Does the grilling meat on bamboo slips make this a scholar's meal? Let's call it Scholar's Barbecue. Well, I trust your cooking. I'm excited to try it. Well, I'm done with the slips. You can take them. They're gonna be covered in the ink. You're both here. Who? Oh, him. Drinking tea. Oh, back already? Huh? Wang? I got your letter. I thought you wouldn't be here for a few more days at least. Smooth trip? Yes. You too. There's the idiom burning a kuching to cook a foul beast, which means sacrilegious, wasteful behavior. What are you doing with these bamboo slips? I'm not... Jig gave them to me. Not wasteful, no. It's... What do you mean? It's the opposite of it. I like how... I have a feeling probably in the original Chinese, this is probably just the idiom itself. Like, this is probably just the idiom, while, you know, we had to get the little, you know, explanation of what the fuck it means. Unless it's not a very well-known idiom. But the boy hides behind his sister, peeking his head out from her side. Just giving some broken bamboo slips to you to make the most of them. Why so harsh? Should be more grateful to you for making dinner. Not like I actually said anything. Is burning the gooching to cook the crane? That's the actual saying? Well, okay, well, yeah, they can't say crane. We don't have cranes, we have foul beasts, you know? It's the same thing, except it's using the in-universe bird word. Don't fight, don't fight. I'll go make dinner. It's not every day my second oldest brother comes back. We finally get to eat together. You just sit down and chat. He's always been a little afraid of you. Can you be more gentle? Look, he's just depressed. Okay, he's just scary looking. He has resting bitch face. Are things not going well? No. I see. But we don't get together very often, and you misses you. Anything you want to say, you can wait until after dinner. They love their dinner. Scary face, always misunderstood. So unsettling things have been happening without my knowledge. You don't look worried at all. I'm worried, and I'm just surprised that you so show much concern for your siblings, brother. Siblings in the sense that we were born from the same fragmented consciousness. No true blood relations. We each have our own interests and ambitions. Our fates are none of each other's concern. We walk different paths. Yeah, you can still be siblings, okay? He doesn't quite understand what siblings are, I think. You truly think so? He's coping. My views are different. See, it's been centuries since we came to the mortal world. And if we are not truly part of it, most of the scenes and people that we see are lovely. But the people we meet seem to become smoke in the wind in the blink of an eye. In the end, it's only us who remain. Only in each other that we can truly speak our hearts. We have differences and we may have conflicts, but we could never cut each other off completely. Isn't that very much like human siblings? I have no intention of arguing, if this is how you think. I don't know why you always seem so aloof. We don't see each other very often. You're not happy at all? I wonder if you'd regret it if one of us suddenly disappeared forever. Gee, I wonder if you would. Luckily, that will never happen, right? Speaking of which, I encountered something strange recently. One night I was about to go to bed when I heard a sound from the study. In the garden I saw through the window the silhouette of someone bending over the desk, writing something. I hurried into the study to find no one. I mean, the Jiju that I had been transcribing the past few days lying on the desk with scribblings all over it. Jia takes the scroll from the desk. One word is written over every neatly written character on the page. Sui. Not ominous at all, totally. Who do you think could have done it? There's only one possibility. It is awakening, and is it attempting to interfere with us in some way? We thought its consciousness had completely faded after Yu's birth. But it is alive, still sleeping, with the stuff of our nightmares. If it does wake, we will become its fleeting dream. What do you have in mind? I don't know yet. I'll think of a way. I have an idea, if you'd care to listen. I recently thought about it. When I compiled the histories with the people of Yan, there were inevitably some mistakes, no matter how careful we were. Unlike ordinary writing, it takes great effort to correct mistakes written in the histories. Jia picks up a writing knife from the desk, used to scrape bamboo slips, then picks up a scroll and gently scrapes the paper. The ink that is seeped into the paper, even smearing the next page slightly, disappears without a trace when the writing knife touches it. The paper is blank, as though nothing has ever been written on it. I like her power is history revisionism. This knife. I think my influence has changed it. I have a faint feeling that the words it scrapes away, history or at least a name, don't just disappear from the paper. They disappear from people's hearts and minds. Okay, it really is. Okay, her power is actually just historical revisionism. Perhaps there will come a day when we use it to scrape the word Sui from all the texts of this world. You can do that? Not yet. Right now it's only a writing knife, albeit an unusual one. I can feel it. The more words written, the heavier my knife and pen become. Perhaps they're all the same. We discovered the answer to who we are in that primordial void, and we understood the meaning of our existence in the mortal realm. This is what proves we are different from it. Perhaps there will come a day when our strength exceeds its. Then we can truly break free of its influence and live as ourselves. As long as we don't forget who we are, of course. What are you thinking on, brother? Don't worry about it. Sometimes I feel like you and I are the least compatible amongst our siblings. Plots and plans are things to be kept inside one's heart, but words and language are for expressing what lies in one's heart. Sometimes I feel like you hide nothing from me, that I can see all that you are, all that you think. Interesting, isn't it? We both found what we wanted to devote ourselves to, only to have it reshape our personalities in return. Shu always says I'm obsessed with the past, and I remember the deathly weight that she talked about, which lies at the end of the future. She was right. One cannot pretend to be carefree when there are things that one cannot let go of. I know you're worried about the unknowable future. Victory and defeat are what you're most obsessed about. It would be such a miserable existence if there was nothing but victory and defeat. Besides that, what is it you care about the most? I don't obsess over victory and defeat. I simply don't like to accept that a game could not be won. I mean, sometimes that is just the case. Sometimes shit is unwinnable. By the way, are you reporting to the Sui regulator tomorrow? Could you take these copied books with you? I'll need to review them before they can be archived in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Very well. And take another look at the recompied Jijuzhang for me. Bring the writing knife too, so you can correct any mistakes. Anything you've written hardly needs me to check it. Consider an activity to pass the time. You spend so much time devising military strategies, thinking of victory and defeat, a distraction would do you good. And perhaps you might find what you're looking for in the text. Dang. Interesting. Flashback. It truly is. Who is conspiring? Or is it literally just Sui conspiring? Or is there, an internal conspiracy? Or is there an outside conspiracy? Or what? Better to sacrifice a few stones than lose the initiative. One wrong move and all is lost. And all is lost. Lost, the TV show. So you found me. You've been following me for quite a while. Show yourself. Wang looks back. The mixture of weeping and lament moves away gradually, but it does not stop for even an instant. Let me see what you've got. The movement. No, the what? No, the mixture of weeping and lament moves away gradually. Wang follows the eerie voice to a decrepit Wei Chi stall. The man, presumably the owner of the stall, sits on the ground weeping. There's no one around. One wrong move and all is lost. And all is lost. Before Wang has a chance to take in the situation on the Wei Chi board, the man falls upon it and begins to wail, sending stones flying. Tantrum? Ridiculous. As Wang turns around to leave, the man's crying begins to abate. Don't go, sir. Please, I'll set up the board again. This game cost me my life savings, my home, my farm, even my family is scattered, and some of them died because of it. Very sick and don't have long to live. It was a bad game. A game of Wei Chi that cost me my home, my family, my life. And gambler? I couldn't let it go. Take a look for me. You can find a solution. Perhaps fate can still be changed. Dude gambled his entire life on a Wei Chi game. The man goes from sobbing to howling. As Wang stands motionless, the man picks up the stones from the ground and quickly sets up the board. Set up, probe, entrapped, sacrifice, fight, exchange. The man's hand moves at breathtaking pace. The game begins to grow as though it is alive. The war raging from the corners to the center, then to the other side, which still lies empty, so fast the eyes can hardly keep up. Before one can react, the man has put a black stone in his hand. Your turn, sir. How? Yes, how indeed. Black and white should have taken turns placing stones, but no black stone can be seen on the board once you hold one. How should the game proceed? It's ridiculous. I'll take my leave. You ought to understand, sir. The board is like an abyss. Every white stone is the size of a mountain, while the black ones that I have presumptuously placed upon it are no more than game pieces. So far from the board that even the mountains are no greater than the size of a thumb. Could we possibly see a tiny Wei Chi stone? I held on as long as I could, but at this point I was dazed and exhausted. One wrong move. The man begins to weep bitterly again. There's a schizo moment. And all is lost. Look, I gave each stone a name, but I couldn't save any of them. No way out for any of them. This one is Shuo. This one is Wang. This one is Ling. This one is Jun. Wang draws his blade and stabs at one of the white stones, only for it to make a sharp cracking sound as it bends, as though he were stabbing a boulder. Pointless, like striking a rock with an egg. Play this game. I shouldn't have. Why? Killed him! The sword turns and pierces the man's throat. He slumps to the ground, but no blood flows from the wound. The weeping grows even louder, though it is no longer intelligible. The man's eyes glow with a strange expression. Is it fear or joy? He stares straight at Wang's face. Wang instinctively reaches for the writing knife on his belt, but stops midway. Finally, he ponders for a moment and puts the black stone in his hand on the board. All is lost? Nonsense. Set it here and the grain remains a toss-up. No sooner have the words left Wang's mouth than the body on the ground turns into smoke, and the invisible black stones on the board reveal themselves. So what, the sacrifice was the player? Oh, hi you. Mr. Wang. I was assuming he's still in the flashback. Mr. Wang, you. I watched you stand in front of the doors of the sewer regulator before turning around again. Came to find you as I thought you might have met with a strange happening too. Strange happening? You already know? Yes? Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. There's a madman here crying about some omen of misfortune. He didn't make any sense. Where is he? Vanished. His Wei Chi game remains. Understood, I'll have someone copy it down. One more thing. Supervisor says Gia should be about done with the book copying, and that you probably brought the copies. Have you? Here. One moment, please, while I count them. 3 poetry anthologies for a total of 32 scrolls. 5 volumes on philology for a total of 60 scrolls. 1 volume on divination for a total of 5 scrolls. What the hell is philology again? This is a Jujuzhang? Looks like you're mixed in with the divination books. She's such a genius. She wrote this in a single night, 1,400 words of it, with a single character repeated. The calligraphy is still so beautiful. It truly is no equal. She's using special the dragon powers. The candle holder heaps praise upon the scroll. Wang follows his gaze and sees an empty piece of paper. War schizo moment. I remember this 500 years ago in the capital. First time she proposed an actionable hypothesis for destroying Sui. She gave me the writing knife, but I don't remember what the article was about, what she wanted to tell me. By repeat, did you mean making me repeat the events of the past in dream? Because now I'm no longer in flashback, I guess. He was having a flashback. Only to make you see for yourself how many fantasies have appeared in your dreams over the past 1,000 years. Dreams about destroying me, dreams that were doomed to fail. I should turn these memories into a cage and drown you in the shame of countless failures. See now all the memories that you have forgotten. You forgot? Sorry. It's nothing, I'm just thinking too much. Sui Regular didn't say anything. I'd like to have my writing knife back. I don't know why you always seem so aloof. We don't see each other very often. Are you not happy at all? Wonder if you'd regret it if one of us suddenly disappeared forever. Nope. It's a new thing. I'd rather not be called the 5th Sui my entire life, as if its mark were still on me. The ones who create characters help me think of one to use as a name. Could you read this for me, brother? I shall write it and recite for you. The characters and blank and blank and blank come together to form blank. We can't see, we forgot! Mr. Wang, is something the matter? I remembered something. My sister said she did the Jujuzhang in a hurry and asked me to check it for errors. I forgot. He's fixing the memory. Give me some time. Not a problem. I'll leave this one for now then. It's getting late. You can bring it back tomorrow. He's fixing the past. He's fixing the past. Cage of memories? Ridiculous. You won't get your wish. My eyes are kind of drying out. Possibly because of the fan. The sky has completely darkened by the time the proxy arrives at the inn. 지주기 지구 요정이 I'm illiterate. The Jujuzang is distinctive, unlike other books. It lists the names of many things and persons. I should have remembered. A breeze turns the pages. Wang seems to see a piece of paper in a different color on the back cover. She was then trying to tell me something. One picks up the thin booklet from the table and opens it. Okay, well the first line is just the same we already have. There's so much Chinese! 分别不足不扎切用力越少10块1 monthly wujibi yoshi. Also, you know, obviously these fucking mean nothing. It's just sounds. I'm sure they mean something if you see them in Chinese and can actually read them. They're classified into different sections by kind so that nothing is confused or mixed together. With but little time expended, it suffices for daily use, truly to one's satisfaction. If one studies it with diligence, one is sure to taste the delight of success. Oh, is that the translation of it? Okay, those are the translation. Okay, yeah. These should have been the words written on the first page. These were the words when Wang scanned the pages for the page for the first time. But now the paper is covered in strange ink markings. Wang instinctively raises the writing knife and aims it at the first fierce-looking Sui on the page. One wrong move. Who's there? And all is lost. The wind howls outside the window, but there's no one there. Still trying to be our nightmare? Same old tricks from centuries ago. Have we not grown tired of it yet? When at a disadvantage, seek a draw. No such thing as a draw between us. When in danger, make sacrifices. In your dreams. Dreams. The writing knife strikes the first Sui. Wang has used his sister's writing knife before. A slight cut, and the incorrect word is completely erased, leaving the page intact. But he feels a great resistance, as though he's trying to scrape a boulder, a mountain even. He tightens his not too strong arms and pushes down. Ha, weak nerd. Gee! A crack of thunder outside the window. The first Sui finally disappears. The paper is blank for a moment, and the word that Jia wrote is revealed. The lines intentionally plain yet vigorous to make for easier recognition by learners. The lone Ji stands earring amongst the page full of Sui. Ji, is that it? Is smearing and dabbing the worst you can do? Do not give in to haste. Time for more. Wang takes aim at the second Sui and scrapes it. The resistance seems even stronger than the first time. Ju. I guess we did see that in the trailer as well. I was really struggling to pull that knife across. The night wind invades the room, trying to turn the pages, but Wang keeps the paper firmly under his palm. Chi. Good. The room starts to shake violently as the fourth word reveals itself. You. The thunder outside rumbles endlessly, accompanied by constant lightning. Zhong. Light Zhong? No way. A bolt of lightning strikes the inn, setting it ablaze. Oh my goodness! Yi. It's a fire! It's a fire! The room burns fiercely, but Wang remains at the desk, utterly focused on cutting the page. Each Sui requires greater exertion than the last. Each time a Sui is erased, a different hellish vision appears around it. The fire is so loud. The sky thunders, the earth trembles, wind shriek and thunder roars. The fires burn red and bright. The beams, the bed, the desk, the shelves, until there's nothing in the room left to burn, and even the ground has been burned through. This was after, by the way, right? Yeah, TA after. One can feel himself drop straight down like a stone, but his hands do not stop. It really is burning. Scorching heat. All the elements. Suffocation. Oh, hi, ocean. Isolation. 100, 300, 500, 1000. 1393. 1394. The last Sui is erased and he finds himself in the dark room again. Nothing in the room has changed, except for Wang sitting in the middle of the room, his face gaunt and yellow, his clothes tattered as though he physically journeyed through all these hellish visions. Visions. What other Wei Chi wisdom do you have? Spit it out, won't you? Erase me if you dare. It's very accurate, because also when I look at it on Twitch chat, it's, you know, like completely red. With all the mentions. Very accurate. Whoa, how meta. How immersive. Silence. Wang turns the page. There is indeed a paper between the last page and the back cover. It is not words that are written on it, but a 19 by 19 Weichi board drawn with writing. A classic match, but a handicap game of clearly mismatched sides. Wait, this is the game? It's one thing to make me play Weichi with you because you're bored, dear brother. It's another to use the stones to form the character for bored. Wait, is this it's a game he played with Sure? As if that would help me against you. Why don't you find something else to pass the time? If it's not really a Wei Chi game that you're after, go hiking, learn an instrument. I can teach you calligraphy if it comes down to that. Oh, no, it's Jia, okay. There's a game against Jia, huh? Oh? What thoughts did you read this time? There are words on the other side. With the paper, one can see that the writing is different from the simple, straightforward lines that she used when copying for learners. It is the unique style of calligraphy that she uses when writing to her siblings. He flips the paper over, trying to see what the message he never managed to see was. But every word is covered by the Sui character, even thicker and fiercer than the ones that he has just erased. Yeah, that's, you know, I guess, you know, like blocking the memory, because he shouldn't like have the memory, but I guess, you know, like Jia would have the memory, and they're all like in like some nebulous dream of memories. Same old tricks. Fine, let's see what tricks you've got other than illusions and parlor tricks. Once again, Wang stabs the Sui, covering the page with a writing knife, wiping away a little smear on the top right of the word. No unusual phenomenon occurs, except the red blood that begins to flow from his right shoulder. Ugh. To kill you is to kill me. Is that so? Suits me just fine. One stab and the wound on his shoulder opens up. Another stab and the wound deepens to reach the bone. Imagine this is actually just stabbing all the Sweeblings. Another stab. And another. Bookseller's voice. Missing words? Let's see, what's the word? I can't remember. In October, I'll be 9. Supervisor, urgent report from the Sky Mirror Pavilion. All records pertaining to the Fairmont are... That's a little bit of blood. Perhaps the blood has gone into his eyes, for it seems like the Sui character covering the page has begun to move, as though it is alive. The ink seems to fear the writing knife, shifting back and forth among the names of the 12 proxies. It stops on the Wang character. Wang pauses and presses his bloody right side with his left hand, then resolutely points the writing knife back at the word that covers everything. The ink is so black it seems to shine, reflecting half of Wang's silhouette. The last cut. The writing knife glows bright. Proxy pours his entire spirit into it, waiting for it to strike his own name. Actually just stabs himself. The ink of the page dissipates completely, revealing the beautiful calligraphy beneath. But the proxy can see it no more. Fucking killed himself! He falls to the ground, covered in blood, so thin and gaunt he hardly seems human. Well? You could argue he isn't. He has stopped breathing. Whoa! The black piece! The final black piece! After killing the player! Just like earlier! Oh. KYS? KMS, rather? Don't ban me, Twitch, when I say these words, okay? It's in the game. I wanted to kill myself. I've gotten my wish. After more than a century of plotting since your last failed attempt, this is how it ends. I, the strategist. I, the schemer. You're delusional. The proxy stands behind his bloody corpse on the floor, perfectly unharmed as he was when he entered the tomb of Sui. Okay, right, so this was this was while he was in the tomb of Sui, I guess, you know. All of this was during that. They were having a little, you know, schizo battle, 1-to-1. The body on the ground dissipates like the morning dew, until only 3 shining black stones are left. Until they, too, disintegrate. Turning yourself into 8 cheese stones, this was your idea. 3 black stones in exchange for killing you once. A fair trade. Pathetic. You're fooling yourself. Fooling myself? I visited many of your kind. I know how incomprehensible you are, how incomprehensible we are. I know about the faint consciousnesses that were born from the primordial void, and I know how they have transformed themselves into colossal entities in the course of an infinity. Time, space, quantity, structure. The things that mortals take for granted, the things that seem to be everlasting, unchangeable, are merely a temporary roost for you. I've seen one of your kind continue to disrupt what should have been the calm flow of time, even though it had died long ago and been turned into machine at the hands of others. Oh, lifebone mentioned, lifebone mentioned. And you still dream of killing me? Perhaps you have no need to die, but you will fall into eternal slumber, Sui, the dreamer of evolution. Dreamer of evolution. Mankind has no use for your arrogant design, and I have no use for your endless dream. Every death in your memory is real, a genuine death of a small part of your enormous consciousness. Don't believe me? Think back to the day I encountered that madman, back when your methods were so primitive they were downright laughable. What did I do? Did I give the book back to the Sui regulator? Did I destroy it? What was written in it? Was it really a book? See? You've forgotten. You dare! Your memory has died, the price you paid in exchange for 3 black stones. To be precise, you died by the writing knife imbued with a proxy's entire life force. That was our plan. He scraped it clean every instance of the Sui character across all Great Yun, and with it any trace that a creature called Sui ever existed. The recklessness, the blasphemy. Blasphemy, that applies religion. I would do it again, and I had the writing knife if I had the writing knife in my hand right now. Or had I the writing knife in my hand right now. I'd be happy to create for you a nightmare from which you would never wake, even at the cost of my own life. You cannot. The more parts of me you kill, the more you think you've weakened me, and the sooner I will wake. I know. Death hurts. Each and every one of your memories is real. They're happening somewhere. The pain of your death cuts straight to the heart. What about you? What can you do? I will continue the game. Until neither of us can ever rise again. Truly, indeed, his plan is... Essentially, well, it's a mutually assured destruction, or like a battle of attrition, except they both die at the end. Just one ending for us who was kind of a delusional dreamer of conquering the stars in the universe. Oh, is that in the little bit of lore text? Because I do indeed, because, I do somewhat want to, like, know more about... I'm more interested in the, like, Faronmut parts of everything. Than actually, like, like, the Yun parts. I'm like, okay, but I want to know more about... Faronmuts. Also, let me just go... I feel like okay, never mind. I swear my sound effects have... They've supposed to have been, like, quieter. Because they're sometimes very loud. Especially in story. That was after, yeah. And his fellow Faronmut made fun of him. Kai was delusional. Peter, they're lobotomizing an ancient dragon god. Please do something. It really is. It is a slow lobotomization, huh? It really is. Which is a funny way. And of course makes a lot of sense if like the idea is indeed okay, like it's like some kind of like all of this dreaming stuff is central to like the existence of Sui specifically. But yeah, it is funny how like indeed to me at least, like the most interesting parts of the Yun stuff is more so just learning more about pheromones in general. Not even specifically Sui. At least for now, like the Sui is actually like one of the less interesting pheromones to me. Out of the very, very many we know, of course, you know. But like the Yun events are just like, oh, I guess there's like Yun stuff as well and whatnot. And I guess there's like specifically Sui stuff going and like Sui blings. I more so just want to know more about pheromone. Just like in general, you know, I want the pheromone lore. Well, Kirag event has some of it, but that's also a specific firm. Because that's one of the things is that like all the pheromones seem to be very distinct from each other. So, call Sui a basic bitch. Well, it's partially because well, until I guess we get to some of the deeper lore bits, we don't heard that much. We just kind of hear about Sui. I guess, you know, as Yunese history has told it, Sui was just, you know, like a monster, a bestial being that just kind of roamed around and had to be taken care of. Which is, in a way, does indeed make out Sui to kind of be like a basic bitch. Right? A very interesting lore to read in the later ending bits once you unlock them yourself. Ah, oh, shit. Shit. Anyway, TA3. Dense ink trace. The powerful brushstrokes leaves behind an ink trace that penetrates the paper. Two days before the day of the full moon, the hour of Chen. We've been 2 days before the day of the full moon, like, you know. Oh, you event lobby. Would be interested to know more about the primordial void and where the pheromones get their power from. Yeah, that was a very interesting line to me specifically, was just, oh, the pheromones are like born from some primordial void into their sort of very unique, distinct existences. It's just like they kind of pop up. It's very almost like even, you know, like they truly like pop out of nothing into like full being. I guess kind of like the, you know, the Sui blings as well off of Sui. Like the Big Bang like, where it's like nothing exists, it's a void, and then suddenly there's a thing. So hello, the cookman, chef man. You chef. Big size. Many size. What are you sighing for? Does your tooth hurt? It's my head that hurts. You have too much time on your hands. Go count the cabbage stock for winter. Without me. Hey, are you going or not? Going where? When the sun hasn't even climbed above the rooftops? Don't play the fool with me. City's almost empty. Why do you stay? Almost means totally not empty. Travelers, soldiers on duty, they all need to eat. I feel like you might also maybe have business in the city still. You know? Oh, right, he is the Sui regulator for you. Thank you for the reminder. I was like, why is the lobby music they took the lobby music, but they kept the volume of it. It's so loud. Like, damn. Besides, we have someone right here in the restaurant. She doesn't count. If we don't go now, there's nothing I can do when the Sui regulator hears of our visit to this place. I should put the fowl beast on the grill, and there are another 4 or 5 dishes still to be served. There's no rush. Don't you just... Stop worrying so much. First thing in the morning, go open the door if you really have too much time on your hands. It's business as usual for breakfast hours. You're bold as a boulder, you know that? Bold as a boulder. Does kind of work in English. What else can I do? If you're sleepy, go to bed. If you're hungry, eat something. Who knows when someone might suddenly miss a certain taste. Customer could show up at any moment. Truly a service individual. See, a customer just showed up. Take a seat you like. Only the breakfast menu is available right now. Oh. Oh. It's you. Very matter of fact. What are you doing here? I'm not sure what you're asking. I run this place. What else would I be doing? You people just keep getting more and more ridiculous. By the rudeness, insulting the chef before you've even taken a single bite. Keep this up and I'll kick you out. Even my patience has its limits. Never fuck with the chef, okay? The frosty individual walks into the restaurant and sits down at the table beside you. What flavors does savors that use savor? All of them, of course, from sweet to sour to salty to spicy. And you get the smell of fire and smoke all over yourself. Do you like this? Of course, can't be a good cook if you don't like to cook. Can't speak to anything else, but I'm pretty confident in my cooking. I could make a couple dishes for you on the house. What? No, make him pay! And yeah, Ya is just... You ask Ya their gender and it's just like, yes. Are you a boy or a girl? Yes. One has to taste different flavors in life. Isn't it a waste to be obsessed with a single flavor? But I guess I can't really use these words to persuade you. Fuck. Do they actually refer to Ya as a she? Maybe. Okay. That might just be, however, a moment of, you know, like translation moment. Do they also do that in, you know, Chinese? Look like a girl? I actually specifically think Ya looks more like a very effeminate guy than a girl. They say he who tells others to forgive and forget will be struck by lightning. Besides, I guess the bad blood between you is pretty thick. I understand how you feel, really. You have every reason to hate Yun, hate humanity, hate it, and I suppose it's not out of the question for the hatred to last 1,000 years. Truly the blood feud. Also, yeah, it's like Farenmut based individual. It's like, yeah, that's just a thing. It's like a being. But if you keep hating and hating with nothing to do but let the hate destroy you, is it really worth it? You remind me of my brother, come to think of it. Which one? You're not afraid of me at all. Why should I be? Beggars, mandarins, even the gods in heaven and the Farenmuts of legend, they're all customers when they walk into this restaurant. He's kind of based, though. You're different from the others. You're unusual, even among your kind. You don't look concerned at all, even when your life is on the line. Because I've grown used to living in fear. It's been this way for a century. Your timing isn't great, I have to say. You'd really have had a treat. You would really have had a treat if you had come when the ingredients were still fresh in the kitchen. Sometimes all it takes to change your mood is a nice hot meal. Maybe the things that seemed impossible will solve themselves. So food-pilled. Food-pilled chef Max, sir. The buns are ready, chef, but our breakfast sign is gone. Did Blaze... There's actually a customer at this hour? Candle holder? All alone. Far too arrogant you are. Sir, calm down. We're in the establishment for food. Feeble, ignorant juvenile. You and these ants. Okay, they do say her, indeed, here. But I'm wondering if that's just a translation thing or also in the Chinese. Her sword is already raised before she has finished her sentence. All capitalized. Stop! Chef? Oh, her. Like the falling of the judge's gavel or the crack of thunder in winter. Alright, is she the law one? It is supposed to be a dining table, but it feels like a court of law. All is silent. The dining table is no place for swords and bloodshed. Pick up your chopsticks if you're here to eat. Don't let good food go to waste. And if you're not here to eat, you ought to get out. Its parts protect the humans of the Sui regulator. How ironic. Is it? She's the law? Woo? We don't need you to tell us how to live our lives. On the other hand, I would suggest that you eat something. Hunger tends to make one grumpy. Have a Snickers. The woman quietly pushes a steaming plate of buns in front of Ya. Enjoy while it's hot. Ya looks coldly at the buns in front of her before turning to leave. You're going? Shan Haizhong's words were truth mixed with falsehood, but I will get my hands on what she promised to deliver to me. Oh, the token? As for you, I have many of its incarnations, but none who answer my questions straightforwardly. What use is there for you people? I will not say that an eye for an eye is unreasonable, but you should watch your step in case someone has dug a pit for you. Ridiculous. Does she speak of the proxies, the Shanghai Zhong, herself, or the steaming plate of buns in front of her? Phew, good thing you showed up, Jun. Doesn't seem like she's here for any particular reason. Looks like she's been tricked by someone. Whether I'm here or not doesn't make much of a difference. It's not us that she's after. What is it? I just feel like she must have led a hard life. A load of hardship that only leads to even greater hardship. Never mind that. Does my second oldest sister have business here in Baizhou? Okay, she's second oldest, yeah. So third, just in general? I have an appointment to keep. An appointment? How about you sit down and enjoy a meal if you're not in a hurry? Also, by the way, this is the lawyer, but they got like this sick-ass leather jacket. CN doesn't mention a gender? Okay. I had a feeling that would be the case. So I'm not sure why they decided to go with she in the translation. They could just use they or it. Even if it gets a little confusing, because obviously, you know, there's lots of theys and its with Sui itself as well. Because Sui is just referred to as it or they, or like, you know, in gender neutral. Mother, respectfully. I'm afraid it might be a little hard to sit down and enjoy anything, considering the burning smell coming from the kitchen. Oh no, my roast fowl beast. No, it's burnt. You burnt the fucking lamb. Yet it's somehow raw. Oh, alright. Back here, huh? Stop. The sound of paulownia seeds striking the ground rings clear through the faint morning autumn wind. The slender woman in front of her has a nervous expression on her face, seemingly trying to hide her timidity at all cost. A visitor? And there's a general evacuation order throughout Baizhou? Who are you? What business do you have in the Sky Mirror Pavilion? I didn't mean to disturb. Do you work here? You must have seen the strange soldiers all over the city. They seem to have originated here. Look at the tails even and everything, you know? Could you please tell me exactly what happened? The pavilion does not need an outsider meddling in its affairs. Besides, your identity is unknown and you have trespassed into this place armed. As Magistrate of Water for the Sky of Mirror Pavilion, I cannot allow you to enter, whether it's for the safety of the pavilion's archives or for your own safety. Magistrate of Water. Address the elephant woman, right? Exactly. That's some strong genes, man. The True Lung had 10,000... Oh my god, relatives? Not ancestors? Fuck. My words. They had a lot of kids, okay? Strong genes. Descendants. That's the fucking word. Jesus Christ. Turn back. Magistrate of Water. What kind of position is that? Exactly. What the fuck does that mean? Sky Mirror Pavilion is the first library of Yun. Magistrate of Water is responsible for preventing fires. Oh, okay, never mind. That's fair. Yeah, no. Checks out. So why you got like a halo? Oh, never mind. The halo is on the pavilion, not on her. Never mind. That's just in the background. It just happens to, you know, be perfectly encapsulating her. What are you doing in the Sky Mirror Pavilion if you don't even know this? I thought Modern Library wouldn't need a specific person to prevent fires anymore. Indeed, you're right. Smart girl. Now, get out. I'm sorry, I mean no offense. But I happen to know someone who used to work in Baizhou's library. Who? What's your relationship? That's not important. It was many years ago. Could be. The aloof woman takes a few steps forward, lifting her lantern to look closely at Chen's face. Chen instinctively takes a step back. You know, now that they're side by side as well. Enough. Nothing you say will matter. Leave if you have no business here. You'll regret it when the gates close. You're the only one here. Are you sure you'll be fine? That's none of your business. Why do you poke your nose into it? Honestly, I came to clear out these monsters. When I saw this library, I felt like Like I've seen it in a dream. Like someone intentionally guided me here. You're correct, there was a quick flash of it. A dream? Is that the best excuse you can come up with? Look, dreams are seemingly kind of important here, okay? It's an excuse. Besides, I used to be a cop. I'm familiar with security work. Please trust me. Let me participate in the investigation. Yeah, just check his eye. Check her ID. You're really a police? Chen shows her ID. They're from Langman. Chen Huiche. Did she realize something? Chen Huiche? What are you doing here? Huh? I think a piece of paper grants you free passage. I, Chen Chao Chen, am the last of the Chens. Have you come to mock the House of Chen? Never understand the Imperial family's hobbies. Well, clearly you're not the last of the Chens, are you? There's another Chen right in front of you, okay? Have you seen yourself in the mirror? That means you're... You know, like even their horns. Still playing dumb. Don't you even know who your parents are? Family never cared about the husband's side of the family when Princess Yangjing remarried, and to ruin the careers of the entire Chen family when she died. What did my cousin do wrong? How could she possibly refuse? Because yeah, the dad's side is the Chen side, and then they went to Longman and stayed there. Truly, it is unlimited Chen works, which is all these Chens. I thought I was the only one. You didn't know? Why have you come to the Sky Mirror Pavilion? She just told you, actually. They stare at each other wordlessly as though looking into blurry mirrors. Indeed. I'm sorry. Enough? Leave. A few nice words, that's all. You were willing to say them, and I appreciate it. Let's leave it at that. I gave up asking more questions a long time ago. Thunder and rain are both gifts from heaven. I should be grateful I still have a job. Everyone else got unemployed. The Chen, a family of unemployeds? Again. What? Didn't they disappear? Oh no, the books! She's a nerd. I'll take you inside. It's faster that way. Excuse me. Stop! Such cat. Wait! Insolent child. Okay, but which one is actually the child here? Is she older or is Chen older? Because, you know, she kind of looks younger. Maybe just because she's short. Beneath a tall dome, densely packed bookshelves extend as far as the eye can see, reflecting in the floor like a massive, constantly expanding Wei Qi board. Again with the Wei Qi. It's always Wei Qi. Ink-colored Tripgeist wander amidst them, scattered like Wei Qi stones. It's not good. Monsters here are much stronger than the ones I encountered at the gate. It's like they came flowing out of the shelves. What are they? Well, if they're a script guys, made out of ink, there's probably a lot of ink in the library. Not shelves, pages. Can't you tell? Pages? Get back. Hey, don't grab me. Chendad cousin or brother? It was cousin, yeah, I think. But obviously, you can have a cousin that, you know, cousin can still go both ways, you know? Fine, I suppose your intentions are righteous. Sundere? What do you think, Colonel Rizzo? Is the news timely enough for you? Going straight for the source of the Geist trouble. Even you so irregular to people haven't been able to react yet. Do you believe me now? Oh, is she also in the library? Shut up and give it back. Sound of metal clanging against metal. I could hear that. Sparks fly as blades clash. I was waiting for it. Mo Yi clenches her teeth as the soreness spreads from her hand to the rest of her arm. You blockhead, gotten stronger in the span of just a few days, haven't you? 2 weeks of harsh training in the garden. What do you want, Shanghai Zhong Bandit? Don't tell me you haven't noticed something's not right with the Su regulator. What about this doll? Why did you steal it? It belongs to a proxy, just like the Book of Kung Fu. I believe it has something to do with a vanished proxy. As for taking it, would you have cooperated and come with me to the Sky Mirror Pavilion, hard-headed as you are, if I didn't? What? Out of the way. Got fucking baited. Doesn't notice shit, just wants to write a report. He's such a nerd. What a lawful guy. He pushes so hard that it sends Dolan Moyi's arms flying. Oh no! He won't. Blades cross again in the blink of an eye. The force sends both of them recoiling. The blades vibrate and hum. Look out! The more you hit him, the stronger he becomes. True. The bookshelf collapses towards Moyi, the shockwave forcing her back. Never, Iron Lotus, never. Stop! Stop! Who are they? Swinging his swords at each time when there's still monsters around, and he toppled an entire shelf of books. Out! Get out! The librarian is mad. They never anger the librarian, okay? Wait, be careful. It is unclear who moved first. The balance is broken and chaos breaks out. Moyi turns toward the charging magistrate of water, angling her wrist to point her sword at her foe's shoulder. Zolo's swing misses Moyi by inches, cutting the red rope tied to the wooden lock. Stand back! She has no time to pull Chen Chao Chen back. Almost by instinct, she draws Shi Shao and barely parries an attack without even seeing who made it. Sparks fly amidst the poorly lit bookshelves, accompanied by the piercing sound of clashing metal. Stop with the sparks! The place is gonna catch on fire! Huh? Moyi grabs Chen Chao Chen by the collar and pulls her away from the scuffle. Chen steps forward, her blade leading the way. Zulu stands his ground. Stop. Hostage? The girl holds up the petite form of the magistrate of water and turns her blade around. No, the token. You, give the wooden lock back. Stop, all of you. Don't hurt the innocent. You're Lord Away's niece? Why is the token in your hands, Miss Chen? It's important to the three regular. You must return it at once. Oh, she grabbed it. You're so fast. Lower your weapon. What a mess. Indeed, what a mess. Chaos. Bam. Miss Chen, return the item. Let it go. Return the lock. I'm sure we can talk about this calmly, like reasonable people. I could hear you all the way from upstairs. I thought it was a Geist at work again. Didn't expect to see a 3-person sparring session. Oh, boy. Mr. Liang, I hope you're faring well, Lord Zhuo. Zhuo? Heard the name of Rose Island. Of all places? Dude, she's so out of the loop, man. She's so out of the loop. She's been going around fucking just wandering. Just no idea who's who or what's going on. I must admit I was at my wit's end about how to resolve the trouble here. My mind can be at ease now that the Sue Regular has sent you to deal with it. Well, did I misunderstand? Supervisor has her plans. There's no need to worry. I will offer what assistance I can. Is it under the supervisor's instructions that you're arresting this young lady? She's Moyi, member of the Shanhai Zhong. She had been causing trouble in Mengsheng Town a few days ago. Now she's appeared in Baizhou, coinciding with the Geist troubles. Highly suspicious and calls for a thorough investigation. How ungrateful of you, Candleholder Zhuo. Shanhai Zhong cautiously backs off while still holding Chen Chaoqin hostage. The city is under martial law. I should commend Ms. Mo for her boldness, if you are only here to cause trouble. You seem duller than this candleholder is, but I didn't expect you to be a reasonable one. Here to persuade our Lord Zhuo to listen to me before drawing his sword, for once? My station is insignificant and my words carry little weight. I can only ask you to release my colleague. To travel across the land and delve deeply into the laws of nature. The original creed of the Shanhai Zhong 1,000 years ago. That is your intention to harm an innocent. Mr. Liang? How do you know that? And I'll read books. Mo Yi falls silent for a moment, then sheathes her sword and gives the magistrate of water a gentle push. Get out of here, small woman. Are you alright? I'm fine. Dosha, new transcriber. He's the transcriber? I guess maybe we did hear they was moved here. If I recognize that sword. You must be Miss Chen. Surprising that you would return to Baizhou at a time like this. You're Leng Shun, advisor of Yuman. I've seen you with Wei Yanwu. You're too humble to say that your station is insignificant. I've left the position and I'm merely a humble transcriber now. Perhaps you have not yet heard the news since you've been traveling. Exactly, she hasn't heard nothing, man. Moi, eyes locked upon the wooden lock in Zola's hand. No sudden moves. The token's one thing, but that lock was mine to begin with. And what of it? You dare! Speak your intentions and I'll decide what to do with this lock. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Why did the old Chunshi allow you to become into Baizao? She said the war is coming to the city and some people will inevitably try to take advantage of the chaos. That young candle holder will likely run into trouble. She took Deputy Minister Lin and Mr. Yun, so she wanted you to have help. Deal with anyone who tries to obstruct the boy as best as you can. Oh, her eyes changed color suddenly. Did you think I wanted to help you, blockhead? And what of the lock? Still keeping secrets? It's her lock, man. She owned it. What the fuck, Zola? It's just it's rude. You stole. Belonged to my late mother. All three of them. Oh, you fucked up, Zola. You fucked up. I've let the hostage go and you have my mother's heirloom. What more do you want? Still have to come with me to the Sui regulator to explain the previous incidents. Cause no more trouble and I assure you the lock will be returned to you without a scratch once all is settled. They might already have a scratch. I'm gonna be real. You just want to hold me hostage with it, don't you? Maybe. Like I said, the Sui regulator. Good use now that we've resolved our misunderstandings. Why don't we call a truce and clear up what's going on here? No way. Talking? Unheard of. With these sword idiots? 2 days before the day of the full moon, our woo. You've been in the Sky Mirror Pavilion for some time, Mr. Lung. Do you know what these soldier apparitions are? I believe Lord Zua is in a better position to explain it. They are geists. Sui Regulator has discovered that some pheromones are able to animate inanimate things, be it drawings, objects, or text. The geists that have appeared in Baizao may be based on the Yan armies during the Great Hunt depicted in the history books in the Sky Mirror Pavilion's collection. Their appearance likely has something to do with the events at the Tomb of Sui, but it is unclear why they seem to flicker in and out of existence. It's the breathing of the firmament. Breathing is what gives life. The increasing frequency of geist appearances is a sign that it is waking up from its dream. How do you know? I told you, you people are way behind on firmament knowledge. Get schooled, you stupid. And why did the script geist originate from the Sky Mirror Pavilion? Not very well immersed in firmatology, but I have a hypothesis concerning the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Mr. Young, watch your words. Still clinging to your stupid rules. Do you have any idea what the situation is? Rule baka. Rule dummo. It's not my intention to poke my nose into Sui Regulator's secrets, but this is an emergency and we need to share information. This place holds the only thing the vanished proxy left behind. A writing knife. Writing knife? Could it be the top floor of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, which has always been sealed shut? It was very special. After the death of the proxy, everything that she owned, everything that she had poured her heart and soul into, disappeared with her. This writing knife remains. If the geists in the city come from words, it is very likely that they have something to do with a knife. It all makes sense now. What do you mean? A little while ago, the Ministry of War sent people to search the Sky Mirror Pavilion every few days. Ministry of War, huh? But the Sky Mirror Pavilion is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. Mr. Lung has submitted several complaints to the Department of Discipline and Supervision. They finally laid off the search these couple of days. Ministry of War? Patrol Battalion soldiers tried to stop me on the main street just now. Could this be the Grand Commandant's doing? Commandant? Why didn't you say anything about the Patrol Battalion soldiers following closely behind that candle holder from the Sui Regulator? Hey. Come on, it's just a guess. I never said anything about the Sui Regulator being in league with the Grand Commandant in some kind of underhanded deal. The Sui Regulator does not indulge in faction politics. Bureaucrats who don't engage in faction politics, that would be a first for the Baizao court. I'll clear it up when I report back to the supervisor. He really wants that report. I get so worked up over a mere guess. What does the Ministry of War want with the writing knife? What use does it have other than its association with the script geists? A writing knife is a tool used to erase characters described on bamboo slips, but I know nothing about what powers the proxy's knife possesses. You do, don't you, Lord Zone? Go on. The proxy assisted Yan with compiling the nation's history. Her powers were unusual. The scrolls of the Sui Regular record. With her pen, she fathoms the laws of heaven and human affairs. With her knife, she has the power to erase and rewrite history. Truly is just historical revisionism. power. Apparently, the writing knife can erase things that cannot and must not be hastily touched. Name of a person or their very existence. The existence of an entire segment of history. You've got to be kidding me. How can history be altered so easily? What does altering history involve? Does it change people's memories, or does a single word erase someone's existence? Powers of the firmaments are far beyond our comprehension. We cannot interpret this through the lens of normal logic. According to Sioux regulator research, however, the writing knife has been used for such purposes in the past. So it seems you don't have the full knowledge either. However, the one who seeks the writing knife, the one with ulterior motives, must know how to use it. What? Drat, what do we do then? Do we stop people with ulterior motives from getting their hands on a knife, or do we use it to stop the Geists in the city? As far as I know, the writing knife was sealed away in the top of the Sky Mirror Pavilion years ago. The Sioux regulator placed strong wards on it. 2 keys are needed to unseal it. Supervisor and the 4th proxy each hold one. The seal can only be broken if both are present. Or maybe you can use the thing you took from the Garden of Grotesqueries. Give it a try? Absolutely not. We know little of the true powers of the writing knife. We know less of this object from the Garden of Grotesqueries. We can't act rashly. Not this, not that. Guess we'll wait for Sweet to wake up and go down with the rest of Baizal. Miss Chen has been quiet. What is on your mind? What is on your mind, Chen Huiche? Full government name? Mr. Lang, what did you mean when you said the one with ulterior motives? Forgive me if I'm wrong, but you are here for private matters at Lord Wei's behest, are you not, Miss Chen? Oh, she was talking about her? Where is Lord Wei? He's missing. Missing? But there are few who could possibly overcome Lord Wei in combat. In that case, have you entered the city because you suspect that Lord Wei is already here? Impossible. He would be accused of attempting a coup. All 3 of them look at him like... Oh, a coup? Wonderful. More sordid affairs of the big shots. These are extraordinary circumstances, Mr. Lang. There's no need to mince words. The writing knife, the patrol battalion, the Sioux regulator. Do you think the unusual activities of the Ministry of War have something to do with Wei and Wu's disappearance? Dare not make a hasty judgment, but it's true that they were not so brazen before Lord Wei's disappearance. As I know, Lord Wei and His Imperial Majesty are polar opposites. Lord Wei is decisive, but sometimes rash, while His Majesty's cautiousness might be seen as indecision by some. Perhaps the Grand Commandant's faction found Wei Yanwu's weakness and coerced him into enter the city, planning to use the writing knife to rewrite history to... Now anyone who tried to blackmail Wei Yanwu would only suffer 100-fold payback. Could he willingly? It was the true Lung who summoned him back to Baizal. Unless he changed his mind at the last minute, why hide if he's answering an Imperial summons? Human minds are complicated things, and Lord Wei is more so than most. If you're truly worried for him, you could start by investigating the writing knife, right here at the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Responding to change by staying still, so to speak. Responding to change by staying still. I like that. Where do we go then, to find out what this writing knife can do, and to protect it, Mr. Lung? We should... Mr. Lung, she... Up. The higher we climb the Sky Mirror Pavilion, the more precious the tomes. They will be of great benefit. W. Young, the woman respect there. That was after, right? Yeah. Marker? D4. Small avalanche. Drink all the wine of man dry, dream a dream without end, and carry the burden of a crushing snow. Interesting. Oh, we're back here. Pointless obsession, pointless struggle, pointless sacrifice. You have been fearful for centuries. You divided my awakening into hundreds of cycles, each of which is subdivided by 12, then subdivided by 30, and then... What, are you just talking about time? You live in constant fear every minute, every second, fearing the time limit, though you do not know when it will come. Have I become so foolish and short-sighted in the span of just a few dreams? Without a will, without a self, without someone to measure and define it, time is no more than a cycle without meaning. As the time you spend in the tomb was. How do you find this time if you neither think nor feel? How does a dream, then? A dream hysterical for its inevitable end? Big crater. 759. Flashback time. The Mount Seas and all in between shall be our masters. No. Heresy. Drop your weapon and live. Drop my weapon? We will teach the House of Yan that Jew has awakened and their reign is no more than a fleeting dream compared to the infinity of heaven and earth. All these factions are just like, you know, simps for a different god. Except not that Yan is really exactly a, you know, not really simping for Sui, are they? They kind of don't like it. Dead. Okay, killed. Rip. Come, drink, tipsy commander. Sir, I'm just a humble soldier. Don't sell yourself short. After a century, we've finally eliminated the last remnant from that hunt. The lands of Yan are safe now. Yep, totally, that's how it works, yep. A toast to all of you. And thank you, sir. And the two of you, of course. Mr. Shaw inspired the troops by always being the first to charge into the fray, while Mr. Wang's tactics were utterly flawless. The bulk of the credit for taking down Ju must go to the two of you. Toast to you. I thought Ju was already down, but I guess the Shanghai Zong still existed. Dusha. It's a rare opportunity, Mr. Wang, and there's something I must say to you. I know of the slanders against your name in the Imperial Court, casting suspicions upon you because you are not one of our kind. But you've endured such slanders and made a historic contribution to Yan. Your noble heart is admirable. Only on Wang? To interfere even in family reunions, the Sir Regular's restrictions on you are unreasonable. I'll petition to His Majesty to permit your family gathering. Drunk commander. It's a joyful day. I consider myself a strong drinker, but it appears wine has gone the best of me. To tell the truth, my orders were to keep an eye on you and make sure nothing goes wrong. But the two of you have proven yourself. Utterly loyal, most respectable. This is as far as I go. Take care. Just passes out. The drunken official manages a farewell and departs, helped by his bodyguards. A good man, but a poor spy. Do you think about what will happen to all of us if he finds out what you did? You are drunk. I wish I were drunk and all this was not but a dream. I was like, can he even get drunk? Is that possible? Why did you let the bestial Jew go? Oh. Best have a card up one's sleeve. Who is your opponent this time? You must feel it. We all do. It is awakening, much sooner than the 1,000 years that we expected. We need help. Well, actually, it seems to be somewhat counting down to... Well, I guess maybe it is less time. Because, in what year was Sui actually killed? Because that's not... Is that where the calendar year starts? I don't think it is right. The calendar year starts with our boys in Sargon, so... Unless Dian is using a different calendar. We need help. Did Ju promise to help you defeat Sui? It's too weak to even protect the Shanghai Zhong, and we have not gone to that point. It's not time yet. I told you, there are other ways to escape its influence. I know what you're going to say. You finally cleaned up the ties between you and it. You wanted me to no longer be us, and we no longer be it. And you sealed yourself away in the sword. Indeed, though you become Chong Yue. What then? Did the Sui regulator return your sword? You still live in shackles. True shackles do not come from outside. Do you really believe that everyone can be like you? Do you remember everything and care about everything? People, events, and things from centuries past have all flowed away like the great river. But Sure remains Sure, always. But everyone can be like you. How long would it take for dust to become like you? What about you? Do you really want you to be like you? You to be like you? 1,000 years is not enough, and we don't even have 1,000 years. We don't have time. I'm hardly equaling Wei Qi, but I know that when there's no clear path to victory in sight, it is better to play in a straightforward manner than to attempt radical tricks without a plan. Do you think there's no victory in this game? They would be content with doing all the right things in an honorable defeat? I never said that. Your plan will have no other outcome. What do you think we should do then? If you truly found a path, tell me and I will come with you. The chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. If it means you use me however you want, I'd be happy to give my life. But do you really know what you're doing? Or has your obsession with victory blinded you to risks and consequences? Tell me. Say something. He has a point, kinda, you know. Did you consider it? The proxy slams his palm on the stone table, or so he intended to. But he has yet to adapt to his mortal vessel, and he misjudged both the strength and position. Okay, now he's in his mortal vessel, yes. A deep crack appears in the Weiqi board that Wang always carries with him. Well, you know, mortal vessel, guy still lives for, you know, easily 100 years. It's 759 or whatever, guy's still alive in 1100, so. He broke board! Rude. Wang Ai. Oh no, yeah, it is true. It is first of 1,000 autumns. But I guess that's, you know, indeed the first after Sui. I assumed it was year 001, like the fashion brand. Oh, maybe. Yeah, if 001 is the... Or 0011 is the Chinese fashion brand. Maybe it is then. Impressive, brother. This human body you created for yourself can still split boulders. Listen to me. No, thank you. None of us could reach your heights, brother. You don't trouble yourself with our fates. Wang. Man, she's so childish sometimes. Wang, that is. This guy. Small sprite quality difference again, I feel. What are you doing here? I had a fight with our eldest brother, such as written all over your face. It's not even necessarily like the quality, otherwise it's just like literally the resolution of the sprite. Like, Wang has more pixels than Ling. I get drunk by the roadside for a couple hours and the two of you are already making trouble. If anything to say to him, you can say it to him directly. No, we don't mean that 0011 was... The brand was made in 0011. It's that the name of the brand is a reference to when Yan became a thing. You know? Like, you choose it as, oh, like, this is the Yanese brand. Let's name it after our, like, you know, when we became a nation. Come now, there's no need for that. I know what you're fighting over. Sui. It's not the first time you've fought over this. Can you accept your differences? It's a matter of life and death, not something that can be glossed over so easily. Would you keep fighting even when the end comes? Run not from the words that need to be said. The longer you delay this, the greater the problem grows. Not today. He's so stubborn. Wang, now, come back. Weiqi failure. Can you not act your age? Playing the brat in front of a younger sister? Right? Exactly. Like, how does... Oh, he comes back. He actually came back. The thing, like, how does Ling somehow seem like the older one, you know? Wang does not seem like the second oldest often, you know? He's so rash and, like... Well, not rash necessarily, but, like... I don't know. Ling leads the way while Wang slowly follows behind. Okay, I actually really did get convinced. They see the eldest proxy still sitting by the pavilion. Ah, our biggest brother. Little Ling. I've told you, calling me Little Ling makes me feel like a child. Sorry, old habits die hard. So it would seem. Smashing things in your rage? Are you the child here? Also kinda true. I'll fetch some good wood and make a new one for you. Or would you prefer to keep this one? I can ask Nyan or Yi to fix it when they're here. No need. Oh, I recall the days when I had freshly awoken, watching you two fight amongst yourselves time after time. Remember the candle holder asking me anxiously, how bad will it get when all your younger siblings are born? Please, give me an estimation so that I can report to the court and get a disaster response plan set up. An idea, dog. Let me speak to Wang, alone. I will serve as your messenger this time, in order that you need not break anything else. Very well. So, about the Weiqi board. Just leave it, brother. I'll repair it myself. No need to trouble yourself. Alright. Messenger. You're still angry. I'm not. You only address him as brother when you're angry. What? What were you arguing about? Tell me. Ling the mediator. It is just as I thought. His way is the proper way, but it is slow. If we were to suddenly awaken one day, it would all be too late. As for you, if you want to argue with him, should you not at least come up with a plan of your own? He gave up his sword to prove our innocence. That sword that means so very much to him. Do you feel no gratitude? Are you perhaps seriously furious that he smashed your board? No. You're just frustrated by his lack of urgency. We all seek a way. Dusk has even fewer ideas. Does she anger you too? No. Its awakening is accelerating. We're all anxious, and it is understandable that we might provoke the occasional quarrel with inadvertent words. It will take centuries for it to awaken. Maintaining a cordial relationship with Yun is the more pressing matter. Or are you saying that I, too, lack urgency? Maybe. You're like getting drunk most of the time, so... No, that's not what I mean. You said we're all looking for a way. What are you looking for? Your ears have merit. It and I were all nothing but a dream. This is just the seed of an idea, and I know not how far I can go. But I hope to leave behind a dream. A dream that it cannot disturb, even if it has fully awakened. She is the dreamer. She wasn't her event was all about the dream. So she's trying to, I guess, make like a competing dream. Here's some. Wait, did I? Nope, no. This guy. I do. Right leg, almost fully polished. Can't believe the first thing I'm doing after reforming my vessel is to die for someone else's sake. It's time to go. Oh, it's you. No, you're it, but you're not it. You're, interesting. Very interesting indeed. How does it feel to see your old enemy split apart like this, and your old followers turn into an unruly rabble? What enemy? I simply had a dream that caused some delay. I managed to evade the great hunt before I awoke. It's not just a bad thing to die here after awakening. You should not kill me here quietly. You should let me die before the Yanese army. Otherwise, maniacs will keep coming, trying to die in my name. That's exactly what happens. It'll be the last thing I want. Well, actually, no. I guess the Shanhaizhong were taken over by Ya instead. Desperate people will resort to desperate measures. You're not necessarily the reason. I won't kill you, and quite the opposite. I can't let you die. Want to help me instead of killing me? Interesting. I didn't have to deal with the self-proclaimed Shanhaizhong. Though it is no more than a fragment, they have indeed inherited the old carpenter's arts. They are not entirely unassociated with me. They'll live if you leave. What do you mean? The Yanese army wants you, not them. It's trivial for you to leave. I'll help you if you encounter any obstacles. As for the Shanhaizhong, they'll last 2 more days, give or take. Ultimately, they will all die, taking a third of the Yanese army with them. Well, that's quite a lot, though. If you die for them here, they will become even more fervent and fight to the bitter end. If you leave, they will flee, and Yan's mission will be done, so they can recall their armies. The only way for you to stop the war. That's right, yeah. Is he, like, made out of wood or something? He said, like, the carpenter art, so is he, like, wood being? You are it? No, not quite. 10 times it in scheming and intrigue. Yes, like the scheming of Sui, just, you know, crystallized. I'd be indebted to you. What do you wish from me in return? A place in reserve that could perhaps come in useful. No great loss if it never comes into play. A piece in reserve, not a place. Now that makes me feel a little slighted. I'll repay you this debt, I promise. How do you intend to help me when you don't know what I'm trying to do? You would treat a firm as a piece in reserve, but your plotting must not involve mortal man. This is about yourself. Split apart, you said? How many pieces are there? 12. Then I take it the only thing you care about is whether it is the 12 that is left, or the 1. One word of advice. One tree does not make a forest. You are defying the laws of nature. You need all the help you can get. There's not 1 tree, there's 12 of them. Ask your siblings if they thought of any alternatives. Beings like you are not meant to be measured by normal logic and reason. If you can find the solution, you will rid the world of a great threat. Fair, if indeed the Sui was very conquest-driven. We will never be truly gone as long as my dream has not been fully worn away, as long as the 12 of us persists in my dream. Falsehood is reality, the great way unfettered, such is for all things. Hi there, Yin. Sounds to me you intend to carry the heaviest yoke of them all. You want to drag the entire family into the instant before Sui awakes, and extend that instant into eternity in your waking dream. How long do you think you will last? What if I drank all the wine across all the lands? that's how he keeps up the dream? Just getting drunk? I hope there's a less desperate way. We were never equals to it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, do they not? I know, but they did not save Ju on a whim. Why do you bring this up again? Of course you have your reasons for doing things, but too often you cast your eyes too far and forget the things that are near. Wait, what do you mean? I was asked to do so. By whom? Ho. The old man's alive? He's avoided the Eye of Yan as he doesn't have the followers like the Shanhaizhong. Told me about Ju after I took him beyond Yanni's reach. Have you told our eldest brother? Not yet. You can be pretty astute when you need to be. I asked Ho about ideas for a way out after I helped him leave Yan. His words have given me thought. Perhaps I'm not in its dream. Perhaps it is in my dream. Is it same for the finish? You know what? True. Alcoholism. The unusual activity of Sui may indicate that something is disturbing it in its dream and accelerating its awakening. It's merely addressing the symptoms, but if I can enter its dream and see what the culprit is. Risky. Are you not concerned it may awaken? Does it really make a difference whether it awakes in 70 years or 7 days? Actually, it could make a difference. What if I offer not my help? I'll find a way. Might this way have something to do with me, such as stealing something from me? I'll take that as a yeah. Alright, do they steal the cup? They steal her cup? Give me your word you will not do anything too foolish in this dream. If I violate my oath. Stop. There's no need for oaths between family. But please, do not break my heart. Yes. Now then, drink up. You may take the goblet with you. Just drink. What more do you need to dream? No ritual necessary. The elder proxy takes the cup and downs its contents. That's some good booze. The dream. As vertigo overcomes him, he attempts to support his body with his arms. The stone table beneath his elbows had turned into a mountain boulder covered in moss. He had never seen such scenery, be it in the chaos or after he came into the mortal realm. He is it, but its dreams are too complex to be closely examined one by one. Where am I? A battlefield. This music. A battlefield of void and emptiness. Roar. The proxy hears Firmament roar at Firmament. Humans swing their weapons at other humans. Humans swarm Firmament before they are suffocated, crushed, and devoured. He hears the pain trembling of Firmaments as massive human weapons are locked and loaded. But he sees nothing. Invisible Firmaments walk across the ground. Vegetation disappears where they tread, revealing black and yellow soil. Invisible entities strike the mountains, cracking them and causing avalanches. But it remains still. It is in fear, angry, in pain, but it cannot fight back, cannot avoid it, not even let out a whimper. Is this its nightmare? The 12 of us left, its dreams lost their visible image. The proxy takes a step back, but even the mountains are trembling in the nightmare. He can hardly keep himself upright. Just because you're in a dream doesn't mean you shouldn't watch your feet. Who's there? Oh, him. How did you get here? Ju wanted to come personally to help you, but his brain has a hard enough time dreaming for himself, much less entering another's dream. I'm more suited to these things. Lamentable, is it not, that Sui's dream has become so torn and broken? Fortune and misfortune are truly two sides of the same coin. You are in its nightmare, and you have drawn its lines, like it or not. Look. Yeah, well, so right, the Sui's dreams went all fucky once the proxies were out. Paul points at the distance, where heaven and earth melt into one. Suddenly, a black silhouette emerges from nothingness. Firm. Humanity. Weapon. It all seems utterly unreal, like the picture books that some Yanese soldiers carry with them. Flip through the pages rapidly and the pictures begin to move, as though they have been subject to Dusk's touch. I'll awaken it. Quite the opposite. A nightmare does not last long. Anyone trapped in a nightmare only seeks to wake up. This silhouette at least allows it to sleep a little longer. And what do you mean by fortune misfortune being two sides of the same coin? Horse is nothing, but Wang sees it. At first the images are awkward and stiff, but soon they become smooth. Not much has changed except for a white shadow appearing within the black silhouette. What is that? Well, 12 of you took something from its dream. When it let you go, its old dream gradually blurred and the new dream became empty. What was left behind was not a void. It was a mirror, waiting to reflect the first thing that enters this dream. That thing, that man, is you. Ah! Ah! What is this? We are seeing its nightmare and now a reflection of you, the you who filled the void in its dream. You told me about the strange things that happened to your family a century ago. Now they have all come together, but in your image. This is its creation, its puppet, and the reflection of a reflection, which it is loath to face. It's time to go. Words, man, philosophy. Go? What else? Do you intend to kill it? This is the shape of the void, then killing it might destroy whatever consciousness it still retains in the dream. Your mind is sharp, but your words are terrifying. You cannot kill Sui outside the dream. What makes you think you can kill it in the dream? I suppose you could try it if you're confident that you will be able to escape unscathed. I'm confident that I can take it down with me. You don't listen to what people say, do you? I suppose I'll have to fetch someone whom you care about. Wang? He wants to sacrifice his own life to kill Sui in this dream. Have you abandoned your words so soon, my second oldest brother? Such opportunity will not come again. That's quite enough. It's time to bring your brother out of the dream, girl, or we'll all be in danger. He was so ready. The actual snitch, yeah. In this dream, this time, I glimpsed the dream of your slumber and my own reflection. You saw the reflection, the price was to create an inexplicable foe for yourself in the centuries to come. Having to face this again, you must be filled with regret. What a terrible error. If I knew this reflection of yours could leave the dream and enter reality, I would have not left so easily. Where are you hiding? No matter, I will find you. Yes, it's time to go. Clearly unwilling to stay any longer, Ho waves his stick and the three figures disappear. But neither he nor Ling realizes that they have simply taken one of many Weiqi stones. The stone will shatter when they depart the dream, and Ho and Ling will not find the same hill when they attempt to return to the dream. Don't try to find me again. It's not worth it. Is when he splits. Black aura suddenly surrounds the proxy. Next instant he has leapt from the cliff into the formation of thingless things. Thingless things. At the horizon, the beast-shaped silhouette seems to have been hit by something, letting out a wail that shakes the earth. The great white tide of humans outlined by black lines quickly swallows the firmate's silhouette and rushes toward the proxy. In the distance, it looks like a thin line. Up close, the raging tide obscures the heavens. Black armor, plain robes, iron swords, pale bows. He needs equipment from 1,000 years ago in black and white, like an uncolored draft surrounding the proxy. The first soldier charges at the proxy. Spear carrying the aftermage of arts rushes towards the proxy's throat. The proxy cleaves it in two. Bring it on, he shouts. The army in Sui's dream pauses for an instant. Then they rush towards him, like a river that his words had frozen for an instant. Took its place or some shit? Well, reflection. What's going on? But Mr. Shaw, the Ling's candle holder, where is she? As he speaks, a claw the size of a mountain is brought down upon Shaw. Shaw swings his fist, heaven and earth tremble. Its attack foiled, the Sui beast turns its attention to the other side, at the enormous weapon that has just been assembled, not even taking the time to lick its bleeding wounds. We can't stop it. Half the Imperial Guard have fallen, along with the human troops that have been deployed to the Tomb of Sui. Mobilized every soldier in the 4 cities around Baizhou, and only hope before it destroys the next city. Where's Wang? Where is he? She's there looking for him. Link took the others into a dream to protect them when Sui awoke. He will adore me to fight Sui. Those could have awakened it, other than the Great Fender. No, okay, yeah, this is how he became the Great Defender. The Fender? No, she's all 50% opacity. Ling? Should not be here, or has the dream already? Who could see a gulper of cups? Come now. Ah! Ling's eyes are closed, the dream is yet to end. Even in the dream, however, she and other siblings in it can still feel its presence, so very near now. Just come to this. A fight to the death it is. Shuo is awake. He draws his sword, which has not yet tasted blood. In the dream, Ling points her lantern at the body of the bestial Sui. The bestial Sui turns around towards the beings born of itself. Just before everyone on the battlefield, every human and every beast, could plunge into the common slaughter, a bloody black figure appears behind the bestial Sui. Caught you. You, through dreams and dreams infinite, all of me and all of us are here. There's nowhere for you to go. You wouldn't dare kill me and you will be destroyed, as will all your family. Wang does not answer. He lunges forward with his sword and impales the throat of his own reflection, which had pursued through dreams far too numerous to count. Flashbang. Oh, negative. Strange scenes from countless dreams gush from the wound. Mountains, firmlets, armies. White dreams boil and roil between heaven and earth, and a white mist, fever hot like fresh blood, wraps around the army and proxy outside the dreams, even the firmlet. Is this more of a history revisionism moment? Where Wang is going back and like doing things differently than they went? Only when the white figure falls to the ground do the others see that the two bodies lie upon the ground, all life gone from them. One was Wang, the other was exactly like Wang, but not even death could wipe the malice from his face. No one knew who he was. Ling? Oh, she disappears again. As the two bodies fall, Ling and her siblings of the dream vanish into nothingness. Ah! Ling! The bestial Sui wails with the last proxy. Another piece! Another piece. Okay, this is indeed memory. Okay, this is another case of like the memories and then the, you know, ending of it changes. I guess it's okay. You're still trying to adult me with illusions. Okay, this might be indeed illusion. They're fighting in like schizo core. They're trying to out-schizo each other. They will not succeed. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? Ling would never say that, not even with the end upon us. How many of our stones sacrificed this time? Go on, count. You may think that I don't have any stones left, but how much is left of your memories? Not much. Perhaps you've forgotten something. Did you really think a few fragments, split for a mere 1/12, could possibly stand against me? The whole that was born alongside this entire land? Remember? Your last failure was the same as this. Alright, we go... Now we don't go up, we go right. PA5. More lobotomies. Twin swallow pincer. The player behind the curtain has picked up the stones that entered the game. Is it a friend fighting against Sweet together or a foe with ulterior motives? Man, some of these sections though and scenes are truly like... Dude, they're being so fucking esoteric. I'm having a bit of those again in this one with all the dreams and whatnot. It's like... I'm not quite sure what's going on. I gotta kind of just... I'm kind of like vibing it out on like... Sure, yeah. Uh-huh. Why not? Especially until like... Until you get to like... You know, for example there, that whole sequence is very like, huh? Until you get to the end where it's like, okay, so this is like another dream memory type thing where... Then it's like at the very end it's like changed to to be a death, a defeat, or something. And it's like, okay, so how much of it is real, and how much was it like a revision and illusion? And it is very Chinese. I'm getting some of that, you know. We had some events in the middle where there was a little bit less of it, and now it's back now. You may ask who is even real by the end of it. Oh. Also, what? This was year 962. Okay, we're getting, you know, closer and closer. This is as far as you can go, Your Imperial Majesty. You're the only one in all of Yan who may enter the room beyond this door. It is but a door, but there's no need to be so fearful. It conceals Yan's greatest secret and its greatest asset, Your Imperial Majesty. Is that so? 17-year-old True Lung walks down the last few steps. Oh, this is the like previous one, not the one that's currently, you know, in charge. Obviously, because they only came into charge recently. He looks back at the 3 Grand Ministers behind him, who are still bowing deeply. He frowns and pushes the door open. He has heard about what lies behind the door, the legends and stories of this ancient nation that have been passed down through the centuries. The earth's blessing have granted the stone to its people. The heaven's blessing shall bring an end to Sui. Some say that the prosperity of Yan comes from it. Others say the True Lung's authority is merely borrowed from it. But no one has seen it with their own eyes in nearly a century. The ascending True Lung is filled with excitement, his fingertips trembling. Everything in the land of Yang shall obey him for the prosperity of Yan. So will one small crystal. He pushes the door open. Wang with cat, though, is current one in illusion. Wang without cat is in memory. Oh, right. Okay, well, yeah, at least that is indeed the way to... Okay, good point. You do actually kind of, like, if you see Wang, you know, like, okay, which one is this? I mean, it's fairly clear when it is, like, a flashback moment. It's still just also, like, okay, so how much of this real? Because there's, like, this whole memory revisionism going on. So it's like, up to which point was it real happenings, and where did it get changed into being, like... Oh, Wang, you know, changed the game to kill this memory. And it's like, oh, what about that? Are you dreaming a dream in a dream, or are you the dreamer dreaming outside of the dream? Also, first of all, with all the dreaming and whatnot, it really is, they clearly did they were like, what if Inception, but extremely Chinese, and like gods, and it's not about like money, it's about like a nation. What if Inception, but it's trying to kill a god? As ambitious as he is, he could not help but stop before the massive space and blinding light. It is not the first Originium itself, but man-made additions upon it. Okay, I was gonna say that, oh, is the crystal Originium of some kind? But it is not the first Originium itself, but man-made additions upon it. The limiters and guidance that generations after generations of chunches have placed upon it over the centuries. Oh, that's the part that he's like impressed about. At the new capital of Baizhou, a tomb was built to hold the vessel of Sui, and the consciousness of Sui was suppressed by the power of calamity. Yet the emperor was not at ease, and so he sought counsel from the Shanshi bureaus in hopes of keeping the peace for eternity hence. Then the emperor discovered the means to harness the power of calamity, but it would take the lives of 100 chunches and 10,000 soldiers to form the blade and slay the beast. Even if complete success were achieved, Baizhou would not be spared. And the emperor said, "It is shameful to bring harm to the people for one's own purposes. I shall give up myself, and my descendants shall do the same, and not demand the sacrifice of the people." The True Lung passed the next year, and by it the enchantment was complete. The crown prince grieved and named it Bufan. Okay, right, so this is indeed Bufan. And yes, it is based on sacrificing the True Lung. Bufan. No rebellion. Sounds like no return, too. Oh, that's the name of the IS-5 ending. Or the 5th IS-6 ending. My ancestor sacrificed himself and made the reigning True Lung the subject of future human sacrifice. Henceforth, the True Lungs that came after him gave their lives to harness the power of this Originium. Not have known it was so massive if I did not see it for myself. Well, here's, you know, clearly the one of the three, huh? It is no more than a tiny crystal compared to all of Yan and Yan's future. Let's not underestimate it, okay? It may be small in size, okay? I'm none but Chinese, yeah. and somehow, despite it being Chinese, easier to pronounce. That's the most shocking part. Young could have done much more with this object. How much energy have we spent on suppressing the sleeping beast? With such energy, how many armies could we have raised? How many machines could we have built? How could I tolerate such inaction? Okay, if that's what it's being used for, it's like purely being used just to suppress Sui, huh? The true Lung lingers before the facility for a while. He's gotten used to the scorching light and even starts to feel boring. A smile comes to his face as he remembers the reverence on his three Grand Ministers' faces. How will he deride their timidity when he leaves the room without being rude? He recalls the rule that kept the ministers out for him to face this structure alone. The rule that inextricably links it to his life. He could not help but laugh. The true Lung's authority over all under heaven, tied to a tiny crystal like this. Just a tiny crystal, no big deal, okay? I'm still inexperienced. I'll be relying on the three of you for many things. Yan has been peaceful and prosperous for centuries. Why is it that there are still rebellions? Is there still a land where the blessings of Yan do not touch? Or seditious subjects who will not submit to imperial rule? Ah yes, crush them. Crush them! Yes! Loud noise. Silence. I'll decide myself then, as you do not answer. The blessings of Yan shall touch every corner, so that not a single person shall worry for food or shelter. Teachings of Yan shall reach every heart, so that not a single rebellious thought will enter the mind of a single man. It's one way to say, I mean, like, brainwashing? It's like, alright, boys, get the fucking propaganda rolling, brother. Make him obedient. No rebellions. Teach them proper, re-educate them, okay? We shall vanquish the northern traders and build the nomadic city of Baizhao. Both are the foremost priority. Neither shall be delayed. I guess Baizhao wasn't, huh? Baizhao wasn't up at this point, huh? Really? Surely Baizhao was already a thing. And his social credits. Shit! Oh no, I'm gonna get banned. We shall summon the 6 ministries, discuss the specifics, and deliver a proposal by the end of the month. Dismissed. The trio on the other side of the curtain bow and assent and leave. A little later, Bam, you have arrived. In. It is an honor, Your Imperial Majesty. I've long heard of the 12 extraordinary talents of Yan, credited with no small number of achievements for the Empire. Been curious for some time. It is also kind of true that indeed, like, actually a lot of fucking Yan is, like, built upon the remnants of Sui. Like, the fact that the proxies exist at all. Because they have helped develop the country, like, massively, leaps and bounds. Which is, I guess, is very much, you know, like in the theme of, like, you know, taming the gods type thing. I therefore perused the Sui Regulator's archives and found something rather interesting. He reports of triumph for suspicious activities. No name has been mentioned more often than yours. But I see your visage is not as terrifying as rumors claim. You know, he just looks kind of, you know, pissed off slightly. He's not scary looking necessarily, but he's kind of, you know. Why has your Imperial Majesty summoned me? Like, but also, so, I mean, so... He's still, this is after also the shit that happened 100 years ago. Also, okay, there's no cat on this one. So this is a, yeah, this is still a memory. So I'm wondering how accurate this is, because obviously this is post, like... Wasn't this already the point where, you know, Wang was supposed to be like, oh no, Wang has broken off, he's trying to revive Sui, he's gonna kill us all. Ah, get him. Right? And also after the Great Offender part already as well. So let's like... How is he just here chilling, you know? They call it the most cunning strategist in all of Yan. How do you propose to resolve the two great obstacles we face? The Northern Rebellion is hardly a major threat. The rebels may be influential in their local area, but they are powerless to expand. Nevertheless, it would be inadvisable to allow them to consolidate their position. Crush them, yes. 50,000 soldiers and 6 months worth of rations will be sufficient to defeat them. 50,000? Your estimate is much more optimistic than the Ministry of War, but I have more reason to trust your judgment on this. What about the other matter? As for the modification of Baizhao into nomadic city, I guess, okay, right, Baizhao was, right, okay, yeah, that's all. Baizhao existed, it just was a nomadic city. I understand the Ministry of Works has validated the engineering principles. The only issues are funding, supplies, and Tomb of Sui beneath Baizhao. I guess that was also part of you, wasn't it? Like, oh, Baizhao was indeed made it into a nomadic city not that long ago. Yes, you understand the problem. It is for this that I have summoned you. How do you intend to eliminate Sui? Okay, you know, just ask it straight up. If you're familiar with the scrolls of the Sui regulator, you understand that we were the same and one as Sui, and our fates intermingled. Do you mean to ask how to kill us? It is only Sui that Yan is concerned about, and no other being. You understand, of course, the price that Yan paid for the hunt that occurred centuries ago. The price that must be paid, if Yan is to force the issue, is 7/10 of its armies, 1/10 of its population, and 50 years of unceasing unrest. Minor problem? If that is the case, Yan will be in no position to ensure the safety of the 12 of you. The proxy looks up and meets the gaze of the man behind the curtain. I'm determined to cleanse Yan of this 1,000-year bane. I'm not afraid to pay the price. Any price. He really wants to get rid of Sui so he can like do something more with the Reginium, huh? The Sui will be destroyed. The tremendous energy that was used to suppress that beast shall be reutilized to build 100 cities and 10,000 battleships, and usher in another 1,000 years of prosperity for Yan. Why you gotta make battleships? Why you gotta be warmongering, huh? I hope that there would be a place for the 12 of you in Yan's future prosperity on account of your past deeds. It is regrettable. If a decision to eliminate Sui comes from practical judgment rather than reckless pursuit of glory, I may have a way. Oh? The 12 of us were one and the same as Sui. We were destined to fade, whether it awakes or is destroyed. But it's possible that I could replace it. How sure are you? I will need time. The young man behind the curtain points at the courtyard outside. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhao into a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years. That is the time you have. But it's too little time. I'm not here to bargain. Immortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you've forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. Yan cannot wait, and neither can I. Chulan kinda based? That's when Gia dies so later. Doesn't that happen? Oh, I guess, never mind, she's still alive. I thought Gia died like 100 years ago. Also, wait. From in squad building, I have Silver's E2 level 68, my favorite number. 68 specifically? Vina Victoria, I will build Vina Victoria. Should I give more explain? I mean, if you build Victoria, Vina, if you want to. Just kind of build what you want. Vina's decent, I believe. Especially early game, she's probably gonna give you fair value. Though, I wonder if she's... Does she need E2? She might be expensive if you need E2, which is a problem. The Silver Ash E2 will carry you quite a lot in early game. That S3 is a problem solver. Dude, back in like year 1, imagine. Okay, never mind, she's still alive. I thought Gia died like 100, 120 years ago. I thought that was like the time, like the incident. This is 100 plus years ago? Oh, right. Yeah, wait, it is. It's 962. Right, I forgot. This is right before. It's 962. I was doing my math wrong. It's 1/100. We're not in 1,000 something. We're in 1,100. Math. Math is hard. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, this is indeed before he is truly like painted or becomes somewhat antagonistic. You're the new candle holder? So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. As the previous candle holder... Small! She retired last month and asked me to tell you not to worry. I'll take over your communication with the sewer regulator from now on. Well, you'll have your hands full. Most candle holders have to worry about tracking down my free-roaming siblings. As for mine, they have to sit in this office all day handling books and scrolls. They're more like secretaries than candle holders. I enjoy reading and writing. This is right up my alley. A nerd? Perfect. What's your name? I'm Chun. Chun? The ancient tree that shares your name, 8,000 years is a spring and 8,000 years is an autumn. Was one who named you remarkably ambitious or remarkably cautious? Wait, you are... Hello. Oh, and also, never mind. This is the mini boss, I think. That's why he blames Jan even more now. Yeah, I guess if Jan was like, oh, we gotta really go quickly. Like, by the way, you have like no time to prepare. Get it done. And then shit goes wrong. Right, yeah, in 20 years from now, or from this point in time, shit goes wrong, Jia dies, and then the rest of the 100-year happens. Imagine meeting a short person for the first time and just going small. Maybe? Look, I'm tall. I can do it, you know? That's a lot of people for me, okay? An elf? Yes? Oh! I didn't read. I was just left on this. I didn't read it yet. Hello, elf. What the heck? Sudden elf. Well, you're gonna fucking live a while then. Explains why I guess you're gonna be alive, you know, once we get back to modern day. Judging from your appearance, you're an elf of Yan? Not Yan, huh? Oh! The bestial Yan and its elves are well versed in the ways of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Elements associated with spring is wood, and the character for Chun combines both wood and spring, representing vitality and longevity. I see. The bestial Yan, the Pheramot Yan, indeed. Is it... But she... This implies that there are multiple Pharamots with elves. Because she's specifically an elf of Yan. My mother told me about it when I was young. Didn't expect anyone else to know. Stuff like this is what history is about. Also, I mean, you know, she's also been alive for a while. It's your first day. When you put too much hard work, just familiarize us with the space. You can look at any books and documents in this study. The candle holder carefully scans the room. She could not conceal her eagerness as she sees scrolls and books that fill the wall shelves. Dude, imagine you're the Sui regulator. You're the Sui regulator. And you're like, fuck, dude, these motherfuckers are immortal. We always have to find another candle holder for these damn dragons, okay? It's annoying. They constantly replacing them because they just die of old age, and then you have to retrain another one, and it's like a whole pain. And then an elf pops up, and they're like, "Hey, can I be the Sui regulator? Can I like be a candle holder?" And they're like, "Dude, she's gonna be alive for so long. She can take care of this job for years." They're fucking pogging. Pumping their fists like, oh yes, dude, she could be like the candle holder for centuries. And yeah, I guess, yeah, Mumu's water. Yeah, she's wood, indeed. She's wood elf. Or retirement? True, you just pay salary. Retirement? Dude, Yan won't even be around anymore. Yeah, elves are just Faramut offspring. It's just, okay, apparently there are indeed... It's that there's multiple Faramuts with elf that where they made the same offspring. Which is like, oh. Some of them just really like making elves. Huh. Like, you know, it wasn't just like, oh, one of them made some elves. No, multiple of them made elves. Did you write all of these? No, I simply collect the materials. The historians of the Imperial Historical Cabinet are the ones who actually write the books. So is this before or after? Before, okay. After all, is writing history a difficult task? And it's a heavy responsibility. History books form people's perceptions of the past, but a few words are hardly enough to give them a complete view. Choices must be made as to which parts to record for posterity, which sorts of lessons those who come after should learn. It's easy to say, write with an impartial pen, but it's the most profound and complex discipline. Or if there is a mistake in the history books, then it should be corrected. History is inevitably warped by the position of the narrator, no matter how impartial the writer attempts to be. I see a few more problems because I've lived longer than most and remember more than most. It's true that your kind, the proxies, are different from other long-lived. Before I joined, I heard that each of you had your own powers. Use your powers to correct the errors in the history books? Well, in matter of fact, I already have a magical writing knife. Use it to correct those errors? It can, but this is not how it should be used. Huh? Mistakes take root in people's hearts as they are passed down from one generation to another. The proper way to fight them is to form a new consensus through debate and clarification, not to simply erase it. She's based? Never mind, she's not actually historical revisionism. It's just she also happens to have that power. Erasing a wrong word from one's own writing is not a significant issue, for it only concerns oneself. To do it to a published book would be to meddle with the memories of thousands. That's what they're doing, man, when you have the Mandela effect. It's actually not a conspiracy. They're removing the words with a knife. As for history, setting aside the questions of how much I can alter, it will not be a good thing for myself and for Jan. Frankly, it's already a chore to ensure that history is not altered. I hardly have the energy to alter it myself. Seems like there's something you would like to change with the knife yourself. Before my mother passed away, she said I may be the last of the Jan elves. They do seem to like dying. She wanted me to find a home. I wondered for many years. I tried many ways to blend in, but I always failed. Jan does not want to accept you because the Jan elves were depicted in The Great Hunt as fickle and disloyal. But I know that's not true. The beasts of Jan stood against Jan simply to survive. It cannot be denied. Well, yeah, Jan was also kind of just like going around, just like kind of picking fights. It feels sometimes with the Baronwoods. Like some of them seem kind of chill. And Jan was still going around like. But the elves, though, had only wanted to mediate the conflict, that they became the enemy of both sides. Ultimately, most were killed in battle and their deeds lost to time. So you wanted to alter this history? I don't deny that I thought about it, but I'm a candle holder now, and my work comes before all else. I can't lend you the writing knife, nor can I allow you to use it to alter history. I understand I shouldn't have. But if we can find proof that the elves were in fact not disloyal, I will do all that I can to help you correct the erroneous records in the proper manner. Huh? Things haven't been too busy lately. You could visit the area where you used to live. What do you think? I've only just come. Besides, the things I said aren't necessarily true. I can tell that your passion for words and history is genuine. Besides, we'll believe you if the historian does not. Yes. Oh, actually, I skipped. This is the key to my office. You're my candle holder now. Take good care of it. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? She doesn't leave. She's a shut-in, you know? 965? Okay, wait, how many years is that forward? Or is it the same year still? If I can scroll all the way up, man. 962, okay, 3 years. The court building has only just been completed. Why? Don't worry, not be torn down. My too much unfeasible to transplant the Judicial Review Office to the pneumatic plate, undamaged. Wouldn't it have been so much cheaper to build it directly to the pneumatic plate? Right, yes, are indeed. Ju and Ho are the most human, friendly and coexistence supporters. Jan isn't innocent. Well, I guess that's why they also indeed, yeah, they like helped Yan deal with Sui. And then seemingly were indeed kind of like, well, more like I guess their remnants were like, you know, turned on. But I guess that wasn't really necessarily Ju and Ho inciting followers to, you know. The Shanghai Zhong kind of did all that shit on their own, kinda. And then, you know, Yan obviously dealt with them. But at the same time, yeah, a little bit like, you know, Ju and Ho were, you know, they like died in the process of beating Sui. Well, at least allegedly. Allegedly, you know? I heard the Imperial Court is putting everything behind this nomadic city. Sure, our cooperation will be very important. Get to the point. What do you want? My rosewood chair, ebony table, kobo plates, and Danyan lamps. None of them were inexpensive. Here are the receipt from when I ordered my things. If there's any damage, fine, you'll be reimbursed accordingly. Classic. They just want their, you know, insurance. Yes, the prisoners have been transferred. The previous instructions were from the Judicial Review Office, while the new ones are from the Ministry of Justice. I understand, but I'm supposed to conjure the prisoners out of thin air? You don't care? The Burnaby's carriage is arriving in minutes? Like, we're going to transport the prisoners. They're gone! They're not here! I don't know, you have nothing to transport, even if you arrive here. Minister, please excuse the poor hospitality. I didn't know you were visiting. Hospitality. Not hospitability. I've never seen you in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I take it you have important business? There isn't much time, Miss Jim. I'll get straight to the point. There's an error in this year's archives I would like to ask you to correct. A mistake in the documents that I audited? Pray tell. Documents submitted by the Ministry of Work state there were around 100 deaths associated with the Qidao project at Danyan this year. By the number become 3,000. Figure of 3,000 deaths was not cited from a single document, but calculated based on documents from Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue and local government departments. The records are carefully sourced. I have kept a copy should you wish to review them. While it's not my place to question the work of the Ministry of Works, I have no idea why 3,000 deaths in Danyan's local records became just 100 when it reached Baizal. You must submit sufficient evidence, however, should you wish to question the documents audited by the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Oh yeah, because he's like, why did the number become 3,000? Yeah. Well, Danyan is not so well staffed as Baizawa. There are only limited resources available for record keeping. Besides, the cold climate there causes disease and frostbite in winter. Perhaps not all of the 3,000 died in the course of constructing the Qidao. I see. You wish for me to alter documents to make the Ministry of Works look better before the cabinet? Not about the cabinet. This is about Yan. You know about all the projects being carried out across Yan. They push the nation's resources to the limit, but there's no doubt that these projects will benefit the nation and its people. Not the only one who feels that such depressing figures will weaken the people's morale. I don't deny the benefits of these measures. Precisely because of that, the 3,000 people who died to build the Qidao gave their lives for their country. It would be an insult to the memory to reduce it to 100. Unless you can prove that there has been an error, any text that I have reviewed must not be altered. Anyone else who has a complaint can bring it to me directly. The nation must be united in the monumental task of building a nomadic city. Everyone at the court is doing their best and each faces their own challenges. But the writings of the Imperial Historical Cabinet and the Sky Mirror Pavilion have been most aggressive and deprecating. It is as though you wish for work on the nomadic city to stop immediately. Is the writer who has something to hide or the reader? How dare you! The Imperial Court has compensated the next of kin in full. Not a single coin has been withheld. I have noted this in the documents that I approved. The care that the Imperial Court has shown towards those injured and killed, as well as their families, illustrates Yan's love towards his people. Why do you cling to a single number like this? I understand your concern for Yan, Minister, but I worry that people will only see the glory of the accomplishments and not the people whose sacrifices made it possible. All I can do is to ensure that the history I see is recorded exactly as it is. And you think you alone can decide the history of Yan? History has never been decided by one person. It is the combined soundless voices of millions. You're a learned man in a position to improve the lives of thousands upon thousands, Minister. I simply leave behind some words for the people whose voices will never be heard. Now ask your conscience and answer again for those people. How many died building Danyan's Qidao this year? Was it 100 or 3,000? Mutters irritably. These are the little bits of like, I guess, you know, indeed like the bits of like corruption that you indeed see. Of like, no, the 3,000? No, that looks bad. That looks bad. Let's make it 100. The Minister of Works just stormed off in a huff. Is it because of the Danyan? That's why I've come, sister? Can't imagine how they managed to convince you to lobby on their behalf. Actually dreaming while the one in the tomb of Sui is awakened. You're so sarcastic to everyone these days? Came to tell you that the Sui regulator and the Minister of Justice have approved your request to clear the Yan Elves' name. No way. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood. Apologies accepted. It's the first good news I've heard in days. It'll make Chun less gloomy, I hope. It's not good to be fighting with the Sui regulator, but I doubt they would be happy to see you get too friendly with your candle holder. I understand, but she's really taken to her work. Helped me compile the histories. She clearly likes it. I have a feeling she didn't become a candle holder because she wanted to, but because she was alone and didn't have a choice but to take the hand that was offered. So look, my theory even more. She didn't even want to become a candle holder. They were like, dude, we need a candle holder who doesn't die in 60 years or whatever. What about that elf girl? You remember that elf girl? Force her. Make her be the candle holder. She'll survive for centuries. Well, a wrong has been righted. That's always a good thing. Of course, I think part of their intention is to get you to compromise on changing the documents. Simply came to discuss matters, because this matter has gone to the 3 Grand Ministers and the True Lung, not lobbying on anybody's behalf. Just treated as the guy in the tomb of Sui throwing a tantrum. The guy. I like how she's just referring to the Sui as the guy. That guy in the tomb of Sui. You're the only one in the family who jokes about this. Thing is honeyed words and you speak with heaven's authority. I'll settle for the frivolous tongue then. It's true that the officials of the court are facing a dilemma in this matter. Figure of 3,000 will cast a shadow upon the nomadic city project, and the implications it may have for Yan are unknown. Would you tolerate the falsification of records while you are still administering justice? Falsifying records is a crime, of course. However, if the perpetrator did not do it out of selfish interest, I will consider extenuating circumstances when determining the punishment. I'm surprised to hear that. We each have our own specializations. I don't work in history and you don't work in law. Perhaps that is how matters of law work, but not in history. I wanted to study history and language because I wanted to learn what the human mind is truly like. The answers to my questions may lie in the intention behind words and the truth behind history. Not for Yan, nor for the land, not even for our family, only for my own questions. Jie. Chun, what are you doing here? I wasn't ready to tell you. Tell me what? Never mind, what's the hurry? I went to the study to get the draft as you asked, but I discovered signs of an intrusion. The writing off of the desk is gone. Slightly problematic, maybe. Possibly. That was before, after. I just gotta go pee though. Oh boy, a knife stolen, huh? I wonder who could have taken it. Surprised she doesn't keep it with her. I think she has like an aversion to the knife. She kind of doesn't like the knife. I think. She's like not a fan of it. It's like her own thing imbued with her own power. But she's not a fan of it. Because it is like a... First of all, it's a very powerful thing. And as we now very clearly know, she's not actually for like altering history. She'd very much rather avoid it, so thus she also like keeps it away and not on her. Because he's like, bad vibes, man. That knife, bad vibes, okay? I'm trying to avoid bad vibes. Please understand. The fact that it wasn't maybe more safely secured, now that's a different thing. You know? Maybe, you know? Maybe keep it secure, but... Let me clean my glasses slightly before I continue. And open, there we go. Can open my wipes. Actually, right, I should go get a... I've received emails to go for a vision check at the optometrist. I should probably go. It has been 2 years. So... What? What? An email? Well, yeah, because I mean, it came from the place where I bought my last pair of glasses. They're like, hey, it's been 2 years since you last had an eye check. Would you like to come one for free? You know? Thing is, though, even if I went and they were like, oh, you might need new glasses. I'm like, okay, but how bad is it for real, though? Because glasses are expensive, man. Especially my glasses. I do not get off cheap with glasses these days. Like, at some point, it's like, okay, glasses, or do I wait a little extra and, like, actually get eye surgery or some shit? The best case scenario is it's like, yeah, it's a little different. It's like worse or different, but those glasses are fine. Last time I went, it had been quite a while as well, and I really didn't need new glasses. And yeah, because last time I went, indeed, my eyes just happened to be, you know, they have enough weird bits to them, and where, like, my eyes are, like, significantly enough different from each other, not just like, oh, it's bad vision, it's just that they're also different from each other, which means that I get expensive lenses. Because they're like, if you don't get the better lenses, it will probably cause issues. So it's like, oh, cool. Thanks. Might as well then. I have to have them at all times. I'd rather not for them to be like crazy cheap. And anyone who was happy with the Lussic, I do. Also, the Lussic isn't the only one that is around either. There's a lot of them these days. You just have to also like find the wrong one. You know, you have to go to like 3 different doctors to get your eyes checked and like get ideas on which one is even the correct one for you, but... Wait, here after? We run after? Oh yeah, yeah. If they actually fuck up the Lussic, then well, first of all, something's gone really wrong. If they actually like it goes like wrong and they fuck it up, you know. Then something has gone wrong in the process. Usually, they should really be checking are your, you know, eyes correct for it, because it depends on your eyes on what kind of eye surgery is even like good for you. Anyway, we were in what? 695? Okay, still on 965, not 695, 965. I see. Do not tell anyone else, be extremely careful. I need you to do something for me. What's he up to, huh? The Judicial Review Office has begun to investigate everyone who was near the Skymirror Pavilion around the time that the riding knife was stolen. Outside of our siblings, you could count the number of people who know about the existence of the knife with one hand. Yes, it's just as I feared. I won't stand aside and do nothing if someone tries to harm you, Jia. Not someone trying to harm me would use such means. It was more like a warning. Or them wanting the knife. His Imperial Majesty is an energetic ruler. He wanted every person in the land to bow to him. He would recognize our family as not being of his kind. I do not believe he would stoop so low as to use the knife in underhanded ways. It's not fair. If there's anyone who should be above suspicion, it would be you. You know how hard the words fair and just are to write. It's as our oldest brother says, there's little point in arguing when it's 1,000 mouths against one. Not I would just let this slide if he was here. I wouldn't like to see him when he's angry. Like in the IS5 ending, maybe? Technically, sort of. What's your plan? Do you want to tell Wang about it? It's times like these that he's most useful. Jie shakes her head. That was what I was about to ask you. Please, keep this a secret from Wang. People have feared and avoided him for many years. His position has grown even more precarious under the new emperor. It's not the time to drag him into this. Besides, I fear he'll do something irrational if he finds out. Right, I'll listen to you. But I hope you can be honest with me, Jie. Are you absolutely sure that you and Wang are not plotting something? Come on, don't interrogate me like this, sister. She's a judge. She's a law woman. I guess no one can lie to you successfully. I knew it. I understand that it's a dangerous power you wield. I know the risks, but I'm not the only one who has to shoulder them. Sure, Wang, Ling, and you. You've done so much for us, the younger ones. I have to do my part. Yeah, because that's indeed. She's... 4th? Okay, it's literally in order. They're in order of age there. Sure, Wang, Ling, and her. Besides, I don't want these names that I put so much thought into to fade away in history. Oh, I guess she would have been the ones. She's 5th? Oh. Who's 4th? I thought it was mentioned that she's 4th earlier, but I guess not. Jun? Who the fuck was Jun? Is that one of the motherfuckers we haven't seen? Wait, no, oh wait, no, huh? Wait, no. Yeah, no, because then there's Yi and Ji. Strongest Wang, Ling, Jun, Jie. No, I was talking about Jun. I was talking about her. That's what I was talking about when I said 4th. I meant her. I meant the purple woman. What the hell, chat? You confuse me. I was talking about purple woman. Not about Jie. That's why I said they're in order right here. Shuo, Wang, Ling, and you. Purple woman. Shaking my head. It should have been obvious from context. Because you've done so much for us, the younger ones, said by Jie. And I was like, oh yeah, because she's, as in, you know, like the older ones, right? The older ones. She's clearly an older one. So she's one of the older ones. You know, context. Context. I'm referring to the same people that Jie was referring to. The 4 older siblings. Shaking my head. Oh, Fang is the missing one. Okay, that 10th. Yeah, then 6 is Yi. Wait, no, 6 was 6. Which one was Neon? Was 11? No, Dusk is 11. Yu is 12. Neon is 9. I thought 6 was Yi. Was 7 G? Who was 8? Oh wait, no, Ling is 6. Dum dum. Ling is 6. Or is it? No, it's Shu. I forgot about Shu, by the way. Alright, they how they say Ling here. What am I on about? They say Ling here. Numbers? Literally just mentioned Ling here as one of the older ones. I forgot about Shu. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot Shu was a thing, because we haven't seen Shu in a long time. Barely even mentioned. I wouldn't be checking any of the, like, CN stuff that would be spoilery for upcoming stuff like an ARG or something. Yeah, Shuo Wang Ling Jun Jie. Shu Ji Yi. Wait, Ji was older than Yi? Oh. I had the impression that Yi was older than Ji. Then Nian Fang Dasku. Yeah. Because I thought Yi was older than Ji. But no, the multiple people are saying that yes, Ji is older than Yi. Huh. Yeah, I for some reason, I don't know. I was honestly like completely on vibes. I was just like, Ji seems like the younger one, and Yi seems like the older one. Fully on vibes. The vibes are off. And the only thing I've looked at Keltsid Alter is literally just the trailer, like her design. That's literally the only thing I watched or looked at. I don't actually look at more CN these days than trailers. I don't even listen to most of the EPs until they arrive to global at this point. Sometimes they tell you too much, the EPs. Anyway, back to it. Jin continues to frown. Jia takes her sister's hand in hers. They are rough from all the years of playing instruments, but it is a comfortable feeling. She's an instrumentalist. I'm here. I'm alright. Don't worry. The lawyer woman is also instrumental woman. Hope we get the ARG in global. Probably not, because all the actual ARG work is done. We might just get like if there's like a final little piece to it, like there with the chapter 15 ARG, or the one that's tied to chapter 15. If there's like a little final thing like that, that we would get probably, because we did for that one. But if there's like the actual process of figuring it all out, no, because that's already done, obviously. So. You know, I had a dream about our future. The different future from the fields of white that Shu spoke of. I saw all of you truly live as yourselves. Visions was so real, it didn't seem like a dream. I even have a feeling that it's more than just a dream. More than just a dream. A premonition. It's good to see you, Miss Nyan. Oh, suddenly she appears. I haven't seen her for a while either. Hey, Roundhead, you're the one supervising the work? What about the foreman? Why is he slacking off? You misunderstand. My master's been very busy with city design ever since he received news of Baizao's modification. He's gone an entire month without sleep at his busiest. Do the proxies need sleep? You know? And Slowpoke picks himself up once in a while, eh? He calls Yan's first ever nomadic city a project of monumental significance. Every detail of the city must be carefully considered. Oh yeah, I guess Yan didn't indeed actually do many nomadic cities. Therefore, he must complete it before you have a chance to do something to his design. What the? How dare you talk behind my back like this, when I was always share the good stuff with him? Where is he? I'll bite his head off for this. Sleeping. He has slept for 10 days now, but he's supposed to deliver the draft of the gate to the Ministry of Works today. He told me that I'm to stop the Ministry's people from getting in, no matter what. Now that's the Yi I know. Is there something else? You said he's sleeping. Remember that he picked up a meteorite a few days ago. It's still in his garden, isn't it? Where? Meteorite? How'd that get inside? Miss Nian, I have my master's instructions. I'm not to allow anyone into the Garden of Grotesqueries, whether it is you or anyone from the Ministry of Works. Why are you so loyal to him? Say, wasn't I who gave him the materials to build your body? You should obey my orders. Now shut up and get out of the way. Please, Miss Nan, you make my position most difficult. Mr. Lang, Miss Nian, the Assistant Minister requests your urgent presence at the Forbidden City. Urgent? How much? The Baizar project has encountered a snag. Shipment of materials, ore and originium and the like, which Baizar urgently needs, has been delayed. It has brought construction to a grinding halt. What are the geezers at the Ministry of Works doing? They need their help to acquire resources? What is going on? I demand an explanation. The construction of Baizhao is the most important thing in the land. How could this be allowed to happen? Cheetah ground around the capital is well maintained. How could it collapse when no catastrophe has occurred? How could there be bandits so close to the capital? I have to say that these incidents are highly suspicious, sir. The sudden collapse and the supplies that disappeared without reason, then showed up just thus as suddenly where they should not. If there is indeed someone behind all this, then their objective must be to sow confusion. Rumors have been spreading in the city. Many workers believe that Baizhao picked a time of ill fortune to begin construction. Someone is sowing confusion? Who? Sir, the Minister of Rights requests a meeting. What's Rights doing here at a time like this? Did they come to laugh at us? Reporting, sir. The Minister of Rights said that although the Minister of Works has been quite busy of late, this trouble involves more than just the Minister of Works. Trulong at the time relied a little too much on the proxies. Yeah, they're like, dude, we lost some resources. We lost the delivery of metal and rocks. Get the proxies. Really? Hey, Urchin. Do you know why I have summoned you? I suppose it's because of the riding knife? Yes. How do you propose to solve this dilemma? Perhaps if you could put in a few good words for her and return it to its owner. Huh? Return it to its owner. Go on. If the numbers are the problem, it's as simple as a matter of going over her head to alter them. It should not be necessary. How interesting. Our previous candle holder retired after being accused of growing too close to her proxy. She has a knack for winning people over, doesn't she? Oh. All the proxies have their own eccentricities, but they have never plotted against Yan. Indeed, we can tolerate the eccentricities of others as long as they do not seek to harm Yan. But you must understand what you're dealing with and what her powers mean to Yan. The supervisor tosses the unsubmitted document towards Chun and hands her a writing brush dipped in ink. Try. Try if you think you can over the head of the proxy. Change the numbers to what you want them to be. Then it really does look like the info location. It is clearly of the same design, which is not surprising. Yeah, why would they not? It's a working design. Just take it to Talos as well. He's planning the entire nomadic city, and Yan is the master blacksmith. Oh, yeah, it's fair enough. They're at least somewhat related, but it is also a little bit like, oh, some stuff disappeared. Solve it for us. Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of Rights and Works have completed the investigation into the lost supplies for the Baizhao project. Investigators unanimously agree that it was most likely an intentional act, and that there was someone behind it. Supplies have arrived in Baizhao. The Ministry of Works will do its best to make up for lost progress. What are you hiding? You suspect there's someone behind it. You must have a suspect. The nervous official dares to not look straight at the figure behind the curtain. Out of the corner of the eye, he glimpses his majestic lord standing before his desk, writing something. Well-timed declaration of war. Two, in fact. One telling me that she's the sole mouth of Yan, while the other demonstrating that he can easily disrupt Yan's greatest project, that the continuation of the project depends on his approval. Will there come a day when they could make Yan's armies turn on themselves if they wanted? Talking about the... A most serious matter, Your Majesty. The proxies are indeed stirring trouble. The Sui regulators should act immediately and punish them severely. There's no need to be hasty. The figure behind the curtain thinks for a moment and puts down his writing brush. I know the craft of calligraphy must be honed over a long period, but I have not seen the efforts bear fruit. Still, I understand now why the Grand Preceptor wanted me to spend so much time on it. One must be in control of oneself. The young Trulong gazes upon the ink on the paper, but he seems dissatisfied and frowns. Jin Yeming, Yueran Yingdong. Moon's one? Should that be Wayne? Moon's one, gloom drew every eye. It's a one. Just one. He picks up the writing knife and uses it to scrape away the conspicuous character of Wang. Was it supposed to be Wang? Well, I guess it was. Wang was part of the... at the very end. In an instant, that patch of paper is white as new again. Oh, wait. He is clever. Unlike his pedantic sister, he knew to let the supplies arrive at Baizhao eventually. Make a show of good faith. He wished to protest on behalf of his sister. I'll humor his brotherly love. They can record the figures as they like. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, you know. Book the, As for this riding knife, I had considered doing something with it, but... Never mind, return it. That was fucking him! It was him! It was him! Jan, goddamn, we have to keep dismissing candle guests because they keep being too chummy with their proxies. Streamer, what if we make them immortal? Not all of them are chummy. It's just that, you know, it's just the ones with GA, you know? Yeah, Wang really, okay, Wang was like, oh. Oh, you took my sister's knife? Even though he wasn't supposed to know about it. Wasn't supposed to know about it. GA, the two regulators recovered your item. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Jay. I apologize. You found the thing that I lost. That which was lost has been restored. All is well. I was negligent in my duty. Something I always wanted to ask you, Jay. You said you didn't want to use the writing knife to alter history, not even to change clerical errors. Why have you kept the knife around? Did you forget that you already asked this question? We were 3 months on the job. I wasn't there for it. You have to tell me. You complained when I didn't allow you to use the writing knife to correct errors. Is that so? I don't really remember. What's that face? Have you gone about your original aspiration, now that the erroneous descriptions of Jan elves have been addressed? No, it's true that one should not pursue what lies in the past, but just as you and I... Oh, never mind, I guess I was there. Never mind, yeah, I was there. She was like, what? Can I use it though? But just as you and I have demonstrated, does not mean that we should ignore the errors of the past, never mind trying to whitewash them. I've kept the knife so that people remember that wrongs can always be righted. I understand. The wrongs can be righted, the correct, I guess maybe kind of sort of the symbolism of the knife, but also... Nothing could be changed. Tearing the pages out, writing over the words, they'll do nothing because the page is instantly restored to its original state. How could this be? How could this be? This is her power. She was not so difficult 100 years ago, when it was proposed that she should leave the Imperial Historical Cabinet and refrain from writing the histories directly. She did not complain, and indeed transferred to the Skymirror Pavilion of her own accord to work on reviews. She also reduced the number of courses she taught at the academy, mostly working on in an advisory capacity, similar to how Jun operates. Oh, so she used to do that, huh? She used to just make fucking papers and books that quite literally could not be changed? And they were like, okay, look, this is... Look, we need a little bit of historical revisionism, okay? Like a little bit. But her photographic memory, enthusiasm for history, and her immortality were too much of a temptation to historians. It became her habit to seek the approval of the one who is never wrong. She is happy to take on the work, reviewing documents and histories. Today, nothing that passes through her hands can be altered without her approval. Alright, okay, well, this is, I guess... Okay, never mind, it's also... She's just doing it now as well. Never mind, she's doing it now. Maybe she actually didn't used to do it. Now she's doing it. Never mind, maybe I read it wrong. Yes, it was not so difficult 100 years ago. Okay, okay. She was not so difficult 100 years, so she didn't used to do that. Now she does it. But then earlier we did have a document that got altered, but I guess that was just like audited by her. As for the writing knife that occupies so much of your mind, it was once an ordinary tool when Gia first picked it up. After spending centuries by Gia's side, it became capable of altering text without having to carve out bamboo. 2 centuries later, the writing knife accidentally erased a page from the veritable records of a true lung. Accidentally? Few, if any, ever perused those pages, and all who knew the subject were gone. So, when a careless historian's hand slipped, no one could recall what the page held anymore. They just had that knife lying around, and someone's fucking hand slipped? With the magical erasing knife? Maybe you'd fucking deserve... Okay, look, maybe you deserved it a little bit, okay? If you're that careless. One reason was that no copies were made of the variable records, but it's also true that Jia's powers are growing. The Sui regulator, or Jia herself, chooses to erase a word, a sentence, or perhaps a memory from under heaven with it. It is well within the realm of possibility. The knife represents only a fragment of Jia's powers. How fast are her own powers growing? The deeper Yun's history grows, the harder it will become to rein her in. For she is one with history. I'm fucking scared of her, man. I'm like terrified. In another century or 10, as she continues to immerse herself in history, she will become more powerful, more terrible, even than the bestial Sui itself. With her personality? I don't think so. Girl just likes history. The long-lived candle holder stands dumbfounded, hardly able to comprehend what she has just heard. They truly are just afraid. They're just like scared. That may be projecting, because, you know, if they had that power, they would go crazy with it. If that's all, I will return to the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Very well, be careful. Oh, he appears instantly. Wang? Are you alright? I'm fine. Wang, did you... Silence. They have grown used to this tacit understanding between them in the long centuries that they have spent together. Jia clearly sees the emotions in his eyes. Flames of fury, well hidden, but burning nonetheless. Indeed, mess with my siblings. Oh, cat. Oh yeah, because indeed that was indeed before cat, obviously. It happened a century ago. Still remember the conflict that occurred because of the riding knife. What is it that you want me to see this time? Thought you would charge recklessly into the dream and tear it apart. You call yourself a schemer. Did you not see how the seeds of your own end were already sown? The hearts of men are fickle. I don't need you to tell me. So I did not interfere in my power struggle against the true Lung. Does it matter that you know? You dug your own grave. I did not need to do anything. Besides, you have not seen the full picture of how the event led to her ultimate demise. The end is near. Are you ready? I think we'll read TA6 and then end for the day. Assuming that this, for example, actually gives us the full bit for what happened to Jia. Hopefully. Flash marker, TA6. Enveloped edge. To go up, first to go down. To go left, first to go right. Everyone has their own plans and everyone is held captive. Within. It is on the upper row. Oh, right, in the present timeline. True, I forgot. Yeah, I guess that is... Well, because even the other ones have, like, you know, parts of present timeline. Okay, we're once again 2 days before full moon. You know, I guess they're mostly focused on past, but, you know, obviously you have glimpses. I guess they're mainly just from the Wang perspective with Sui. Because we get to start with, you know, the Jia incident tomorrow then. The man walks past rows of fallen bookshelves, trying to return the scattered books to where they should be. The earth's blessings have granted this stone to its people. The heaven's blessings shall bring an end to Sui. In this 1,000-year river of history, is it fate ordained by heaven and earth, or nothing more than a coincidence? Ozua Mischen. It was they who brought the token to the Sky Mirror Pavilion today. Was it a coincidence, or... Dismayhim, what happened? Someone joins him, stepping lightly, and bends down to pick up a book from the ground. His wife! No way! Mr. Liang? Miss Ning, why are you still here? Did you forget that I'm an official of the Ministry of Rights? Neither of us should leave until all the civilians have been evacuated. You are quite right. The evacuation of the civilians complete. Essentially, Baizhao will soon separate. It's unsettling, is it not? Shaking my head to marry already. Perhaps you wanted to ask how I knew you were here when you did not tell me about your demotion. Yes, he did get demoted. It rained through the night yesterday. I only fear that you may be cold. Get a room. The man clears a little spot for the two of them to sit down. With these two cuties. It's been a long time since I last visited the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Suppose you used to frequent here? As did all the students of the academy. I had a headache whenever I looked up the books stacked all the way up to the ceiling. But now I find here a place of rare peace, away from the troubles beyond. I heard about Mr. Ning. I have my deepest sympathies. My grandfather did what he felt was right. He would not have kept the secret for so long out of selfish interest. He did it to protect the younger generations too. I cannot reproach him, whether with reason or sentiment. Of course, he must also pay the price for his deeds. So you've laid it down. I'm glad to see it. Oh, that was you event shenanigans. Perhaps you misunderstand. Do not mean that I could lay it down easily. I cannot deny that my career benefited greatly from my grandfather's influence. Those on the outside would undoubtedly say that the House of Ning has fallen on hard times. I would not say this to anyone but you, Mr. Leung. You should not say that. Do not feel that any of your honors are undeserved. I trust you. What if you are the only one? My grandfather said that once one has passed the walls of the palace, one must not trust in others easily. Certainly not expect to be trusted easily. I listened, but it seems that I forgot about it when I met you in Shangshi. I simply believe that I found a kindred spirit. Ah, you found a husband, you mean? You flatter me. You've always been like this. I admire your honesty and your sense of responsibility, but I hate how you make decisions by yourself and keep other people at a distance. But then I realized, do not be Langsheng if everything you did was to my liking. Fucking get married, oh my god. Come on. Get the bureaucracy out of the way. Let them go on a honeymoon and everything. I could no more reproach you than I could reproach my grandfather. Once thought that all I needed to do was to be fair, honest, diligent, and persevering. But the years have taught me how powerless I am. Your grandfather was right. Even more frightening is the thought that I could not even trust myself to keep my aspirations and ideals. I will not claim that everything I did was honest and upright, but you should not have been involved in the ones that were not. Is it my turn to comfort you with the words, clear conscience? You and I have done all we could, following the path of justice that we believed in. Perhaps you are ultimately powerless to change anything. Perhaps this entire city will be no more when the sun rises tomorrow. Then, here now at least, my conscience is clear. Practically together without ceremony, for real. The night is deep. The ancient library has kept some old rules. All is quiet except the passage of time. They hold each other's hands tightly in their own. The desolate pond lies wrinkled by the wind beneath the crumbling eaves. No voices remain. One can still recall those days of green sashes and red plumes in their splendor. One day before the day of the full moon, hour of 2. No more, it's no more 2 day, it's hour of the moon. They really do hold each other tightly. Hand-holding, even up to hand-holding? My goodness. The script guys seem to be appearing less frequently. Could it be that you were right and these guys started breathing of the bestial sui? I told you so, you just won't believe me. Whatever the reason, this is our opportunity to head to the top. So this is the Sky Mirror Pavilion's restricted area. What are you planning? These guys turn back into words when they're defeated. Say, if they were transformed to the secret tomes of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, would defeating them reveal the secrets of Yan that are usually kept hidden? You dare? No sudden moves. She's just baiting him, man. Let me see what secrets the words form. Sang Tuk Chui Shou. What is this? It makes no sense. Top 3 floors of the Sky Mirror Pavilion are off limits. We only enter because we have an important mission. Refrain from doing anything unnecessary. You still won't admit that you're already in on this. Your deceptive words mean nothing. I know what I'm doing. As he's getting like rage baited constantly. There's a lot that you don't know. This building began as a public library. One of the first buildings to be completed after Baizhao became a nomadic city. There was no such thing as a restricted area at the time. Then, 120 years ago, the death of the proxy affected tons of history books, causing their text to become unreadable. Oh. The Sioux regulator wanted to dig deep, but the number of books was enormous, so the Sky Mirror Pavilion set aside space up top for the Sioux regulator's research. Decades passed. When the discussion of the turmoil had almost settled, the place became a warehouse for dusty old books. Some restricted zone. How would it be sealed off from public view if it held any actual knowledge? You do know a lot. Just a little bit more than you. He doesn't seem to actually know that much. I'm gonna be real. He seems kind of clueless at times. Things you speak of should not be secrets to the Sui regulator, but I have not heard of them before. Exactly. My studies may have been inadequate. Dude, this is what I hate about you. Always stiff, always by the book. Was that white-haired pedo we met in Mongshan Town a friend of yours? You mean Yung Ping? Yeah, that's the name, I think. He couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag, and he looked like a stiff wind could blow him over, but he was a quick thinker. Talk to him was kind of interesting. Why don't you learn a thing or two from him? I know you're smart. I don't need you to lecture me. You bonehead Zola, man. And now you start to drop the official tone and sound like a human being, getting rage-baited again. How did you join the Shanghai Zong, Moyi? What answer do you want to hear? Want me to tell you that I had a difficult childhood, drifted into Shanghai Zong, and I'm looking for a chance to repent and mend my ways? Doesn't that sound a little cliche? I wasn't... Say whatever you want. Of course the Shanghai Zhong who murder and pillage are villains. They deserve to die. But I hate hypocrites even more. Those people who look like they'll die if they stop flaunting their high and mighty morals for a single moment. They think they're better than everyone else the moment they come out of their mama's tummy. Frauds. What I really want to know is, are you sure that this thing from the Garden of Gordiscries will stop a war between Yun and Sui? You've been the Sui regulator for a while. Have you ever wondered about their most closely guarded secret? Why did that proxy die? Looks like it's not that you're not curious, it's that curiosity has yielded no answers. That's the problem, isn't it? How did this have become a secret if the Sui regulator was really just so just and upright? Yeah, the points, you know. What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Did you not hear any of that? It's so weird. You've been staring into blank space for a while now. Right. She's still having the fucking voices in her head. Dude, it's actually just the Schizo Chen subplot. It truly is. Supposed one of the 3 main characters. Or something. Just having the voices, man. And somehow ends up, I guess, with the riding knife. Did those guys give you a concussion? Don't suppose there's anything I can do about that. Thanks, I'm not quite... I just feel like... I've been in here before. You said you've dreamt about this place before. Were you dreaming just now? Perhaps? Thought I heard 2 people arguing. Something about justice, but I'm not sure. Must be hearing things. Mostly ancient history books here. Maybe there's a clue as to what's going on here, but justice? That's one thing you won't find. They seem to be saying that justice doesn't exist tangibly. That's true enough. Never mind that, let's get searching. Maybe we'll find your father's books here. His books? Here? Talk about forgetting one's roots. That was not your fault. You didn't grow up in Baizhou, and these things didn't really have anything to do with you. Thought you would be angry at me. I am angry, but I realize I shouldn't take it out on you. Never mind. Auntie. Miscellaneous morsels from Baizhou Shuyang. Yes, this one dates back several generations. People rejoiced as the new emperor took the throne. They put up white banners like clouds and held rites in remembrance of the previous emperor's virtue. Their hearts were hopeful, confident an era of greatness was upon us and the nation's peace secure. This is from a century ago, when the last true Lung took the throne. That was a while ago. It's a long time ago. Does it have anything to do with what we're investigating? Might. The last true Lung's accomplishments were innumerable. Transformation of Baozhou into a nomadic city as well as the Sky Mirror Pavilion were completed under his decree. Not that either of us were around back then, although I suppose he would be your grandfather. Indeed. Look at this forward. Talk about sucking up to the powerful. The country records from around Baizhou and the demographic records of Baizhou itself all paint a picture that is far less rosy. In the end, only one person's accomplishments remain. Same old story no matter where you are, I guess. Kind of strange to hear from a close blood relative of that emperor. She doesn't know him. When the city of Baizhou was completed, the emperor ordered the tomes of all the archives to be gathered in a single place. Scholars worked by candlelight, collecting fragments and tales, validating the facts and compiling them so that the scattered records are whole again. Strange. The Imperial Historical Cabinet's efforts to collect the scattered histories happened after the death of the proxy, more than a decade before Baizhou was built. The ambiguous way that it's written, all the generations were always stringent about scholarship. Why did they make such a mistake? Could it be that, what little they left behind was altered and rewritten? The Imperial Historical Cabinet's efforts to collect the scattered histories happened after the death of the proxy, more than a decade before Baizhou was built. But yeah, when the city of Baizhou was completed, the Emperor ordered the tomes of all archives gathered in one place. Oh yeah, when the indeed was something indeed altered. Chen Huiche is not listening to her companion's muttering. She's on guard for any unusual movement around them. She wanted to tell Chen Xiaoqian to get moving, but she had a hard time saying it, seeing the sad look on Chen Xiaoqian's face. Full government name every time. I guess they can't just call him Chen. I never asked you. What happened to your family? The ones who are here in Baizhou. The Chens were a family of historians, and well regarded but not illustrious. Generally stayed out of conflict and politics, other than the occasional offense they inevitably cause in the course of their work as historians. Man, Chen went a long way from that, huh? From a family of historians? To her? Stayed out of conflict and politics? To her? Are we sure they're related? We sure? I remember is that my father said it was as though the sky had fallen when the family learned about the marriage arrangement with the princess. My cousin was the only unmarried man in the family. He and everyone else knew how dangerous it was. They were in no position to refuse. The rest was history. Princess Yanjing died in Lungmen, and my cousin passed away soon after. His Imperial Majesty did not punish our family, but rumors of strife took on a life of their own. You can imagine what happened to us when everyone decided our house had mistreated the princess. That's not what Mother wanted. That was Wei Yanwu's intention either. Alright, yeah, I guess the princess was her mom. I doubt it was Wei Yanwu's intention either. I was very young then, all I saw was... The elders were always sighing when they came back from the morning assembly. Many fell ill out of sheer worry, brothers and sisters stopped communicating with one another. Everything was shrouded in gloom, but I didn't know why. Father moved from place to place, selling off the family's belongings until we finally left Baizhou altogether. He never once told me the reason. It's what happened after. You know, there was a time, after becoming Magistrate of Order here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion, when I thought I couldn't let the family tradition of history die with me. I didn't complain about the job. Most of the position's responsibilities had been replaced by machines anyway. My colleagues, while not the friendliest lot, had little interest in political backstabbing. I had time on my hands, so I thought I should start with my family's history. Was it because of the Magistrate of Order's rank was too low? I felt like I had stumbled into thick fog, getting more lost with every step I took. I knew my family didn't do anything wrong, but all the records I could find denounced us for our arrogance, our abuses. Tracked down the ones who were still alive, tried to ask them what they knew. They couldn't get away fast enough when they learned I'm of the Chen family, the Chao generation. Few who were willing to see me said a bunch of apologetic words in officialese, but refused to tell me anything about the truth of what happened. But 10 years on this until I even started to believe it myself, that the House of Chen deserved what it got for mistreating the princess. But I know it wasn't true. What am I? What is the House of Chen? What were your dead parents? What is history? All I know is that history should be a record of the truth. That's what justice means to me. Why'd you pull that out of Chen? The fuck? Out of nowhere? The hell? That made Chen and Blaze kind of relatives? I guess maybe? Very distant or something? What the fuck? I feel like this line comes so out of nowhere and doesn't really sound like Chen. That much. I guess she's always been about like, I guess she has had a bit of a thing of like wanting the past be, you know, presented correctly and not like hidden. And obviously she's just kind of justice pilled as like a general thing. C into E and M tail is all I know is that history should record the truth. To me, that is justice. Oh, well, yeah, that's pretty much the same thing. I'm more so just trying to think of, like, has Chen shown this kind of characterization before? And I guess in some ways, yes. Where she has always cared about, like, the truth has always been very important. It's just the pull-in of history specifically feels, you know, it's like, okay, I'm sure you can word it like that, I guess. You know, it feels like a little bit of sort of, I don't know, slightly convenient wording, like a very specific type of wording to portray a portion of Chen's character to tie her into, like, Jie and the knife and everything, you know? Even though, yes, it's like, it actually is a part of her character that, like, yeah, truth is justice. She believes in truth, and that is her form of justice, is the truth. And things should be presented and recorded as truth. And then justice comes from that. It's specifically the wording of it which makes it like, oh, okay, they're really trying to, you know, tie her into this whole Jie situation. That's all. That's what I got a little bit stuck on. It was like, oh, right, because she got an altar that has the knife. Have to tie her in somehow. Anyway. Dusha. This is the family history you wanted to know. Tell the truth, my parents died when I was very young. Don't remember much about them. And Wei Yanwu was Wei Yanwu. It's hard for me to explain to people who my parents were. Sometimes I pass off the image of Wei Yanwu as my father's, just to make things simple. I don't remember my mother smiling. I don't remember many positive things about my father. Just can't imagine how it feels to have your life determined entirely by other people, by those baseless things like responsibility and honor. Oh, she would hate that. That's very Chet. She would not like that. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to them. Is life fair and just to anyone? Someone once said to me that justice we seek is not in the past. That doesn't mean we should forget about it. What was that, huh? After. One day before the day of the full moon, hour of Su. Whichever hour that is, you know, I don't know these. Hello, Zodad. The aging general stands silently in the tent like a brick on an ancient wall. Behind him is the military map that he has drawn 1,000 times in his mind. Before him is the faint silhouette of Baizal. The rain of the heartlands is unfamiliar to one used to the sands of the frontier. The clouds hang low, suffocatingly so. The general's thoughts drift away. Listening, fucking, by the way, listening? Still in some of my absolute top lobby musics. You're the new commander of Human, I take it? You can call me Sure. My responsibility is to assist you in military matters, as well as kung fu instruction for the soldiers. I can take you around the base if you'd like. You don't remember me? I saw your name in the Imperial Court's announcement. What do you mean by remember? Never mind. Don't need a guide. I've served in Human before. Damn. Got a hood. I see. Forgive my impudence. Seems you're old comrades. Memories tend to fade after all these years on the border. Forgive me if I caused any offense. Memories faded. I see. Interesting. Get yourself warmed up. I want to spar. You've had a long journey. You should rest. I'll be happy to spar with you another day. I don't need to rest. Want to get some exercise before dinner. The vibes, man. We should go no further, General. Supply lines of the troops' morale have been stretched to the limit. We can't afford to be reckless when fighting demons. To push forward would be very risky. Demons? We're so close. It's already a remarkable victory, General. Demons of the North feed on the fear in men's hearts. First time I've seen a general press on without fear, with an entire army's fate upon your shoulders. There's nothing to fear. These things have harmed our people, ruined cities and farms. I only wish we could have wiped them out in this battle. Underestimating the demons a little bit. Give me 20 years, I swear I will see all the demons wiped out. I have no doubt you will, sir. Doubt anything under heaven could daunt you. What about you? You seem indomitable, invincible. Have you ever been afraid? Transfer? My appointment to Human was for 100 years. It's time to leave. And the suit regulator didn't tell me anything about the personnel change. Getting more and more out of line. Why are you leaving now? Trouble is stirring in the Northwest. We need you more than ever. Perhaps our time together has made you forget. I never held any official position in Human. Where are you going? Tanyan? Michu? Think I'll be stepping away, fully, from my responsibilities. Going to Rhodes Island. Why? Communications from the candle holders watching the tomb of Suya become increasingly frequent as awakening approaches. It would not be appropriate for me to shoulder important responsibilities at this time. But Human is strong and well equipped, and performs duties well, whether protecting Great Yun's northwestern border or any other purpose. Where are you going after you leave? The Jianghu world is big. There are plenty of places to go. Like Rhodes Island. Report. Have the scouts returned? Not yet, sir. And we have received no instruction from Baizhao in the past 3 days. So regulators should be communicating with Human, regardless of what is happening in the Tomb of Sui. Send out messages. Sir, they're forcing their way in. What is the meaning of this? Who? General Zhou? Most irregular to invade might tend like this, even for the military supervisory censor. On whose orders are you operating? Grand Commandant has sent me to question you on the unnecessary delay. Ridiculous. Human has been on full alert since he received the order to mobilize. There's been no delay. Have you forgotten that Human received orders to arrive at Baizhao by the last day of July at the beginning of the year, but arrived 3 days late? What is this, if not a delay? Human was struck by a catastrophe at the beginning of the year, and the repairs took 2 months. The Imperial Court must have known. Oh yeah, that didn't happen. That did happen. Silence. I take responsibility for Human's delay. Did you come to strip me of command, then? You know the Grand Commandant thinks highly of you, but it seems now that you do not trust the Grand Commandant. Such words are inappropriate for a solemn place like this. Kindly instruct Human to travel 20 li in the direction of the Tomb of Sui. Human is already as close as it is allowed to be under standby. Why should we approach any closer? The situation in the Tomb of Sui is yet unclear. Are you saying that Human should attack? Your duty is to obey. There's no need to question. The Grand Commandant, huh? The Grand Commandant, huh? Being a little sussy, maybe? What is Imperial Majesty's will? Are you questioning your orders, General Zhou? A reasonable fucking question of what the Majesty indeed would be saying. I cannot abide by such questionable orders. If you don't accept any of your orders, then I must ask you to leave this tent. How dare you? Fucking get him. Get him. Stop. My presence here represents the will of the Grand Commandant. All you need to do is obey. Even if His Imperial Majesty questions, he can find no fault in your actions. The Beast of Sui is awakening. War is inevitable. Do you still defy orders and paralyze Human with inaction? We're at a crisis. Lives of millions hinge on your decision, including your wife and son who are still in the Baizhao city. How dare you? Not us. You, General. According to the estimates of the Ministry of War, Baizhao will be doomed as long as you continue to defy orders, and Human remains unmoving. There's no time. We'll wait here until you have come to a decision. I like how they're trying to be like, oh, no. Just listen. Look, His Majesty can't fault you for anything, even if you obey us. You know, ignoring the fact that the dude's just trying to make the right choice and not just follow orders, I guess. Which I guess is terrible. How could you? How dare you? Does it look familiar? Oh, her. It has changed, but is still recognizable as the court that judges all matters under heaven. Have you come back at this time? I have not done so for many years. Chen? Without the apostrophe? I have an appointment I cannot miss. You took time to come to the Judicial Review Office. Did you want to see if your successors have disappointed you? My views are insignificant. The Judicial Review Office should not only think about not disappointing the people of Yan. One of the deputy ministers resigned recently. It's a shame you would have liked. It's just a shame you would have liked her. Oh, Lin. I had that also on Twitch's side, huh? You just moved over there. Hope she didn't resign because she was disappointed. Hard to say. Do you still play the Guqing? Never forget the 5 sounds, for that they ensure proper virtue. I've also been trying out new instruments recently. I see. More pleasant than studying the laws of Yan, I expect. Is that why she has a sick leather jacket? It's her musician's jacket? She's gonna start fucking shredding on an electric guitar or something? No more law? She's just gonna fucking jam? It's an interesting discipline. Alright, the basic principles of laws of Yan that you left behind many times, but I could never understand the last third. I spent so much time studying that I almost failed my Ministry of Justice entrance exam. Maybe I would have become a candle holder. Took many years for me to understand, and the justice that you wrote about lay beyond the mortal realm. Just as one cannot draw what one has never seen, one cannot write about conscience that does not exist in their hearts. If justice is nowhere to be seen in the mortal realm, then one must consider, has someone blinded our eyes? still bear a grudge for what happened back then. Should I not? What about the people who died in the turmoil? Innocent souls who were dragged into the game. Did they bear a grudge against him? Yes, they should. And how do you seek a fair judgment for it? You forget. Not one law of Yan was written for the sole purpose of resolving hatred. It is someone else who should be judged. Looks like you're not worried about what will happen to your brother in the tomb of Sui. You're worried about the judgment he'll receive. As a lawyer would. You do have access to better emotes, yeah. It's true. Justice has never been concerned with life and death. He and I seek different things. You're right, but at a time like this, I can't help but feel law and regulations were written by humans, but the supreme law in your heart that transcends the strife of the mortal realm may never be found there. But just this once, if the time comes that we put the sinner on trial, I will put you in the judge's chair. You're correct. It's been a long time since I judged anyone. I take my leave. It's no rush, is there? Join me in a cup of mortal tea before you leave. Gotta describe it as mortal tea instead of, you know, immortal tea. Oh? Takes mortal hands to make and serve the best mortal tea, after all. One day before the day of the full moon, our review. You! Skyrim Pavilion is bigger than I thought. It's a sealed room on top of the floor, right? How about someone knocks on the door and figures out how to open it? There's no one here. I think we're the first. There's one thing that I don't quite understand, Zola. The Grand Commandant is after the Proxy's relic. I take it that he knows how to use it to neutralize the bestial Sui. You're the 3 Grand Ministers. If he made plans to obtain it, then he has certainly made plans to use it. And I find myself wondering, if someone takes the opportunity to erase another Proxy's name with a writing knife while Wang is fighting Sui. What does all this have to do with Wei and Wu? Does it? The Grand Commandant wouldn't have needed the writing knife if it was that powerful. He could have gone to the tomb of Sui and killed Sui with his own bare hands. What ideas do you have then? I didn't really care about you and your official stuff, but I have a pretty good idea what's going on after listening to you guys talk. Basically, the Crown Prince who went missing 40 years ago after being suspected of staging a coup is back. Am I right? Do not speak of it so casually. I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. Basically, there's another direct descendant of the True Lung here in Baizhao. That explains everything. What are you getting at? Have you never heard of the special reginium under Baizhao used to suppress Sui? She knows about that as well? Dude, this girl knows fucking everything! This girl's a knower! Miss Chen here is from Lungman, so it's understandable that she doesn't know, but you two should, unless it's above your rank. Do you mean the earth's blessings have granted the stone to its people, the heaven blessings shall bring an end to Sui? Legend associated with the Great Hunt. I thought it was a myth, maybe some kind of allegory. No, it's literally a fucking rock. All I know is that the Tomb Sui was built around a special facility. Alright, I guess you don't know. What do you know? Right? She's a knower. I guess the Sui regulator have no record of who gave Yan this originium either. Now that is a good fucking question. Oh. It was our Grandmaster, Ju's first friend and the first Shanghai Zong. To be precise, it was a personal gift of the True Lung, meaning... Who? Like who? That would have been 1,000 years ago. Which fuck was who was around? Who was around to give the fucking rock? Doc should have been asleep, at the very least. Because I feel like... Where the fuck did we... I'm even thinking of something else. Why do I feel like someone was indeed referred to as like a bandit? You know, Shanghai Zhong, the bandits, kind of. I feel like... Was Doc even referred to as a bandit at some point? I guess it could have been Celtic, yeah, technically. True. Like, okay, indeed, who? The first Shanghai Zhong? Ju's first friend and the first Shanghai Zhong. What happened? Looks like the evacuation of the civilians is complete and the plates are beginning to separate. Time is short, we should retrieve. So you really made it here. Ooh. A figure approaches them from the other side of the corridor. How could it be? Is that why they leave us? Never mind. Okay, well, now I guess it was still left there, but it didn't end. Oh, holy shit. The guy. Imperial Guard guy. All districts have been fully evacuated, Your Imperial Majesty, and all the ministries are ready. They wait your command. We get to see ever so slightly more again. Now it's just the face that's covered. Tomorrow is the day of the full moon. Yes. Very well. Separate the plates. What? Heaven and earth rumble in the setting golden sun. The plates of Baizhou begin to separate, starting from the outer areas, casting numerous shadows in the vast wilderness. They leave! With the legs that carry the city and the foundation of its existence. Changshui, Changjie, Shanghua, Chang'e. Dongfang, Baigu, Zaifu, Bing. Nice little shot of a, nomadic city, which we don't get super often. The 8 districts have seen 100 springs and autumns together. They have long been standing united, overcoming hardships. Now that they are separated, the future is uncertain. Only leave the central one to deal with everything, I guess. I was wondering when you would come. Alright, this guy. Oh, alright, it's the Grand Commandant. It already looked like that. Okay, so we had seen it before, yeah. Your Imperial Majesty, it is time. Our war-pilled individual. Okay, they had a great cliffhanger to end it on. Fantastic cliffhanger to end it on. But we've been going for 5.5 hours or something. Yeah, almost. Because we did start with a, like 40 minutes of reading. What's it now? 40 minutes of reading IS-6 stuff first. We buy some more stuff. Shit, couldn't even empty it. Underworking, very underworking. We continue tomorrow. I do want to do some other things with my day today as well. And I do need to rest my voice a little bit. Because I think there's still quite a lot to, clearly. The stuff is now truly starting to hit, We've done we've gone through a bunch of the, I guess, the, indeed setup and putting things in places. And now it's, the eve of the happenings. And presumably, we go to TA7. And this would be, where we get to see Jie. The Jie happenings, the incident. And then, I guess deal with, actual something. And yeah, I reckon, okay, the mini-boss is Chun. I'm like, how? How? What the fuck happens? It's true, what the fuck happens to make Chun the mini-boss? Or the mid-boss? The hell? What does little wood elf get up to? Suspicious. Also, it's very possibly just pretty much not, nothing. That's the thing. It might be one of those where it's but the thing is, usually when there's a mid-boss, though, it is somehow related. The bosses are, more often, sometimes barely related. But usually a mid-boss is, because, why would there even be a mid-boss otherwise? Why would they could just not have the mid-boss if they don't do anything, so clearly something happens. It's more so just that I think probably it's not gonna be antagonistic in any way. Chun isn't even gonna, no, I guess she could be. She might be protecting the knife. It's in current day and they're going to the knife. Oh, maybe the person who literally just appeared was Chun. And indeed, I didn't spoil myself by indeed seeing that. Because I was just clearing out the stages, as I usually do. I'll leave it, at the boss or whatever. And then I start the stage, and suddenly mini boss. Because at that point I didn't even like recognize them. I was like, oh, there is a mini boss, okay. But I didn't, know who they were at only. Like, or at all. Now, of course, I know it's Chun. It's like, oh, Chun, huh. And usually mid-bosses or mini-bosses like that are at least somewhat tied to something. So I guess my guess is gonna be that she's, like, gonna at least, like, she's probably, like, testing our group of Zuele, Chen, and so on for, like, the knife or something. She's probably, like, protecting the knife. Because they're trying to get to the knife. That would make sense for her to be doing, like protecting Jiz's legacy kind of thing. But okay, but yeah, we'll continue tomorrow. Probably start around the same time and then finish. Because obviously we actually have to be clearing stages tomorrow. Because I have what, 8, 9, 10, maybe even 11? To actually clear? The heck? So many. I'm guessing some of them are like the ones where it's like, well, they're not farming stages at the very least. Farming is clearly still 7, 8, 9. But I guess it's like 2 like pure kind of like more so, like kind of like more, well, like, the boss might indeed just be that it's a boss stage that's just not a farm stage. And then I'm assuming if there's indeed an extra one, that's one of those like little special, like cinema stages. Maybe.
ゲルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか?
Which they, sometimes do for the big events. Yeah, story stage, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, if 10 is like the special sort of boss stage where it's not a farming stage, and it costs less stamina and everything, and then there's a cinema stage. Which they could do more often, like the little cinema stages where it is like, like a, well, when it's relevant, obviously. Just do it when it's relevant, obviously. When there is actually like a big fight, like a bigger like cinema fight to show or something. The other thing that they should also do more often is, what event was it? What event was it where the boss was like earlier in the stages? They should just do that more. Like, the boss shouldn't need to always be, like, the last, like, stage. If it fits for the story better that they're, like, earlier or something. I can't remember. It was, like, some fairly recent event where the boss was... Was it literally the Minos event? No. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Minos event. What event was it? I swear there was a... Oh, it was chapter 16! Yeah, it was an event. It was chapter 16. Yeah, for chapter 16, the boss was, like, before. I guess it was also kind of like 2, had, like, bare mini-boss. And then you had the boss was, like, fair, like, early in it. You had, like, more stuff still, like, after the boss. It wasn't, like, one of the final nodes. There was, like, quite a few nodes after the boss. And I think also there was, like... Well, also, you had, like, also 2... You ran into the boss twice as well, didn't you? Or was that just that there was, like, just a harder version of the boss later? That might have actually been it.
ゲルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか?
I kind of... Chapter 16. Indeed. Yeah, because boss is here at 1616. Then you have another battle, which I guess this is one of kind of the... Yeah, this is like maybe one of those more like kind of cinema type battles. And then you obviously have... Well, then you have an actual like cinema battle. 0 stamina. And then obviously story modes. I haven't even fucking... I haven't done shit, man. What the hell? I haven't unlocked H stages or anything. It's crazy of me. Truly. I haven't done H stages since 10 or 11? Oh yeah, Yurosa has a map transition. Yeah, that's what it was, wasn't it? The map transition. Truly. Truly the gameplay guy, ain't I? Very much a gameplay guy. It's like, oh, it doesn't have story in it? Nah, I'm good. I haven't done any of these simulations on anything, by the way. Not on 15 either. And yeah, and I think that when was the last set of Infernos, or H stages that I've even done? Not 13. Not 12. Oh, not even 11. Oh. Literally in 10. So I don't have some of the duplicates for some of the freebie operators, because some of them come from doing the H stages, like these ones, right? Yeah, I don't have my Dagda dupes, man. Oh, I don't even have my Dagda dupes. What's in here? No, yeah, here's her dupes. I can't even remember her name right now. Who's in here? Nope. Yep. Indeed, her. This is Windermere. Obviously, here I have my dupes. Because here you can get your... Well, actually, wait, no, I don't have my dupes, do I? Do I? Oh, but here I did do some... Because here I did some because they unlock stuff. Yeah, here I did stuff because they unlock things. So I've done some. Not all of them. But enough to unlock the story bits at least. Also, look at those rhombuses. Aren't they cool? Did they always look like this? Did they always look like this? Yes? Okay. Thank God, I'm not schizoing. There's not a sudden change after chapter 15 or something. Is she actually... Okay, exactly. I have her max pots. I don't have her... I don't have this maxed out. Yeah, her I don't have max pots. Because of course I do. Still at the turn up. No recent operators allowed. Surely the thing to do one day. All the previous Inferno stages. Fake Teresa fan. She's not Teresa, okay? Shaking my head. They're very explicit about it. I'm also really hungry. I haven't eaten in almost 6, actually over 6 hours. I think 6 hours now. Yeah, we continue tomorrow. Or we'll see finish tomorrow. Duh. So thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. On the Discord if you want to. Back tomorrow to finish the readings. And be confused, probably. We'll see how confused. It's always a risk with them China events.